ver, primero déjenme conectar esto. Ok. Vale, chavales, muy buenas a todos. Hoy Mundial de Fortnite, porque es en el día, así que vamos a buscar Twitch ya y vamos a seguir entrando porque hoy se vienen locuras. No sé si voy a empezado, creo que no, pero primero vamos a entrar a Twitch, a ver qué hay por aquí. ¿Se me escucha bien? ¿Se me escucha bien, chat? Hola. Decirme, chat, por si se escucha un poco raro. Ay, chat. Vamos a ver el directo objetivo. Wow, los anuncios de Twitch, joder, voy a recargar la página de YouTube porque no tengo ni idea.
¿A mí? Si te dicen que
Uy,
se
lo
les
que
va
me
la
acaba de
corriente,
salir.
si quieres cumplir tus sueños, no te rayes. Y dale gas.
Nesquik, cacao disuelto, cacao resuelto.
Están aquí bien.
Type Yapco. Right?
Okay.
It takes a second because I've got no bloody internet in here.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to see clicks, that's from his last internet. Yeah. There we go. All right, so 10th. We want to talk about the fact they came 10th last major because it wasn't that amazing, right?
Yeah.
Div Cups this week or this season, they've gone 9th, 4th, didn't qual 8th. They didn't qual a bunch, but every time they've made a finals, it's
9th, 4th, and 8th.
and they won one last time as well.
And they won one. Yeah, they did win one.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not moved.
Yeah.
I'm not moved by 9
I'm
and
staying.
4th and 8th.
Yeah, I can't remember who they're.
I don't know, I paid in pounds. I can't remember by.
Sí, se escucha pesado. Ay, no tengo batería. No puede ser. ¿Cuándo me das cuenta? Que no tengo batería. Soy autista. Y ahora vamos a apagar esto. Porque los cascos estos los vamos a apagar. Porque son inalámbricos. Y voy a poner los otros que son alámbricos. Y a ver, me diréis, me vais a decir ahora, ¿qué tiene que ver eso con que no vaya a Twitch? Bueno, digo yo, no sé. Es que por primera vez lo uso en directo, por eso yo estoy fumado, ya. Y mientras que esto cargue, mientras que el Twitch cargue, chat, a ver, carga. Le ponemos directo del sub. Pero ¿por qué solo me sale el directo de este tío? Si ni lo conozco, bro, ni lo sigo, hermano. Cada vez que me meto a Twitch me sale un directo suyo. La gente recomienda. Ahora sí. Se me escucha. Chat, se ve. ¿Qué pasa, bro? He compartido pantalla y de repente... Ah, ok. A ver, póngame el directillo el suyo. Chat, se escucha. Ya no, anuncio. Ya está pasando, los anuncios estos de Twitch, tío. Acá en la puta, tío. ¿Qué he hecho? Le he pegado una hostia al teclado.
Puede ser que esté la media, sí, sobre los 18, 20.
Por ahí tiene que estar.
Puede contar como un por uno DNA.
Lo dijo el otro día.
Sí.
Le dijo que 4 suyas era una de Pit.
Bueno, igual un poco más, incluso 6 o 7, ¿eh? Incluso 6 o 7. Tenemos el por 6 de King en Brasil. Tenemos el por 4 de Suisi que ha llegado por los pelos. Llegó por los pelos, ¿eh? No tenía el visado, ha llegado hoy.
7 minutos antes de que cerraran las puertas de la embajada, le dieron el visado. 7 minutos antes, ¿eh?
Ha llegado hoy.
Es una completa locura eso, ¿eh?
Literal, ¿eh? ¿Qué más tenemos por aquí? Ah, estaba molado. El average placement en mundiales. Claro, King tiene un 27, pero porque ha estado en todos. Que esta es otra. Claro. Es que King ha estado en todos. Cami 7.5 es loco y ha estado en casi todos.
Cami es una completa barbaridad, ¿eh? Es el tío más constante de la historia, este tío.
Bro, ¿me va a dar tiempo a mear? Voy a ir a mear. Te meto mapa.
Déjamelo aquí.
Te meto mapa en ese.
Se nos va este chavalito por aquí. Yo estoy buscando cómo bajar la silla, porque la verdad.
A ver, chat.
Madre mía, qué completa barbaridad. Esto, no voy a mentir, esto es un sueño, ¿sabéis? O sea, el siempre verlo desde casa, en mi caso, ver siempre ese stream y ahora estar aquí, es una completa barbaridad. ¿Se me escucha todo bien? ¿Se ve bien? ¿Se me ve guapo? ¿Todo clean o qué? ¿Todo bien? Confirmármelo y tal, para yo saber si tener que moverme. Sí, ¿sabes? Ahora una cosita por ahí, guapa. Todo bien, perfecto, tío, me alegro mucho. Chicos, es una completa barbaridad. Y ahora, escuchadme, ¿veis por aquí atrás todo esto? Aquí van a pasar los jugadores, que os sepáis. Aquí todos los jugadores van a ir pasando.
Digo yo, el Fortnite no se pega.
Está muy al principio, muy al principio, si no tengo mal entendido, que lo veréis. Nada más empezar la serie de los jugadores, veréis una sorpresita por
bueno,
aquí.
Eso es lo que digo yo.
Hay una persona muy guapa por aquí. Entonces, problema de los españoles. Realmente, ¿sabéis lo que pienso realmente? Lo único que pienso es que el problema es que no ha comido Scaring 2 días.
Yo por la noche, chat, me voy a meter a cagarle.
¿Vale? Me dice, le digo, oye,
algunas
2 días sin comer. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa? 2 días sin comer, hermano, le puede pasar algo malo. Imagínate que le entra un poquito los nervios, tal, le sube la tensión. Hermano, que se nos va uno, ¿eh? Que se nos puede ir uno perfectamente en el Mundial.
Llegué.
Entonces, claro, le puede entrar un mareo, le puede entrar un algo ahí, con los nervios, tienen que estar clucheando.
Chavales, estoy más
último momento,
preparado.
de repente, tal.
Chavales, estoy
Todo
más
sin comer.
preparado que
Pum,
nadie.
ya está.
Es verdad que no ha comido nada, eso es loco, ¿eh?
Tengo
Es una
mi
completa
botella de agua
locura,
aquí,
barbaridad, tío.
mi
Ay,
plátano
Pues bueno, vamos a
y
ver
mis
la locura,
galletas.
mi gente. A ver, yo le he dicho eso, que se
De
me
crema
algo
de
de
no sé
azúcar, bro.
ya una magdalena, lo que
Aunque
sea,
sea, porque eso le aguanta, ¿sabes? Aunque sea eso le aguanta, tío. Aunque sea eso le aguanta. ¿Habéis visto la strat de chorifletes para llegar al Mundial, bro? La ha pisado, ¿eh?
¿Cómo?
Que me amamos la strat de chorifletes. Ha llegado al Mundial, tío.
tío. Hombre, es una barbaridad, ¿eh? Yo siempre lo he dicho
Código.
antes, lo estaba comentando, tío. El estar aquí, o sea, yo pensar, chavales, que yo hace 5 años,
Aura.
¿vale? Estaba yo pagando y diciendo a mi madre, oye, suscríbete a este tío para que simplemente este tío dijera mi nombre. Quiero
Aura.
estar aquí yo con él, o sea, es
Aura,
un sueño
Sat.
completamente, la verdad.
Aura.
Es un sueño.
W chorifletes.
Ay, Dios
Let's
mío.
fucking go. Pues bueno, chavales, eso está a punto de empezar. 2 minutitos para empezar con la ceremonia inaugural del Summit Event. Recordar que hoy tenemos, pues, tío, lo mejor de lo mejor. Me falta
Claro, me
quizá,
faltan
ya te digo,
tres personas.
King,
No
Saba,
más.
Shakira Kurama y ya.
Uy,
3
uy.
dúos.
Es una completa locura lo que hay aquí.
A ver.
Hoy está lo mejor
Aquí
de
se
lo
viene,
mejor.
chavales.
Creme de la creme, esto. Creme de la creme es esto.
Hoy es bomba mastodóntica, hoy vamos a tener muy buen nivel y yo lo que voy a ir poniendo ya con vuestro permiso es el Watch Party sin la captura con el 3 minutillos porque el mapa ya lo hemos visto, chat, y no quiero liarla.
Chavales, Fortnite ya ha empezado el directo.
No quiero mirarla ya, dejamos ya el starting soon aquí, chicos. A ver,
Los de
podemos
Fortnite
meterle
ya han
full
empezado
cam
el
y en 2
directo.
minutos le bro, se nos ve en 17K.
No, escúchame.
Camisetones
Es una barbaridad.
nuevos oficiales, 100 pavacos cada
¿Cómo nos
una.
vemos, chavales? ¿Cómo nos vemos? ¿Cuál está más guapa, la blanca o la
Son
roja?
las dos
realmente?
equipaciones oficiales,
Está
de verdad,
muy bomba, Qué barbaridad.
El chorriflete ahí.
Potillo.
Hombre, que un sueño, un
Moderación,
sueño,
podéis
bro.
spamear
Sobre
el
todo
Twitter,
Shark,
estamos en
chavales,
directo, que lo
está
acabo de
ya en el
subir.
mundial, bro. Eso
Twitter,
ya
estamos en directo.
cumplir un sueño. La
poner
mayoría de
mejor,
nosotros
chavales.
que
La blanca,
jugamos
la verdad es que
Fortnite
está
y
muy guapa.
queremos
Y tiene
llegar a
como
un
es
mundial.
que no se ve, tío, en
Estamos
cámara, pero
aquí
tiene como una…
perdiendo el
Es
tiempo.
como…
No sé cómo se llama esto, tío.
Dándole
Estoy
caña al
explicando el
juego.
porqué. Es una barbaridad.
Está muy guapo, Está muy guapo. Camisetoncio, la verdad. Tío, sinceramente, si hoy pasan, vamos a soñar,
No, vamos a chillar y vamos a…
Puede ocurrir,
pero
puede ocurrir.
emocionarnos. No, no es que puede ocurrir, es que va a ocurrir.
Mira, yo antes
100%.
me preguntaba mucho o sea, ¿qué crees que va a ocurrir y tal? Y yo digo, mira, yo no lo sé porque están completamente locos de la cabeza, pero yo creo, y esto es algo que no lo sentía desde hace mucho, creo que tienen la opción de plantarle cara a cualquiera, tío. Y
Es que
eso
tal
mola
cual.
un montón.
Y ya le hemos visto eso. La cosa es que no es que puedan… No, es que le hemos visto que le han plantado cara las últimas dips.
Sí. Bueno,
Top 6.
vienen de top 6 de
Es que
Europa.
vienen de un top 6 en una Dip 1 Finals.
Viene de hacer top 6 en la mejor región del planeta, en una final durísima, que esa final perfectamente se puede asemejar muy parecida a lo que es una final de Mundial.
Yo me lo he estado viendo y me han dicho, es que una lobby de Grands de Europa es que es peor que esto.
Sí.
Es bastante peor que esto y estos hicieron un top 9 en
Yo
Grands,
creo que
chicos.
es más o menos lo mismo. Creo que podemos igualarlo. Me refiero, si haces un top 6 en una final de Europa, perfectamente puedes meter un top 10 en un Mundial. O sea, ahí está la equivalencia. Y yo creo que ahí está realmente la pelea dura. Vamos a ver qué tal. Esto está a punto de empezar. 2 minutillos, 1 minutito 20 para el pre-show. Y empezamos ya directamente. Momento salida de jugadores. ¿Cómo va a salir?
¿Cómo va a salir Peterbot y Shark? ¡Wow!
Bro, yo
Algo
saldría
alguno
como…
de ellos.
Yo saldría como… ¡Uy, me saltaron, tío! ¿Qué mierda es esto, tío? A ver, los de Fortnite ya han empezado directo. Hola, bro, Carlos. ¿Cómo estás? Los de Fortnite ya deberían de haber empezado directo, ¿no?
Sí, ¿no?
Ya está, y sales así, boom, con aura, tal. Yo iría en plan a lo timidín,
¿Qué es
¿sabes? A
esto,
lo…
tío? ¿Qué es esto, chavales? ¿Qué es esto? ¿Qué es esto?
Algo así, ¿no?
Estoy intentando buscar el de
¡Bomba!
Fortnite.
Madre
A verlo
mía,
sin
esto,
que…
tú.
Señoras y
Ay.
señores, esto está a punto de empezar. 20 segundos por delante. Vamos a transicionar ya, Vamos a transicionar.
darle caña a esto.
¿Se escucha bien el audio? Muy fuerte, muy bajo. En comparación con nosotros, chicos, ¿cómo se escucha?
¿Cómo lo escucháis? ¿Todo bien o qué?
En comparación con... 9, 8,
Que empieza. Empiezo ya.
4,
3, 2, 1. Se empieza, vamos.
Señoras y señores, bienvenidos al Summit Event. Aquí tenemos el nuevo trofeo. Espectacular trofeaco, ¿eh?
Y bueno, lo que ha dicho antes Tocata, se quita la corona y te la puedes poner.
Espectacular trofeaco, ¿eh? Muy
Ah.
guapo, ¿eh?
Yo quiero ver el de Fortnite, no les
Yo
suja.
diría que incluso el mejor de todos.
¿Lo escucháis bien, chicos? Estoy intentando
Vale, aquí.
entender qué dicen, pero no sé qué dicen, ¿eh?
Chavales, lo tenemos. Directo de Matus. Que le dé. Lo tenemos, chavales. Directo del Fortnite del Mundial. Aquí. Yes. Así carga por completo esto. Vico. Drops, hay drops. Bueno, eso sí me va a farmear. Yo creo que sí. Con todo el tiempo que yo esté viendo el directo y tal, yo creo que los drops se me farmean solos, chavales. Esto va a ser una locura, chat. Va a ser una locura, Que ya empiezo.
150 players will walk this tunnel to decide their fate.
Guau, se ve un poco raro en
They may have
esto.
all reached
Ya,
the
denme un
summit,
momento,
but
denme un
only one
momento,
team
denme un momento.
will make it to the top. Welcome to Düsseldorf!
Perdón, chat, perdón. Era para recargar esto para ver si se veía ya mejor. Sin tirones. Estamos aquí, Fortnite competitivo. ¿Quién quiere saber? Chat, el que adivina el PR que tengo yo en Fortnite, le regalo una skin. El que adivine mi power ranking.
That's right. We know y'all are excited because we are too. There is so much to discuss. So
Bueno,
many
no puedo
things to
hacer nada
talk
contra el
about.
lag.
What are we
No,
doing?
no,
How
no,
do we
no.
make it? But let's talk about that format, right? We all know adding in that additional day, but today it's all about staying in the top 25 in the upper bracket.
Yeah, we've seen a format just like this before, but it's been some years, right? We've all kind of fallen out of familiarity with this, so I think this weekend is going to be absolutely crazy. Everything's going to be switching up. Today we're going to be focusing on the upper bracket 50 duos who qualify through their regional FNCS.
And the top 25 will move on directly to Sunday, but the bottom 25 will have to play again tomorrow on the lower bracket, and that's where some of the pressure is going to start being felt.
Absolutely. What are we playing here for, right? Like, let's take a look at that prize pool, 250,000.
Oye, sinceramente, chat, el que ha hecho estas galletas, está todo el culo.
We've talked about this prior to kind of jumping up on stage for $250,000.
Bro, ¿cómo, bro? El que ha hecho estas galletas no sabe hacer galletas, coño. Chavales, el que ha hecho esto no sabe.
There is a beautiful trophy, and look at this. I
don't know where we got this footage from. No one was supposed to see this.
Es un nuevo trofeo. Guau, se ve épico ahí. Es la corona.
You can actually take off that crown at the top and wear it, so maybe we'll see if players will wear it. But man, it's beautiful. It's so cool. Now, of course, let's take a look at the point format itself. So what's interesting here is we already know this format, right? It's very familiar, but I think contextually, Viv, pretty different.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see, placement points going to start picking up around 25th right there. And like you already mentioned, very, very familiar. We've seen this before. Matches are FNCS 5s. Each elimination is going to be worth 4 points. But actually securing any of these points at an in-person land that you have to qualify for is going to be so much harder.
No, it's a completely different element. Eliminations could be the equivalent of the points you get from the Victory Royale, but doing that in this lobby with the best of the best all around the world, it is going to be incredibly hard.
Dude, and let's jump in, right? Let's even take a look at some of the names. So remember, this is the upper bracket. Stacked is an understatement. Look at some of these names. I mean, guys, we are in for some prime Fortnite.
As you take a look at the lobby of this right now, right, you're going to be seeing a bunch of names that everybody is going to be familiar with. And that's because the qualification process for this, it is absolutely stacked.
Bro, cómo editar tu vídeo están guapísimos. Soy KCP Iker. Ah, vale.
And then all other 4 regions, you had to get top 3. So when you take a look at a lobby list like this, they all got to be feeling pretty confident because they just did well in their regional FNCS.
100%. I mean, there's over 25 different nationalities competing here today, but going from your home region to an international stage, we have the best of the best from all the regions competing in the same place. I mean, this is the upper bracket. This is where we're going to get a taste of the competition.
This just looks like Global's light, right?
¿Cómo los editas? Lo edito con CapCut.
Get their thoughts and insights. Frankie is sitting right now with Alex and Rex.
Thank you so much. I feel like you are an icon of the Oceania Fortnite scene by now, Alex. What's it like to be back on LAN again?
I'm excited, honestly. I'm just keen to represent OC again and hopefully come home with a good placement.
You always lead in eliminations in your region, it feels like. Are you going to be that
Yo creo que lo que tengo que recargar no es el esto, sino que el Twitch.
Really? Because I was speaking to one of the other Australian players, and he was saying that he thinks you're going to play scared.
Va a tener por ahora esto. Vale. Smicho 15 también acaba de iniciar directo, chao. Yo creo que me voy a comer el plátano y después me como las galletas cuando empiecen lo de la
around these players, right? Get their
pelea.
thoughts around these players, right? Get their thoughts good, all for the love of the game. But that was one of your recent champions out of major #1. So what better place to start, especially
Bro, que la última vez, bro, cuando vi el mundial aquí en Twitch, bro, se veía bien.
Yeah, these are of course going to be all
No tenía
players
ni
that
lag,
we're going to be keeping a
ni
spotlight
nada,
on
bro.
throughout the weekend. Mainly, you know, because think about the meta right now. Our major one was
Sí.
just
O sea,
simply
a ver,
this,
winners.
and they got to be feeling pretty comfortable as well. Or are they going to be feeling comfortable? Right?
Champion.
You take a look at the duo like Alex and Reckless, they won their regional FNCS from Sandy Strip, but they're actually opting to go ahead and switch that up, which I actually do kind of like, because they're going for an uncontested split chop, which is just
Chavales, yo no sé qué hacer.
to the south of Sandy Strip.
No
So
sé.
they're going to be landing in an area that they are familiar with. A little bit of a change there, but they've had a month.
Pero mañana el día de la comunidad, ojalá que Fortnite nos regale una esquina a todos.
Previous performances at international events of this caliber, we've got 49.
Pero esto va súper mal, chavales. No me culpéis. No es mi culpa. Bro, que a veces, bro, a veces no. Yo creo que por la esta, chavales, lo quito y a ver.
That's so interesting, right? Because like obviously
lo
when you're in your
voy a
own
quitar.
region, you're kind of running that region or making big moves or considered a tier 1, you're thinking like, hey,
A ver si va mejor, chavales.
but now you've got to go,
Espero que vaya
hold
bien.
on,
Bueno,
there's
aquí en mi
also regions
pantalla
that
por el
may want
momento
to
va bien.
contest that as well.
El
Kind of makes
directo.
things a little interesting.
Yeah, it definitely shakes things up, of course, which is why, you know,
Bueno,
securing
yo
your
confío,
drop spot at
se
a,
puede.
you know, a land like this is just so difficult because so many regions
Soy yo, ya
come
están
together
entrando.
and want those strong, powerful spots. But being uncontested, we've seen it before, we talk about it all the time, it is such a big advantage.
It definitely is. And speaking about uncontested, moving
Chavales,
on
voy
to
a
the Brazil
hacer esto y a ver.
region, Gone and Night.
Ahora un momento, voy a hacer una cosa.
Look, talk about chemistry. They've been playing together
A ver
for
si se ve
over
mejor ya,
3
tío.
years. In the 2024 Duo Global Championship, Gone actually had to play with a backup player, got 7
es, bro?
20.
The map, we'll have to see how they do.
Yeah, look, I just know there's going to be a lot of surprises today.
Okay, well, guess what? Frank is standing by with the duo right now.
Wow, bro, no puedo más, bro.
Thank you so much, guys. Also, big thanks to Ricardo for translating for the boys from Brazil.
Chavales, ya he hecho todo lo que he podido para que se viera mejor.
In Brazil right now?
Jogar no Brasil pra mim é
What's it like to play Fortnite in Brazil at the moment? What's the meta?
o meta no Brasil ele é muito mais agressivo do que aqui fora. Aqui fora parece que todo mundo joga mais na cabeça, mais concentrado e a gente é mais agressivo, a gente gosta de ser mais agressivo.
So in Brazil, our meta is way more aggressive. Here, the players are more mental, like they play slower, they like to shot the calls. That's the difference.
Does that mean that you need to slow down as well?
I don't think so. Oh, sorry. Eu acho que não, porque isso pra mim é o meu estilo de jogo, ser mais agressivo. Eu sempre me dei bem fazendo isso, até mesmo na
chavales, me la vela.
no Prem 2025.
El mundial lo quiero reaccionar yo.
I don't think I need to slow
Si
down.
tengo furura ahora, en algún momento va a
I think I have a
figurar
very
bien.
good play style, and I think you can pull it off on this stage.
Obrigada. Knight, this is your first LAN. We unfortunately didn't get to see you play together back in 2024. So what's it like to finally be here in the North?
Ya no puedo recargar más cosas.
Primeira, como é que você está se sentindo estar aqui na Alemanha?
Tío, ¿cómo jode, bro? ¿Cómo jode? Uf. ese trofeo, finalizo, bro. Lo pongo, lo veo yo. Mientras que le pego una paliza a un chaval en Fortnite, bro. Y así me la repela todo.
Excited. I jumped ahead. I was excited. I jumped ahead. I was like, hold on. We also got to check in all these other regions, Middle East, Asia, FKS, and Hero out of Middle East, bringing it back here to a land state. What can we expect from them?
So some pretty late developments around this duo, actually, because I was taking a look at where they're going to be landed coming into the competition. And again, one of their smaller
Chavales, esto no es normal.
leave Frigid Fortress where they won their FNCS from. And
no es normal que vaya así, bro. No debería, de hecho no debería de ir así, bro.
They dominated EU, but if we focus back on that early game, I'm curious to how they dominated EU, but if we focus back on that early game, I'm curious how
ahora, una boya, una boya,
the thing is, what they excelled in the major finals was, you know,
una mierda que se
now,
viene.
and they just did not take damage. They were so good at not taking damage. They would build up by their drop spot. They would get significantly more damage.
Por fin, tío.
And they were just so consistent.
Por fin se ve bien.
So, can they keep it on an international stage?
Well, as much as we love talking about them, why don't we talk directly to them? Because Frankie is standing by with them right now.
Why not indeed?
Por fin, chavales. He tenido que reiniciar completo.
You've never placed inside the top 5 of a major, and now you're going into LAN as the favorites. How did you turn this around?
I think we just practiced while everyone was basically sleeping, and then we used it as
How many times or how many hours do you practice a day?
I think around 12 hours can do it right now.
And yet you're also fitting in all your other obligations, family, school, life.
Yeah, exactly.
That's incredible. But you did
Aunque
play
fuera pro de
28
Fortnite,
at our
seguiría
last
yendo a
Globals in
clase, pero sí.
2025. What do you think held you back there?
I mean, we were like new to the scene. We weren't that experienced, so going into it, we were pretty nervous and we were contested as well. So I think we just did our best back then, and now we're way more experienced.
And one of the interesting thing about you guys, and one of the things I think makes you so strong, is that you've been playing together for years now. Was there ever a point you said, we're not getting the results we need, maybe we need to look elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of times where I judged growth for a short period, tried playing with some other people, but it just didn't better, and we decided to play again and just stick together and improve.
So I want to ask you about the fact that it seems like all the teams have been watching you and reviewing you, and now they want to go for the low ground as well. Does that mean
Por fin se ve bien. Por fin.
set a new meta?
Por fin.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just go high ground every game now.
See, I don't know. Can I trust you? Are you thinking the high ground is now king again?
I don't know. We'll see.
We will see. Okay, one quick question, okay? You are going to be dropping at North Battlewood today. Everyone here, all the other players knows that's your domain. But Venno and Curve dropping below you, we know they like to make those sneaky lurk plays. Have you got a message for them?
We're ready for it.
Are you? Because Venno, I think you might have just heard that. You're standing by, right, at the telestrator with 11-2K and Mini Miner?
That's right, from the north side of Battlewood all the way down to south. We are here with multi-regional FNCS champion Venno. He is here. Now, of course, you guys won from the north side of Battlewood. Now here this weekend, you're landing at the south. Why?
I didn't want to contest them. I'm playing with a controller player, so it's a little hard on land to be able to get the guns. And they have very good drops.
Yeah, we saw that in EU, of course, didn't we? I mean, Battlewood Boulevard, a very good drop spot from Sky and Score. We see them play it in a very interesting way as well. The way that they actually ended up playing this drop spot is really, really important, I think, in terms of the way they actually went and won that FNCS. They sort of based up on one of the hills just outside, as we'll have a look right here. One of these hills just up on here. We saw one of them going there, and then, of course, another one looting up in here. Then, of course, going back to that base up on top of that hill and waiting for the storm to come on in, playing along.
Vale, si os soy sincero, no entiendo una mierda de lo que están diciendo, pero bueno, aquí estamos reaccionando.
I think they're going to try to also mix up a little bit. I'm not entirely sure what their plan is, but can I mark?
Yeah, of course you can.
All right. So in the grand, they would play this position here. Obviously, one would play main and hide out. But I think one thing about it that I wasn't really a fan of was they played the same way for 3 months straight. Now, if you play the same way for 3 months straight, people are eventually going to find counter strats. And what I felt happened was
necesito cortarme las uñas.
People didn't counter strat. The same people kept coming and coming, and you kept getting damaged. They kept getting damage along
Hay una
here,
fiesta aquí en mi barrio,
along here,
bueno, barrio no,
here,
ciudad.
and I don't think they should have. If you play the same surge base for 3 months, you really shouldn't be getting damaged. But they won the ground. So
La uña cayó en la otra vez.
I think that actually is really important as far as how you
La
guys
tomo
play the
por
spot.
culo, este sí fue el sofá.
On NA, you know, you spent a lot of the Div Cup sort of running to center, but then when it came to Grands, you decided, yeah, we're just going to fight everybody around us. What was the sort of thought process there as far as the strategy?
I liked running deep. I think it worked really well. But then what started happening was
En la nariz. Menos mal que cerré el ojo y dije, por si acaso. Justo me das la nariz.
The surge basing. You couldn't see it was happening, but I felt that's what was going to happen. I kind of like predicted how Grand was going to play out because Rapid never surge base. You always ran deep.
Chavales.
You guys benefited a lot from a lot of the contested teams around your spot in NA finals, and maybe you could argue the quality of some of those, you know, players in the finals. Do you think you have that same advantage in this one?
To be honest, I think LAN is easier than because you have all these cross-region.
Se nota que las uñas están apuntando mi ojo.
Big talk, very big talk. Thank you so much, Venno. Though best of luck this weekend. But for now, we're going to go back to the desk. Bro. Yeah. Zeke just found out land's easier. Land's easier. Only Venno. Only Venno.
Well, when you're Venno, you can say that. I guess many people can't quite say that. Shout out to Venno. Love, again, this kind of environment. We can talk directly to them. We obviously have our ideas and we can kind of put things together, but hearing from him directly, so awesome. Now, another region we wanted to talk about here is champions, Kanata and Victory. Kanata really said, all right, NAC, this has been a great time. I'm gonna go play West and just see how it goes. Oh, I won.
I mean, obviously,
¿cómo se llama?
planes
Por el
ride
filete hoy
wasn't as far as Venos in
bueno,
terms of switching regions here,
este fin
but
de semana va a
Canada,
conocer
yeah,
a
opted to
Peter
go
Bot
ahead and go
100%.
towards
Va a
NA
hablar
West
con él
after
súper
running.
también.
No,
La
couldn't
puto
really
perra.
find a duo here on
Mira,
NA.
puto
See,
perra con el
I
chat,
gotta
chat.
tip my hat to the duo because
Me
they
apuesto
kind
lo
of
que queráis con
talk
vosotros,
and they walk
que
the talk. Hey,
mucho
listen, we
riflete
can
va a
win
conocer
on
a
NA
este.
West very, very easily.
A Peter Bot.
No, they
O tal
did
vez ya,
easily.
ya se
They
conocen,
pushed the
ya,
teams
ya
on
han
NA
hablado
West
y tal.
off of their drop spot at Sandy Strip. They said that is ours now. Issue is it's harder to do that on an international stage. They've got players like Gino and Pablo right beside them. This is a duo that won 2 of the practice games, the only duo to win more than 1 practice game yesterday. Some of the best in EU. You also have Mini and Fu dropping close by, and even Cold and Rapid east of them. This is going to be a lot more difficult than some might think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Canadá
Obviously, you know, the way
Mini
it's
Pu.
kind of painted out, looks like Canada and Victor V
Mini
like
Pu.
it that west
Vaya
side
nombre.
of Sandy all
Vaya
to
nombre,
themselves. Kind
chavales.
of let the other two duos just kind of scrap it out. I think that's obviously like a big advantage because you can potentially go ahead and pick on those duos while they're fighting if it ends up painting out. But you know, Canada, man, we know this guy for the experience. 29 total FNCS finals appearances, has yet to miss one. He's just so good. He has the experience. So if there's going to be anybody on the map that knows how to take advantage of a couple of duos fighting in the surrounding area, it's got to be this guy.
Oh man, and you know, I mean, we've seen him get wins on land before, right? You know, when that happens, we get the big reaction. You know, he's loud. He's gonna be jumping out of his seat. Someone's gonna take a picture of him mid-air, and it's gonna be the greatest aura moment ever.
Pero quiero que entren ya, dije.
I'm excited to see it happen.
Entren ya los jugadores, bro.
Anyway, you know what? I'm getting word. Frankie's standing by right now with Canada.
Not just Canada, Mini PO as well. And first of all, Canada, you did so well, top 5 at Globals last year. So I'm curious.
Mira a Peter Bot ahí
you're
atrás.
landing now at Sandy
Se está
Strip.
peleando con
Potentially,
Clix.
you're gonna be
Se la pela.
Is this going to wreck your chances?
I mean, I'm going to try my best landing here. The reason why I'm landing here is because I won like, out of West, landing Sandy. I feel the most confident landing
Clix
here.
va a provocar.
I know that like the entire area around me, so it's like even if I can't play with all the loot and like anything more than like just the left side, I'll still make it work.
Peter Bot se la pela.
And I'll still qualify the finals, no problem.
Con Clix están
This is like the most focus I've ever heard. Canada.
Se están pegando, chavales.
Canada is saying
Clix y Peter Bot
he's
se
landed
están
Sandy
pegando.
Strip before. He knows the area
No,
really, really well.
esa-
He's
lo
really
único que me molesta es la
Why are
mierda de
you
este
wanting
de
to
abajo.
land there when there are other strong players there?
カナダさんはこ
まり
のランドマークよく分かってるし、すごく自信があるんですので、あそこに降下するんですが、じゃあどうして同じランドマークに降下してショートファイトしたいですか？
la tuya por si acaso.
まあ今シーズンずっと降りてて、カナダも強いけど、俺らの方が強いですよってことを証明してみせます。
So yeah, we've been landing the same spot the whole season, and obviously, like Canada is a very strong opponent. We understand
Traductor
that.
humano.
We're gonna still fight it, contest it, give our best, and probably win.
Do you have to change your approach now that you're on land?
今オフ大会に来たんですので、普通より戦略が違うことがあるんですか？
いやまあそうですね。まあ本番になってのお楽しみで。
Yeah, I'm just enjoying that we're actually right here on this final, the actual tournament.
Mini Pio, we're excited to have you here. Canada, one last thought from you,
Toyota.
because you know that Pablo and Chino are the other duo who are going to be landing
Toyota.
Sandy Strip. Have you got any words for them?
Pablo and Chino, I mean,
Pablo
they play
Chino.
their game right. They should easily top 5, I think. But if they're trying to grief us, you know we're gonna grief them right back. So.
All right, can I ask that the observers, can we just watch Sandy Strip at the start of the first game, please? Let's head back to the desk.
Por favor, ya metan a los
We
jugadores,
might
bro.
just have to, Frankie, and I agree with her. You know, Canada, normally he comes out, he's big, he's loud, smiles all around. He's got a bit of focus going on right now.
It's a little odd, right? Even Frankie immediately called it out. Where's the energy, man? He's not jumping up and down, screaming. I'm sure we'll kind of see it throughout the weekend for sure. But yeah, cool, calm, and collected. Which I mean, hey, love it.
Absolutely, bro. You know what? And if you've been any kind of tapped in the Fortnite at all, you know the story leading into Summit has been Clicks versus Peter Bot. It kind of started with Peter Bot kind of being like, all right, let me kind of mess around. Let me see what's going on over here. All right, I've had my fun. I'm going to go this way. Then Clicks was like, wait.
Say FNCS,
I'm checking you now.
Zeke, Fortnite fan, please
Finales
for the
de
next 30
FNCS
seconds. I
13
am
tiene
taking
Peterbot,
my unbiased
25 tiene
mask
Clix.
off, and I put it on my biased one as I am from NA.
FSN
What
Lance
the
final.
heck are we doing,
Peterbot
regionally speaking?
4,
Everybody just wants
Clix
to go head to
3.
head. Everybody's like, oh my gosh,
Vaya,
you're NA. Why don't I just go ahead and land on
mejor.
another NA player? With that,
No
but
sé, a
obviously
ver.
Clix versus Peterbot.
Mejor
We've talked about it all throughout Major 1.
Peterbot.
Okay, David's back. Dude, we get to
A ver.
watch like
Buah, se ha
two
ido.
of the biggest names from a region go head to head immediately off spawn. As I'm currently saying that, I do apologize, Fortnite fan, because
Que tengo el móvil cargando,
honestly,
tío.
I don't think anybody here up on the desk knows what's
Desde
actually
aquí
going to happen
lo tengo
off
que
spawn.
ver.
I mean, Clix and Higgs, they were talking all of the talk. They were like, dude, we're going to land on you guys, yada, yada, yada. And then we got here and practice games were happening and conversations were happening. And now Takata, it seems like Clix and Eggs are going back to wonky.
I mean, that's the good news for you, Vivid. You said you didn't want to see it happen. I don't think it's very likely that it will happen. I mean, on the drop map, Peterbot and Clix are marked as contesting each other, but based on the practice games, Clix was winning.
Hoy voy a sacar edit de Peterbot seguramente, 100%.
So we'll see if they decide.
Si Peterbot hace una locura hoy, lo edito.
More likely, we're probably going to see them at Wonky.
We hope, right, Viv? We hope. That's all we hope for. All right, Frankie is standing by right now with the duo. Frankie, good luck.
Yeah, I think I need it because I've just seen some footage that these two were fighting in the back of my interview with Canada and Mini Pio. Pete, can you explain yourself, please?
That was nuts. That could have been anyone, bro.
Really? I'm not really sure because there's only one Clix.
You said both of us were fighting. Only one of us were fighting. It was me fighting him.
Oh, well, why are you trying to knock him out the game before you've got into the lobby?
Well, he's actually landing on me.
Really, though? Because it sounds like you're trying to land on him, but no one believes that you're landing on him.
You know, media says a bunch of stuff, but the real truth is I'm 6-0 him today. I'm landing on him, and I'm eliminating him.
Oh, so are you landing on him too?
No, he's landing on Squibbly apparently, but he's lying. There's no way he lands Squibbly. He's a good boy. He's gonna go wonky land.
Good boy.
Pete, what would your reaction be if he did come to Squibbly Shores today?
Honestly, I just respect him more because of what I do to him all year. So, I mean, I can't even be mad, you know?
Yo creo que Clix le cae al spot a Peterbot y Peterbot lo
Yeah,
mata.
he actually conned me at Wonky. I 2v1'd him, and then they left like a good boy that you are.
Am I talking to a bunch of good boys here?
Definitely not. He's the good boy. He's the reason he's gonna get that last low key.
Okay.
You gotta understand, he actually looks up at me when I talk to him. As you can see, like, look, he's look up to me. I'm 6'1". He's what, 5'4".
Okay, so just be a pair of good boys for me now. Sit, stay, let's head back to the desk.
Bueno, por mí que Peterbot va a ganar eso.
Happening. All right, anyway, so, yeah, we still don't know. Still have no idea.
Tuviera un traductor aquí.
This is only going to be set up once the game actually starts. But, you know, Takata, if this is real, if this is a situation in which they actually are looking to contest each other, I feel like for me, I'm kind of looking at, like, expectation versus legacy.
Yeah, I was fully convinced Clix was going to go wonky, but after
Shark, ¿dónde se pone, bro? Quiero que salgan ya los
we can look
juegos.
at Peterbot, and
¿Qué hora
if you
es?
look just at the placements from
Son las
Peterbot,
5
they're really not bad at all. People are like, is he starting his
Que
downfall?
aún
Like,
no han
what's going
salido
on?
los
Because if you look at the
players.
prior 2 years, 2025, second, first in the majors. 2024, second, first in the majors as well in duos, and even winning the global championship with his duo.
Bueno, en serio, ahora se mete alguien en el directo y se ve así. O sea, es impresionante, bro. Solo para que los espectadores se me vayan, hace falta que haga eso, bro. Antes se veía mejor, bro. Ahora se ha metido alguien y ya está, tío. Bueno, yo lo dejo así ya. Ya no sé qué hacer.
I'm a little bit worried about the mental side of things, right? I will say that they did look like they were in light spirits, right? It seemed like they were kind of being friendly, obviously, kind of bantering behind the Kanata interview when we did kind of check them out there. But for Clix, man, it seemed like Major number 1 locked in, right? Him and Higgs just seemed like they wanted one thing and one thing only, and that was to go ahead and win Major 1. But now it kind of seems like there's like some more jokes, right? Maybe that'll help them out. I don't really know, but it just seems like a little bit less locked in, which could really actually help them out if you think about it. Okay, but in a world where this actually goes down, and again, we don't know. I feel like we've just been pulled back and forth. We're like, we come in going, yeah, they're being contested. Then we see these practice games like, wait, they're over there. That's not where you're supposed to be. And now we're getting these testimonials from them directly. If they actually contest each other, how does this go down? I mean, listen, Pete and Pollo have been regarded as like the best fighters in the world forever, right? They're just known for getting eliminations. Surely they're favored. I don't know.
Look, if that happens, I'm looking at Acorn Bolts, NA's Last Hope, maybe even Cold Rapid. They're going to have to make something happen because with Pete and Clicks going head to head, I don't know how that's going to end up.
Oh my gosh, that is so crazy. Obviously, again, I love hearing from the players, the vibes, the energy here. Being on land has been incredible. There's so many things like getting to hang out with these players here for them. And we have a bunch of co-streamer booths happening here as well. The crowd is here, guys. The vibes this weekend have just been incredible.
Definitely has it, you know, and I'm really, really happy that you kind of talked about the creators, because all those like practice games that Takada has been talking about throughout, right? They were kind of the ones putting all them on. We had a bunch of kind of 1v1s, 2v2s, 3v3s that were kind of happening throughout the weekend that kind of sparked up some regional, you know, conversation there. So just on the backs of those guys up there.
Yeah, I mean, looking at some of the stuff going on in the practice lounge, turns out Virgo might be the best creative player in the world, just taking out every single region, all the Titans. I mean, there's just been so much action, so much excitement, and I'm excited to kick things off here for the upper bracket.
And I mean, for all of the, you know, the fans at home who maybe weren't able to make it out, like, what can you guys give them as, you know, like, you need to be here next time to see this thing? What has that been, that thing for you?
Man, I don't know. It's just the environment, right? Like, I just really, really do love the environment that we get to experience. Like, we get to see, you know, Frankie was kind of calling it out, Clicks and Peterbot, quote unquote, fighting in the background. They get to just physically interact, kind of check out what's going on. And it kind of really does seem the dynamic when you're able to have a face-to-face conversation with somebody rather than just kind of like online or over text or anything like that.
And there's moments like Clicks, who gifted a PC to Josh Riley 2 years ago, meeting him in person now. Like, it's those little moments when you get to see these connections from players, competitors, friends, even, you know, enemies in some cases that have been competing or playing together for so long. This is the only time you get to experience something like it.
And you know what's really interesting about that as well, from obviously maybe more of the player side, is, you know, NA, we've already actually taken our first L this weekend before the summit even began. Yep. Vaxity did in fact lose the race.
Oh,
so,
the biggest announcement.
So, you know, that has
Seguro
something
que
to
me
do with the
duermo, ¿no?
summit.
Tú no
But, you
empiezas
know,
ya.
shout out to them, of course, Ozzy as well, all of our friends who have been here. The spirits are incredibly high. Obviously, we're getting ready to bring in all of the players any moment now. So why don't we go head on over, meet up with Frankie.
Bro, o empezar ya porque se me están acabando las galletas, tío.
Now, we are going to have 50 jurors take to the stage in just a moment. But this, as Zeke mentioned, is the upper bracket. That means no one goes home after today's
Mujer, no te entiendo, por favor, que salgan los jugadores.
Sunday, they'll get an extra day to rest and also practice. And then the bottom 25 Euros will join the teams who qualified through the last chance qualifier. And let's face it, everyone wants to make it through to the grand finals today. So please, Dusseldorf, join me in welcoming your teams!
Ya salen, ¿no? Decidme qué es, que me emociono. Ah, no. Sí salen. Vico Malibuca. ¡Vamos! Ya empiezan a salir. Por fin. ¡Cómelo! Vico Malibuca. Ok. No entendí nada de lo que ponía ahí, ¿no? Lewa y Romero. La pala argentina.
Underdogs, but not underrated. It's Cringe and Twy chasing their best result yet here in Germany.
Estos no sé ni quiénes son. Ahí tenemos Victory Canadá. Canadá. No, era Canadá. Él siempre como haciéndose el chulo del Canadá. 6-7. Y se la pela. Esa es Jaco y Panther. The Thing y Tinka. Pues no puedo, se me va a romper el cuello. Estoy mirando el chat a la vez que miro la pantalla. Ahora vienen los mejores, ¿no? Por favor, que salgan los mejores.
I had to talk to you guys, Vico and Malabuka. To me, it's crazy that you two
Qué
are regarded
pesadilla
as some
con
of the
las
favorites in this
entrevistas.
competition. So much success in this cup. 3 FNCS major wins between you.
Cuando empieza a jugar me como el plátano,
Right
chavales.
now, Malabuka.
It's fine. We don't mind that we're like on the radar. We'll just show ourselves in the finals.
Se viene durilo.
Space at Frigid Fortress today.
Chavales, en el chat, ¿quién cree que va a ganar? ¿Peter
And I
Watt
think all the
o
duos
Clips?
should be listening to this now. I'm
Ponérmelo
just
en
going
el
to
chat.
pop in between you. Vico,
El
you
landing
tweeted today
porque Clips le
about
quiere
being
caer
nervous.
a
This is
Peter.
you. Do you need a pep talk?
¿Quién cree que va a ganar? ¿Peter
I
o,
woke up today not feeling my
o
best,
este?
but since I got my GOAT right here, my best teammate ever, I'm feeling confident. I talked to my mental coach, Pappy. I talked to my friends, all that. I'm feeling hyped, I'm feeling confident, and I hope I can.
Bueno, ahora que empieza todo y va mal, es que me sorprende ya.
You won't disappoint Austria either. Vico and Malabuka,
Vico.
good luck today. Let's head over to Lebanon.
Vico Malibu.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm here with NA West's finest.
Canada.
Victor V and Canada in the building.
Canada.
Victor, I feel like we see so many people bigging you up, especially your father. He's your biggest fan. Cox is always
Oye,
saying a lot.
que se me acaban las galletas y me dan ganas de comerlas. Mira, atrás donde se sientan pollo y Peter Watt.
All you guys need to know is that
Lo pone
we can,
justito
work
aquí,
together,
chat.
dominate
Justo
today,
aquí.
make it off spawn,
¿Lo veis?
fucking
Falcon
calls
Peter
every
Watt y
game,
Falcon Pollo.
That's just how we're moving today.
Of course, Canada. The Osborne situation, there's been a lot of question marks about it. It looks a bit confusing to people. What's going to happen today, from your perspective?
Y espérate, chaval, para el mejor de todo, de Clips y Peter Watt se sientan casi en...
And the Asia team is sadly not going to qual.
Madre mía.
What's going to happen if anyone comes to your
Esto va a
side?
ser un desastre, chavales. Va a ser un desastre. Que Clips y Peter Watt van a estar casi en el mismo sitio,
I was just
sentados.
chatting to the guys about what I was going to
Literalmente
about. And of
están
course,
al lado.
I've got to talk to you about playing in Germany.
Madre mía,
What's it like to compete in front of a
esto
home
va a botar fuego. Esto va a botar fuego hoy.
I'm happy to everyone be here.
Absolutely. And chap, I know you're Swiss, but you speak perfect German. Can the German crowd claim you as one of their own this weekend?
I think so, yeah.
So the casters were saying that you didn't have the smoothest journey to getting to this stage. How hard have you been practicing since you qualified for LAN?
We practice a lot, and I think we're confident.
And Flixie, you have got so much experience at a
A ver,
LAN
dime, no
like
puedo hacer
this.
otro
What's the
directo.
key to success?
I mean, I think the biggest key to success is to just play like at home and like
En el móvil puedo hacer otro directo, chavales.
Is it strange playing against your ex-teammates? Like Vico's just over there, Veno's somewhere over there too.
Like I think we're all good vibes. Like we like each other, and I just hope the best for them.
Yeah, I hope the best for everyone here, including you two. Good luck, guys. Let's bring out the next duos.
Que mentira. Casi inicio directo.
Thomas HD and Focus. This duo is a lethal combination of experience and raw talent, and they're not going down easy. Walking in now, it's Cringe and Falco. These guys are in it to win it, so let's see their ambition be made a reality. A new duo enters the scene.
La parla Argentina.
Rocking through the Middle East, looking to prove themselves on the big stage. Coming in on a hot streak, it's LB Works and BOT. They rose to the top of Asia, but now it's time to break through globally.
Os juro, cuando salga Peter Watt, madre mía. El estadio va a petar.
Showcase the massive potential of their raw skill.
Havoc. El trofeo de hoy. Qué locura, con corona y todo, bro. Joder.
Here comes Science and Scary. These guys managed to break in the top of EU, proving you cannot leave.
Mira, un español ahí. ¿Es español, chavales?
Returning to the international stage once again, it's Nudie.
Ese chaval es español.
What wonders do they have in store for us this time?
Ese pelo parece que tiene un casco ahí encima, tío. ¿Cómo va a jugar con ese pelo, chavales? ¿Cómo va a jugar con ese pelo, hermano? Por favor, que salga... No, tío, otra vez las entrevistas. No, tío.
All right then, Focus and Thomas. Thomas, it's amazing to have you back on LAN. Are you feeling any kind of LAN nerves? Are you
Mujer,
feeling
ya, cállate,
confident
¿no?
that you're going to win this one?
I think so. This could be the one.
It could be the one. I know Denmark's behind you. For you, Focus, what's it like knowing that you have such a mechanically skilled duo?
I mean, he is the best aim in the world. I think we're gonna do good, and I'm confident in him.
And Focus, what has Thomas taught you?
Experience. I've learned a lot from him. There's too much to tell.
There's so much to tell. I mean, he has so much experience. Have you learned anything from Focus, Thomas?
Yeah, he's new and up-and-coming talent. Like, he's so good right now, one of the best players in the world. So, yeah.
Well, let's see how you do as we drop into the first game. Right now, though, we've got to head over to 11-2K with Acorn and Bolts.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Look, I'm here with potentially NA's last hope. Acorn, you're back on this stage. A lot of people had some criticism of your Global's performance last year. People thought you should have done better than you did. Are you feeling the pressure this weekend?
What are diamonds made of? Oh, shoot.
Oh, I know what you're doing there.
But no, in all seriousness, no, I'm not feeling the pressure. You know, it feels like I'm playing at home. I'm ready to win. I'm ready to go.
Of course, there's some rumors that you might be contested. Someone might land on your foot. You've been doing this IGL thing for a long time. Are you prepared for that?
Of course, bro. Always.
It's going to happen if they land on you.
Oh, you're going to see.
Bolts, it feels like people keep doubting you guys. It feels like you guys fly under the radar. Why do you think that happens, even with how talented you are?
You know, I think they underestimate.
Se me va a acabar el agua antes que empiecen,
Really
tío.
the best IGL in the world. I'm one of the best fighters in the world, and we always show up when it matters. Acorn, he's always IGLing the perfect rotates. Me, I'm always finding the best refreshes, and you know, we always get that win.
I'm looking forward to it, guys. No pressure. I got this. Frankie, who you got on your side of the stage?
I have got iDrop and I've got Marius. And we had to talk to you guys, obviously. iDrop, first of all, you're being contested by Falco and Minute over at Frigid Fortress today. Have you been practicing your off spawns?
Of course, we practice as much as we can, and we're just very confident going into it.
What's the strongest part of your game right now?
I'd say fighting. Like, we're just crazy at fighting.
So in other words, you're quite up for an off spawn battle.
Yeah, of course, always.
And I have to talk to you because, Marius, look at your fans. The Gentlemates have turned up. Have you got anything to say to them?
Yeah, I appreciate the love, and I love you too.
Now, it hasn't been the most difficult journey on the way here. Some inconsistent results in the Div Cup. Does LAN make a difference, though? Does it help you even stay consistent knowing you have fans who are supporting you?
Yeah, 100%. It's a big difference because online people, they have a better pickup.
Well, I can't wait to see what you guys do, so please get ready because we've got to get ready on stage for some
Shark que se sienta ahí atrás. Buah, con 14 años llegar a un presencial, bro, eso ya es impresionante. Yo, chavales, yo de verdad estaría ahí. Pero pasa que mi Fortnite no figura tan bien. Ritual. Eso es ritual. Sí, eso es.
Brilliant with the last-minute clutch performance to get them to the stage. They're not here to be counted out.
Cuando salga, chavales, me apuesto con vosotros lo que queráis, que cuando salga Shark va a haber gritos del diablo, bro. Luz y este, entrevista no, otra vez, no. Ahí sale el curve y ve, ¿no?
And his right hand are here to take over the competition. The pride of UK, it's Nathan and Nebs. We know they're consistent, and now it's time to take some risk if they want to win it all.
Welcome, friends.
Randy, oh, la barra Argentina. Argentina, mira, mira, con la camiseta de Argentina, bro. Mira lo que les hace, bro.
Chance, a young duo brimming with untapped potential here to carry the next generation. No, you're not dreaming.
Exit clicks y exit homes. ¿Cómo se llama? Hits. Mira clicks ahí. Riéndose. Le daban la paliza de su vida ahora. En la siguiente sale Peter. Pero ¿por qué Peter siempre sale tarde?
In NA Central, do you think people are sleeping on you coming into this competition?
Maybe because we're contested, but I think that they know we'll pull through in the end and just get ready for a show.
How are you able to stay so consistent even when you're contested?
I think we're really good at playing when we're shambles, and we're able to make it happen whenever.
Now, I know that you've got a bit of a friendly rivalry going on with Rapid and Cold. Does that mean that you potentially might surprise meet up with them at some point during the day?
Nah, I don't think so.
But do you want to see a North American duo come out
Oh,
on
no,
top
aquí.
this weekend?
Yeah, I want NA to win no matter what. Hopefully it's us.
Well, it might be you guys, or it might be an Australian NA duo because Levin.
Esto va a ser una locura, juro que va a ser una locura. En la siguiente sale Peter Wood, chavales. La siguiente sale Piper, el petero.
I just want to start off with you, Maz. You're looking good, man.
Thank you.
Sale Peter y Shark en la siguiente. Buah, con 14 años, bro, estar ahí, bro, ya es un sueño cumplido.
Sphinx. There's a lot of teams landing at Humble Hills. What is the game plan for today?
I mean, bro, the game plan is just to show them who their daddy is. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to smoke all of them. I don't even care. Nathan, I don't even know who you are. Never heard of you before this land. Falcons, Gerald. Just go back to OC, bro. I ain't going to lie.
You came out with a bow and arrow. You pointing at them?
Yes, sir.
After the Osborne part of the game, you guys have been very consistent in NA. Are you worried about any of the potential teams in this lobby? What is the plan after that?
I don't think so.
Hola,
I think our
King,
mid
hola.
game is like their sound. I don't think
Bueno,
anyone can like mess with it. Change that, and we're good to go.
A ver, esa foto me suena que es el Ferix.
People still just seem to underrate
100% tiene que ser él, bro.
Why do you think that is?
Serix, eres tú, bro.
Recently, I've only been performing good in grand finals for like the last 12 months.
Soy el Juan. Perdón. Hola, Juan, bro, ¿qué tal estás? Estoy viendo aquí el Mundial. Falcon, Peter Boy, Falcon Pollo. Se sientan aquí atrás.
No, it's gonna be normal like every time. I think
Se sientan aquí atrás. Y justo al lado tienen a Kicks, bro. Esto ya es abuso. Es mi nombre. Ah, vale. Vamos a llamarte Juan. Juan. Yo tengo un amigo que se llama Juanjo. ¿Ganan los españoles? Nah, no creo. No creo, bro.
I mean,
No creo. Yo creo que gana o entre Shark, King, Peter Wood. No sé. Clicks es que... Clicks no sé, bro. Gana King o Peter Wood, sí, bro, 100%. Sale Peter en esta, chavales. Ojillo, que sale, A ver si sale. Shark y Tenny, bro. Locura. Shark y Tenny. Ahí está, bro. Joven de 14 años y estás ahí, bro. Shark, me dices los prohibidos, bro, que yo también quiero estar. Shark y Clicks no, bro. Es que si Shark gana, bro, ya eso sería ya abuso hacia Peter. Bro, Shark y Tenny, bro. Con 14 años, bro, estar ahí. Oh my gosh. Ya veréis, chicos, cuando salga Peter, bro, algún gesto va a hacer. 100%, algún gesto va a hacer. ¿Cuánto ahora tienen? Ya ves. Shark si gana es el mejor de Peter. Claro, bro. Si gana Shark esta FNCS, bro, Peter va a retirarlo ya del Fortnite. Por favor, que sea Peter Boy ya, tío. Esta, en la siguiente sale Peter. Casi. Ya está, después de esto sale Peter. Me la juego, chavales. Ahora sale... Joder, me cago en la puta, tío. No paran de salir otros, bro. Ahora. Me voy a cagar en la... Pero estos quiénes son, tío. Joder. Pero ¿por qué Peter siempre sale el último, tío?
Who is currently regarded as one of the best in the world, and he's also one of
Están
the
hablando con
youngest
Shark.
here.
Dices,
Shark,
¿lo
do you
sabía?
mind turning around for me so everyone can hear and see
Con
you
14
answering
años,
this
bro.
question?
Pero es que ya si gana,
Actually
bro.
reached out
Vaya
to
sueño
TV
cumplido
last
tú.
year to play with him, is that right?
Shark, bro.
And why was
Dame
it
los
team that you
prohibidos,
wanted
bro.
to
Para
play
hacer
with?
eso yo también.
I want to play him for like so many years because I just like the playstyle that he's playing.
And you used to watch him before you
Está
were pro.
nervioso, chavales. Para mí que está
What
nervioso.
was your reaction when Shark,
Su primer presencial, para mí que está nervioso.
reached out to you and said he
Pero
wanted you
bueno,
as his duo?
A ver cómo le
I
va.
was looking for duo at that time, so yeah, it was great.
And did it surprise you how well it worked?
Not
Sí, ahora tota.
Not really. So tell me about Wonkyland today. We think that Clicks might be landing on you. What are you going to do if he does? Just eliminate him. It's as simple as that, I think, Levin.
Bro, cuando yo las camisetas de TFP las voy a cambiar. Voy a hacerlas más guapas, chavales. Las camisetas de TFP.
Situations to be in, right? You're fighting off spawn against, two of the best players in NA. What is the plan today, Reet, against those guys?
Honestly, it just depends how it goes. See what happens off spawn. Recently we've been splitted in some tournaments leading up to this, and I guess we'll just play it by ear. If we get some good loot, might run them down. If not, we'll see what happens.
Iba a decir yo.
But the games ain't going how you want them to
Iba a
go.
decir, bro. Iba a decir una cosa. Se me olvidó.
Oh yeah, if we're doing that. And
Oye, ya a empezar, ¿no? Que mis galletas ya me están pidiendo ayuda, tío.
You know what it means to win on a stage like this. You've done it before.
Bro, chavales, ¿habéis visto que Peter Bot, en vez de estar practicando, está jugando Valorant? ¿Y quién le pilló jugando
I've gained
Valorant?
a lot more confidence since then for sure. I've struggled with
¿Quién le
consistency.
pilló jugando Valorant?
It's my first time being contested on LAN. I'm going in here with nothing to lose, so
No,
I'm everything out and I'm gonna do the best we can.
El Peter es como que se la pela un poco, ¿no? Si no gana, yo creo que le da igual.
What do you think their weakness is?
I think their weaknesses, they're trying to split it too much. Like, I feel like we're just gonna get our games griefed.
Chicos, denle like al
So I hope they
directo,
bring the fight to us
please.
because we're ready for it.
Like.
Frankie, I know you've got some great Danes on your stage. What do they have to say?
I do have great Danes. We've got Pablo and Chino. And boys, you are one of the favorites in
Pablo
this
y Chino.
competition. You just
Como hablan los inglés, bro, me encantan.
one. There were some questions at the start of the season. So
En
how
vez
did
de
you up your
nosotros
game?
decimos Peter Bot, ellos dicen
Just work hard.
Peter Bot. Algo así raro, chavales. Que no me sale la
And it
pronunciación.
looks like you've done that really well. However, it's going to be difficult today at Sandy Strip because you've got Canada and Mini PO's duos also landing near you. What's the plan?
I mean, there's not really a plan. I mean, we're just gonna do whatever comes to mind, and we're gonna dominate this.
Pablo, people are saying that Chino is the top 3 clutcher in the world. Would you agree?
Yeah,
And what about yourself?
I'm also up there.
You're also up there. Top 1, maybe 2, maybe
Chavales,
3.
hoy hasta que se acabe el Mundial.
Others backs. Let's bring out our final team.
Vale, ahora sí sale Peter, el primero de todos. Me la juego, Si no sale, le regalo una skin a alguien. Por favor. Por favor. Bueno. Toca regalar eso. No hay nadie, ¿no? Chavales. No hay nadie ahí, ¿no? Vale, no hay nadie viendo el directo. Chavales, ahora cierro la ventana. Que la tengo abierta porque se ventile la habitación. Esperan ganar, ¿no? Oh, es que no me quiero levantar y de repente salga Peter Bot, bro. ¿Quiénes son, bro? ¿Quiénes son esos? Oye, ¿alguien me puede explicar qué está pasando? ¡Pum! ¿Vi? Mira. ¡Ay, otra, tío! Siempre colabora. El petero. Siempre con aura. Bueno, ahora sí me puedo levantar. Líder, hoy tienes que sacar tu máxima aura, bro. Demostrar al mundo que eres el mejor jugador de la historia. Pero vos tenés que hacer historia, chaval. Ahí está, bro, salió Peter. Tiene 1v1 en el nombre. Ah, su mapa de 1v1. Era
With
Ardezo.
me from the Middle East, our #1 representatives, we have FKS and we have Hero. And this
¿Quiénes son, bro? Yo no conozco a esta gente, bro. Hay gente que aparece en Tiniro. ¿O no?
Middle East player in Fortnite history. What's it like to be back?
Aparecen porque sí, ¿no? En Fortnite, porque yo no.
Do you think that this is the best we're going to see a Middle Eastern team do today?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Do you think
Oye,
this is the
chaval.
best we're going to see an
Oye,
NA
chavales,
team play
votar.
this weekend?
¿Quién creéis que va a ganar en el spot? ¿Peter Bode o Clips?
Hero.
Yo voto por Peter Bode.
know that the skill gap is now
Votar,
closing
chavales.
because normally you guys win by hundreds of points in your region. This time, though, you had some competition, but that's a good thing, right? Because it means you get to practice more.
Yeah, Middle East is improving and we're ready to compete against the world and be in the top of the world.
I can't wait to see you try. Okay, now, Germany, I think Levin has got a treat for you.
We got the fan favorites. Everybody make some noise for Noah and Rita! Boy, oh boy, Noah. There are a lot of players on this stage who grew up watching you, trying to be like you. Does that influence you?
Rayson.
What does it show?
Con su mapa de 1v1, hermano.
I mean, it just makes me happy. I mean, we're both old, but we still got it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Reason. Everybody's supporting you out here, man. I saw someone who had a sign of your face somewhere out there. We got people representing you all over the building. What does it mean to have the fans here in full support of you?
It honestly means everything. It was always a dream of mine, and I think every of the players here as well. So I thank you all.
Of course, you have a lot to do today in game. How do you stay ready? How do you stay prepared to be at your very best?
I mean, first of all, we prepped a lot, but of course, I played the Reason 1v1 build fight map a lot. Best 1v1 map, make sure to check that out.
Su mapa, qué pisado.
Check that out, Noah.
Por lo menos presenta al niño. 1v1, hermano. No, que hace 1v1, no. ¿Quién fue que
Helped you in the lobby today?
Yeah, we got
¿Qué
pretty
te
good
cuesta
quality,
decir?
so, like, we always just find each other and end them.
No te cuesta decir nada. ¿Quién sí que te ha hecho
You
1v1?
guys do incredibly well. I'm not gonna lie though, guys. It's the stage is getting a bit chilly out here. What's going on, Frankie?
Well, I'm standing next to Cold and
Chicos, todo el mundo
Rapid.
juega en mi
What's
mapa.
going on, Levin?
Realmente,
Cold, I
todo el
think
mundo a
you've got
mirar
the
el
best
directo.
player photo of all the walkouts. Can you just replicate that for me, please?
Cold. Míralo, bro.
And that's how you're
Qué
feeling right now, right?
sabes.
Super chill?
Feel amazing. I'm ready to, take on the competition and show you guys what I do.
Even though you're contested?
Of course, those guys are horrible. You guys are gonna see.
Okay, we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on Four Field. Rabbit, sometimes people are saying that this man, he doesn't practice, but that's not true, right?
No, that's not true. He plays a lot.
So what have you been working on the most going into this, man?
Wait, say that again?
What have you been working on the most going into this competition?
Definitely our end game and our chemistry.
And what was up with the end game?
We just weren't staying together, but now we fixed it.
Okay, so there's not going to be any solo clutching. You're always going to be the two in the 2v1 situation, Cold.
Yes, sir.
And who is your biggest competition here on land before
A
I
mi
let you
teclado
go?
le
Who
puedo
have you
quitar
got
la
your eyes
mierda
on?
esta.
Nobody.
La tecla, chaval, me pone FN, literalmente. FN.
I mean, Fortnite fam, how can you not be hyped seeing this? I mean, all these players come out. This is the upper bracket. This is so insane. I mean, you heard
Entrevistar a Peter
people
Bode,
coming
por
out,
favor.
getting the reactions from the
No han
fans.
entrevistado a Peter
It
Bode.
is
Esto
electric.
es surreal.
I mean, man, I feel a vivid. As I kind of start to think back to the game, right? As I focus in on like having a good time, like, wait a minute, the game feels like there's
Empezar
one thing
ya,
that's important.
coño.
Having a game plan. Yeah, absolutely. And it feels like everybody up there on the stage has a game plan because we kind of talked about the qualification process for this LAN. We talked about how everybody had to place well to get here. And I feel like it's kind of showing in all of those interviews. Like, it's just confidence after confidence after confidence. But speaking of game plans, man, yeah, it definitely.
Joder, ya lo que faltaba, bro. Era lo único que faltaba, tío. Anda ya. aprovecho para hacer esto. Chavales, 1 second. Denme un minuto.
Renault 5 Roland Garros.
De Twitch, justo cuando empiezan a jugar, yo me pego un tiro. Juro que me pego un tiro, chavales.
Talk to him, no reason. You know, there is so much hype being in this environment. I can't wait.
It's definitely going to be cool, and you can take a quick little peek right there. The preparation definitely comes
Ese
in.
chaval representando a España.
Earlier on, making sure that they had their drop maps, you know, prepared for that.
Recordadme, chavales, cuando empiecen me como el
How
plátano.
important, how vital they feel like, you know, the all spawn situations are, how they
Vale, van a
need to feel
empezar ya.
comfortable that they are going to land first and have a big advantage, because you know, these players are
Chavales, Peter y
allotted
está...
one single
¿Eso qué es?
player
La mierda esta para calentar las manos,
and
¿no?
almost every single one of them, it feels like they
No me
dedicated it
equivoco.
to the other game.
Yeah, they have the
¿Eso
top
qué
map,
es,
they
bro?
have it right in front of them. The thing I'm thinking is, you know, we had the practice matches, but you
¿Qué le han
don't
dado,
use the
chavales?
strats in a practice match when the real deal is happening tomorrow. So now today, I'm curious to see how these kind of game plans unfold. Will we actually see Clicks contest Peterbot? Will we see Sky and Scroll to the same strat? Only time will tell.
Well, time it is, because guess what, Fortnite fam? It is that time. Game number 1 is ready, so let's kick it on over to the casters. It's Jacob PR.
Ya empieza, ¿no?
Taco.
Joder.
We are here. This is the moment we've been waiting months for. The Major 1 Summit land from 75 teams from across the world are not only battling out for over $1 million in prize money, but the top 15 spots go to the Global Championship.
The way I see it, Jacob, today is basically bonus Fortnite Nation, and I am all for it, okay? Because we know.
Vale, ya empiezo, chavales. Cojo el plátano. Lo preparamos. Partida 1. Empieza ya la locura, chavales. Mira a Shark ahí. Ja. Pero por favor, Shark, demuestra locura.
Just like that, Dusseldorf, our first opportunity to really gather what is actually going to pan out here across the minimap. Jacob, we've heard so many rumors, seen so many shakeups, and yet here today, it's time to figure it all out.
Yeah, for months you've heard Clicks and his
Sharky
the rivalry for so long. They said, no, we're going over towards
Bro, Shark, bro, tú puedes, bro. Dalo todo, bro. Dalo todo, por lo menos. Demuestra que eres el nuevo Peterbot.
Now it is our term, since now going to be under their own conditions, but we've also seen, we heard our analysts.
Vale, ya han empezado. Ya no, Fortnite, ponme la mierda esta grande, tío. Que yo quiero ver cómo la andean. Vale, Clicks y His, madre mía, ya le están quitando daño a Clicks. Ah, que caen en un kill. No que le iban a caer a Peterbot. No que le iban a caer a Peter. Aurora Shark. Vale, Shark cae. Está encima de Peter, de Clicks. Tiene un... Vale, cae. Hostia, tú. Se van a pegar contra Clicks. Se pegan contra Clicks. ¿Quién es esa? Se van a pegar en Junkland, chavales. A ver quién gana la pelea, chavales. Shark y Clicks. Hostia.
Here in game 1, Sandy Strip, another one in the feed. I did see CLIPEO go down. It wasn't Chino, wasn't Havoc here with Pablo Wingoose. You got to imagine, where else did they drop? Because they're not in the minimap.
But Chino and Pablo, though, they don't seem to really be all that minding of it. They're more than content to just keep gathering whatever they can find here at Sandy Strip. They know that there's bound to be a bit of a clash eventually with Victor V and Kanata, but it's no real surprise to see that everywhere else, it's not so sweet. Chap trying to escape over by New Sanctuary. Things have gone awry because Flixie, he's already been knocked, so now Chat has to play for the recovery.
Yeah, they're already kind of searching where that actual elimination is. We want to know as well, it's actually going to be Flixie on top of the mountain. He did get it down onto Romero. You can see him battling in another 2v1 situation.
Un dúo ya farmeado, chavales.
That wasn't just a knock, that was a full wipe.
Unfortunately, even if you win out with
Tenny,
the first duo,
cuidado,
there's always going to be some third-party action taking place if the time to elimination isn't fast enough. And even then, you never really know what to expect because so many teams are looking for that surprise factor. But Higgs, Clicks, drawing things back over to Wonky Land. They're waiting, they're trying to make the approach. They've sniffed out.
Estos se van a pegar,
Opportunity here, Shark gonna make
Ya se
sure
van a
to
pegar.
close the
Ya
distance.
está.
Wants to
A ver quién
make
gana la
sure
pelea.
he can back up Teeny if
Clicky Shark.
necessary. Overdrive grenade just to get a little bit of the movement effects here, but they've still yet to really tango. And Shark trying to push Higgs back.
Oh, dear.
Clicks a little bit separated, but he's still got the high ground leverage.
Yeah, Shark and Higgs trading shots very, very quickly. You can even see from underneath, Teeny trying to join the mix, but there's
Yo creo que gana Shark. Y Clicks, bro, Clicks a veces, bro.
trying to be the aggressors in this
Pero el
fight.
pico ese yo lo quiero, el nuevo, que alguien me lo regale. A cambio de mi canal de YouTube, nada, mentira, mentira.
And they're hoping to wipe Shark and Teeny. And right now, down below, Shark and Teeny relatively healthy, but a couple of missing item slots and really, really low on materials.
Hostia, Clicks, como pierdas aquí, madre.
Than just a drop spot on the line here, Jacob. This is who's going to strike first and win with their pride. Clicks, Higgs, they're not looking to fold under pressure.
Chavales, si algún día sale una skin de Peter Bot, si alguien me la regala, le regalo mi canal. Si algún día sale una skin de Peter y alguien me la regala, le regalo mi canal.
Yeah, but the longer this one goes, right now they're lucky they're fighting inside of the house, but Acorn and Bolts towards the north, Darman Demas, that contested fight a minute, Sauco, I drop Mary.
Vale, no sé quién va a ganar en la pelea de esos dos, de Click y Shark, bro.
And Scroll. You probably know them just a little bit more than I do, but I just remember a few years ago,
Agüita.
these guys just kind of showing up on the map, the top of the leaderboard. People didn't believe in them, but man, has every tune changed this weekend.
We'll get a chance to check back in with them shortly because right now it's all about what Cole's been cooking, and right now it's Mini Theo on the ropes. Cole's going to
Uy,
immediately
lo mata.
take over. Just fully boxes him up.
Ya han matado al chaval, al mini pollo ese, al mini pillo creo que era. Falcon Peter Bot, ok. Peter Bot contra quién. Falcon Pollo, digo. No estoy acostumbrado a decir Falcon. Vale, ahí está. ¿Contra quién? Contra Charlie. Y un solitario abajo. A ese se lo farmean ya. Yo no sé qué hace con eso. Ah, vale, está con... Va solo. El Z. ¿Qué? ¡Peter! Acaban de matar a... No puede ser. Peter. Peter, bro. Acaban de matar a Peter, bro. Peter. Peter, ya sabemos que te la pela un poco el torneo, pero bro, haz algo, ¿no?
Trying to figure out where he can escape to.
Yeah, the only saving grace he has now is multiple teams look at third and fourth party in this situation. So the two solos
Acaba de hacer Peter,
have a little bit of an opportunity to try to escape. But what they're waiting for here is for the two duos to actually start to fight it out. Until that happens, Taco, they really have little control over their game. Because if they try to move
Vale,
out
pollo, tú puedes, bro. Tú puedes luchar eso.
solo and try to play aggressive.
All I can think about is what took place at Globals, Jacob. When we saw Peterbot in that game one, he made the aggressive effort against Victor V.
Si ese se mueve, se asoma mucho, le pegan. Pollo lo tenía en la mira, Bueno, ya no. Está para abajo. Oh my god, Peter.
Yeah, and you got a huge shout out to Asia Yuma. That is not an easy elimination there. That's not an easy player to take
Peter
down.
Bot, bro, ¿qué estás haciendo, tío?
You're by yourself back up against the wall. If Yuma went
Me quita la desesperación. Me pone nervioso.
Make big boy plays and Yuma is looking to stay alive.
I like this though. Definitely a bit of a 180 from some of the action taking place a little bit northwest of where Acorn and Bolts are at. But Acorn, always regarded as such a strong IGL, and I'm very excited to see what exactly has been stratting out, because every single one of these teams here today has just been anticipating some kind of bamboozlement. Nobody feels safe, nobody feels secure in their original strategies. You've got the counter strat for the counter strat for the counter strat, and now we can see it all come to fruition.
Yep. Now looking at Swizzy and Pixie, an interesting moment coming into this. Pixie, knowing he has a global champion by his side in Swizzy. When it comes to Dark
Bro, ¿has
Dominion,
visto lo rápido que se han fuleado? Se han fuleado de curas, de granadas. Eso hago yo en un torneo, bro. Y empiezo, bro, juego el torneo entero y no encuentro... Vale, lo van a revivir. Por favor, que lo revivan.
Pollo, though, definitely a little bit more concerned currently.
Vale, va, revive. A ver si nadie lo interrumpe. Nadie le viene, ¿no? Vale, perfecto. Si nadie le cae, perfecto. Menos mal que Pollo está ahí. El pollito. Perfecto, bro. Peter, ya ponte las pilas, bro. Te acaban de salvar el culo.
To this competition. Yeah, and it seems like it's not only Peterbot faced with early game trouble. You see Veno gliding down. You see the gray pistol in his inventory. So he just got rebooted as well. So not only we have one of the greats all time, but we have the current NA FNC as champions with a few early game struggles. But at least Taco, they got the reboots back. The only big question for them is, what is it going to be when Storm Surge pops?
Only time will tell. For no Riley and Reason, though. He said he's put in a lot of effort working on that Reason 1v1 map, getting in those creative sessions, practices.
Ese pico de la defensa es cuando sale en la tienda.
You need to put it into reality, and for right now, they don't actually have to enter an exchange with Pablo or you have to go on Panther.
Pablo Bingo.
Tides could change very soon.
Yeah, as long as they have enough gold, they already have control over the vending machine towards Sandy's Strip. So when it comes to the zone, it's not necessarily going to be a worry for the next two. Vico and Malibuca quick to rotate, though. We know they're landing over towards that Frigid Fortress, the actual main POI, so they're going to get majority of that loot. But instead of staying up there and getting early game surge on players like iDrop, Marius, Minute South for the contested fight, even Noah Riley and Reason, they went ahead and rotated towards the south early. And you're seeing a few teams do that compared to online leading up to this. A lot of them would kind of stay in the zone, especially if they had those extra movement abilities.
Vico's got no reason to be nervous, though. He's just got to remember who he is, and it's crazy to think about that they've sort of slid under the radar as a team favorite. I think that there's just so many stars making appearances here at this global level competition, Jacob, that it can be easy to kind of have a handful fall out.
Shark sigue vivo.
They're starting to build their way back in. Same mentality for Reet and Cooper, too. Side by side, Grilly and Jargu getting a little bit more caught up than they would like to.
On the other side, big
Uy.
damage. Grillian to Jargo, a little bit of the bait and switch. You distract him on one side.
Acaban de farmear a uno.
On the other. Mini Pio, I think
Shark sigue vivo. Quiero saber qué pasa con la pelea de Shark y Peter y Clix, digo. ¿Quién gana la pelea, bro? Dime que Clix está muerto. Que no sé por qué, bro, pero me encanta cuando Clix se enfada, bro. Y cuando Peter va a humillarlo, tío. Vale, estos siguen vivos. Aún sigue peleando.
and see if they can get a clear elimination spree against this duo, but it's just not going to be easy because Shark Teeny,
nadie se la juega, entre Clix y Shark. Vale, Shark se volvió loco ya, se cansó de esperar. Uno versus dos. Ya se mueren, se muere. Uno se muere, Creo que Clicks o Higgs se muere uno, que está muy tocado. Ah, bueno, no. Se han curado. Han dado Shark. Tenny ya está muerto. Oh my gosh. Si Shark clutchea esto, prendo cámara, chicos, y me desnudo, bro.
2v1 situation. They have options here, Taco. Do you disengage or do you go for the eliminations? And right now, it's looking like they want both of those.
Shark, you've been here before. You've done it so many
Uno contra dos, bro.
on your region, but here in Alemania,
Por lo menos que mate a Click. Así para reírme lo pedo. ¡Hostia! No, no, no. Mata a Higgs. Lo mata. Una polla. Una polla que Shark cluchea esto. Que cluchea esto. Chavales, que lo cluchea. Que mata a Higgs. No. Pobre Shark. Y le bailan, tío. Pobrecito, bro. Casi cluchea esto, tío. Porque si Tenny no hubiera muerto, hubiera matado a Higgs, bro. Claro. Le mató haciéndole una sneaky, bro. Joder, bro. Casi lo mata, Shark casi mata a Tenny, bro. Bueno, quedan más partidas. Yo confío en que Shark va a llegar a finales del domingo. A ver, chavales, os explico por los que estáis viendo el directo y no os enteráis. A ver, aquí son 3 días de FNCS. Hoy es el primer día donde van a jugar la gente que clasificaron en la primera en la primera oportunidad. Y luego la de mañana es los que la de mañana la juegan la gente que han clasificado en la Second Chance. Y luego tenemos el domingo, donde es la final, donde los que clasificaron, los de la Second Chance, los que ganen mañana, van a clasificar para la final del domingo. Y los que clasifiquen hoy directo pasan para el domingo. O sea, mañana hacer directo sin ver a Peter Ball. Es mi ídolo, chavales, lo tengo hasta de fondo de pantalla en el móvil.
Furious duo in a spot of trouble here. Night and Gone, they need damage. They're only 28 below. They're trying to see if they can apply some pressure. But look like Chapman sitting just underneath that threshold. A singular tag would do it. But will they be able to find it? Everybody is just refusing to budge, even the other duos that are in danger.
That must make you wonder how many players at this edge of the zone, as it continues to pull towards the north, are below or on the line when it comes to that damage threshold. 1 second, you see Night and Gone. They're 1 damage above, but in that split second, they fall below. 25 damage. Clixie Chap, they're in that same boat. They had an early game fight, and this is the struggles you deal with after. Whether you're
No tienen cura ni movilidad.
a bunch of confidence with single-digit numbers. And that's why Clixie and Chap, they also need loot. This is just one tough situation to get
Está jodido,
Clixie's gonna get dropped. The onslaught just continues.
Se la ha jugado, bro. No tenía nada, bro. Solo el fusil y escopeta, bro.
Looks to be a solo overhead, got Night and Gone, but Matt and Cole, they
Peter Boy se está pegando.
who's now the solo. The reboot has been
Está
successful
solo.
up until this stage, Jacob. Now Pete from 6 zone onwards has to try and bear
Como que está solo, bro.
solo. And with so many other teams
Está solo Peter Boy.
at him,
Que
will he
Peter,
get a chance to
¿qué
down
haces?
just barely, but even then, only 2 overtime grenades. A sliver of materials. He's running through his build so rapidly, he doesn't have a chance to breathe.
Yeah, basically needs a full elimination here worth of damage. No extra yield, and you can see his material
Buena.
so low.
¿Qué Peter, Ya está, No, bro. Bueno, esto está difícil, chavales. Bro, pero la kill esa ha sido buena.
Especially since they had that tunnel position control and
Entonces, tiene que hacer milagro.
take out some of those teams that were
Hoy queremos volver a hablar de ti,
they're
bro.
still looking to see what else they can get away with. They're going to pick up that leftover Jug, decent amount of builds to work with too, but Reason Riley looking to try and get a little bit more of that high ground basing, slight clip base. Palabuka and Vico also in a rather isolated position. It's all about who's going to expose themselves first, though.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a tough zone for a lot of the teams, especially those that might not have the materials. It's not a drastic elevation change, but you're seeing regarding to go up the side of Frigid Fortress. And you see Gino, Pablo, 50 below. They land some shots. They're still 8 below that damage threshold. But these guys are experts. They know these single-digit numbers. It's not a reason to get desperate. You can find damage all along the way, and that is their plan. From point A to point B, they're trying to elevate themselves on top. They fall below the damage threshold once more, but Pablo and Chino are doing their best to get high ground.
It's insane, though, just how quickly that surge threshold can turn against you. And Pablo, Chino, they're still sitting at just 75.
Bro, que mora el glitch, hermano.
All the way up towards the high ground. They'll have a
Joder.
opportunity to try scope things out, but Click Higgs, they're looking to make the chop. They're looking to go up. They want to see if they could be the ones to take over, and they'll at least force Chino and Pablo back for a moment. But it is just topsy-turvy, upside down, because Camby and Adi from across the way just looking to take everybody out. But Clicks still got the ball rolling here.
Que me maten a Clicks, hermano. Que no lo quiero vivo.
With the elimination, but Pablo as a solo, what can he do from here?
Yeah, some people would say 7th zone, 8th zone might be too early to take that high ground, but Clicks and Higgs, that's something that's been their game plan since the NA Central FNCS. Bahari, Cammy, they did all that damage. They disrupted everything, but it's them on top of the castle. They already have 2 elims, and when you look at their logo,
Cammy pega duro.
they have 2 different win conditions.
¿Chorri?
They've got all sorts of tools.
Ah, pensé que era chorrifilete. Digo, ¿qué cojones?
Challenge here. Clicks and Higgs, they'll opt for frontside low ground instead. They know that they have
Bro, que mueran, hermano.
temporarily, but Cammy, Hadi, they got to reestablish Palabuka and lost Vico along the way, though. And just underneath them, Ritual Agents.
En la siguiente partida os juro que va a ser buena. Yo confío.
Only hard match left, and they are going to be
Como Clicks gana esta partida, bro, me pegaba un tiro. Quiero que lo maten, bro.
He tried to go ahead and get aggressive on the Cold and Rapid. Saw that one coming, immediately answered defensively, and now they're peeking over the top. Do we have
Tienen
high
high.
ground? Is it worth it to invest? I think it is, yes.
Rapid y Cold tienen high.
Careful, Agers, Ritual, they're in the rings, waiting
Bye.
to try to for a moment like that.
A ver quién le sube al high. Matarme a Clicks, bro.
They had no more. They were forced down below, and look at the spot they're in now.
They just spent so much material when they were challenging Chino and Pablo, not realizing the kind of disaster that Cammy and Hadi were actually causing against them. And Higgs, Clicks, they've now been eliminated from the lobby. Hadi, Cammy, though, can they make this shift in elevation? They're forced to continue dropping, but there's already teams at the bottom of the hill, and Pablo is going to be the next to fall.
That's another solo player out, so that's placement points going in. Agers is knocked. Ritual realized that can't be the hero. He's just trying to stay in the zone long enough to try to get the materials, but I don't think he had the chance. Fox is going to get that elimination. Noah Riley trying to do the same thing. The last of the heals, though, as the Chug runs out, but they're still running outside the zone. That elimination onto Ritual that he just got is going to give him the siphon so he can make his way back into the zone with Reed and Cooper.
But Cooper, Reed, they've got a little bit of advantage here now. They know that this is only Noah Riley. They're going to take him out, no problem. Cooper wins Reed.
Ese tío no voy a hacer nada. Wow, Cold y este tienen high, bro. Pero están full de vida, bro. Están en el high y se la pelan.
Down below, Cold and Rapid also continuing to apply so much steady pressure. They've got the floater aimless grenades if they need them. And Acorn, unfortunately, he's got to do it all his own.
Yeah, and at this stage of the game,
Bro, Clicks y Higgs siguen vivos. Están muertos. ¡Por fin! Lo han matado a la mierda, Clicks. Nos vales verga, bro. Queremos que Peter gane, no tú. Y Shark. Yo quiero. O King. Ah, no, King juega mañana. Es verdad, chat. King juega mañana.
He truly might be the hero.
And Hero feeling good after that one. 7 eliminations in total is a solid start here in game 1. But Reed, Cooper, they want more than that. They want to see if they can win this one outright. Front side, fully in their control. Looking back, where Reed's gone down. Cooper was dropping ahead, and Reed wasn't able to withstand.
¿Qué hostia le ha metido a Copper? Copper, ¿qué hostia te acaban de pegar? Copper, retírate, que eso me... No te imaginas. Estos ganan. Cold y Rapid ganan esta partida. La ganan, jurado. Mira, mira, mira. ¿Ves? Se baja Rapid. Nah, ya la tienen ganada ahora. Está chupado, bro. La tienen ganada. Pillaron high, hicieron de todo y ya está. Ganan ellos, ya está, bro. Le falta uno. Ya está. Ya está, ya han ganado. Ya han ganado. Ya está, bro. Vamos, ¿ves? Os lo he dicho. Cold y Rapid la ganan. Pero yo desde que los vi en el high dije, ya está, bro. Esto van a ganar. Y lo han hecho.
That was an absolute masterclass in the high ground. Stand up so Dusseldorf can see you. Cold, how did you know that the time
Cold,
was
no te
right to
emociones,
take
que aún falta.
I mean, that's all Rapid. You know, this is what he does. You know, he's the best IGL in the world, and he showed it right there.
So all you needed to do
Ahí vamos a
was
ver,
listen. So Rapid, how did you make that call?
Makla descent high. That might have been the easiest lobby ever.
Do you think that people just were not wanting to challenge on height anymore? Because you had it for like 3 zones.
Cabrones, pillaron el high y hicieron de
Yeah,
todo.
nothing they could do.
Nothing they could do. You make the drop down, you're up against Yapko and
A ver qué tengo
Panzer in
aquí.
that
El drop ya lo
2v2
tengo, ¿no?
situation.
Me lo dieron
Who's
ya.
making the call to go upwards
Sí,
and try and
sí,
get
ya
that
tengo el
shot?
drop,
Because
chavales.
you were flying Cold.
It was kind of both of our call, you know, like.
Ahora cuando me meta a Fortnite
go
después
points,
me lo
that's
darán.
exactly what we did.
You got so many eliminations in that game. So from here onwards, 5 more eliminations from you guys. Do you own the high ground now? Do you own it?
Of course.
A ver cómo va la tabla, chavales. A ver en qué puesto tenemos a
Found
Peter.
that victory royale a little bit too easy. So let's see if any of the duos can make it tricky after the break.
Y la tabla aquí. Como que esto aún no está actualizado, ¿no, chavales? Malditos anuncios. Vamos a ver la tabla, chavales. A ver si carga la tabla esta, tío. Vale, Cold y Rapid 101 puntos.
Palito, palito. No te digo yo hasta dónde estoy de tanto palito.
Tú que puedes, píllate la hipoteca joven de ING, que si tienes menos de 36 palos, te financian hasta el 95%. Y si
Clickstop 16.
más información en ING.
Peterbot. Falcon. Madre mía, van en el top 28. Van en el top 28, Peter y Pollo. Chavales, van top 28. Peter y Pollo. Van top 28. Van top 28, chavales.
5 Roland Garros.
Shark, ¿en qué top va?
Desde 115 euros al mes. Además, te adelantamos hasta 4.500 euros del programa
Aquí.
Plus para su...
Top 43 va el Shark, bro. Pobre Shark. Top 43. Bro, Crix es un cagao, tío. Primero dice que le va a caer a Peter y luego cae en Mundial, bro. Es que no lo entiendo ya, bro. O es que han habido cambios que yo no me he enterado, bro. ¿Esto qué es? Los detalles. ¿Qué cojones? Porque aquí sale... No entiendo nada. Pero si Peter Boy estaba en el top 28. Top 31, espérate. Que ahora está en top 31. Qué falsidad de este estadio. Bueno, chavales.
advantage here in Germany. Suddenly a cold front's coming in. That's right.
Cold y Ritual van en el top 1 del torneo ahora, chavales. Pero déjeme decir que esto se les va a acabar. ¿Cuánto punto tiene Peter? Peter tiene 8 puntos. 8 puntos. Tiene 8 puntos.
Feeling comfortable down there, but you heard him after that game. They were like, "Yeah,
Peter,
man,
8 puntos.
Yeah, and he said it was free too, which is the most
Cole
interesting
con
part. I mean, if we look before
101
that, there were
puntos.
so many height retakes. They just took it at that perfect moment. And I
Ma,
mean,
esto se remonta, chavales. Bueno, chavales, aprovecho para enseñaros mi tracker. Aquí ponéis KCP.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be all about the refreshes. You can see them continually
Ok,
picking
soy
up all
este.
of those eliminations. And when we were kind of jumping around from POV to POV, when we were watching height kind of get crazy, right? When we saw like 4 different teams kind of find themselves up on the high ground over the course of what was
No
it,
sale,
like
what the
60
hell?
seconds. The material counts for all of those teams were just so shambles, and they had no chance to actually hold it for the rest of the game. So when you tune into a team like Cold and Rapid, and they are picking up those eliminations, they are picking up those refreshes, they're picking up those extra materials. They are in a healthy enough spot to
Este mi
actually
tracker,
hold it,
chavales.
and that is exactly what they did.
Absolutely crazy stuff out of Cold and Rapid. Remember, we just need to be in the top 25 to secure ourselves a spot in on Sunday for finals. And after this game, I feel like we are looking.
Veamos a eventos. Ven. Tengo 7 de PR. Tengo 7 de PR. Encima no me lo saqué en Oriente Medio, que me iba a 100 de ping. En la FNCS de reloj, en dúo. FNCS digo, en la dúo victory. Lo saqué con mi miembro del team.
No, Click and Eggs actually had a very good
Y
approach
voy
to
a
that. High ground Ritter was like, oh my gosh, they're getting a free
Tengo
chop. They
7
needed the
VR.
chop. The high ground team's kind of falling down. They had no mats. They were just like that.
Y que voy a ser el
Actually
próximo Peter
stealing
Gold
away
del
the high ground, but
planeta.
unfortunately, yeah. The lobby was like, well, no, we're not going to let that happen.
Not today. Well, look, guys, after that last win, guess what? We've got a listen-in from that moment. Take a look.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you in a sec. You're not really connected by much. I should probably connect to you nice.
Looks sad. That's like a high team. If you see a map on, make sure to comment.
You literally just gotta make sure, like, you know, rougher. Okay, misses, we can jump down to the side of the hill.
¿Cómo se la jugaron, Se la pelaron, literal.
Yeah, do it.
La jugaron tranquis, ganaron la primera victoria.
51, 51. Yeah, I'm watching. Nice.
Bang,
Let's fucking go, baby. Come on, let's go.
Calm, cold, collected is how this duo was feeling. And I mean, look,
Los Droma.
they were excited, but it looked like it was just another day in the battle bus. I mean, it just looked like a normal day for this duo. The confidence is there. We heard it in the pre-game interview, and now closing it out. Look, there is one thing I do want to bring up here. Maybe it's not my EU bias, I promise. Not my EU bias, but all the top 3 teams that were in that final zone land at the northeast side of the map. We had a northeast zone.
Put that out there. All right.
Acaba de hacer 6-7.
Standings real fast. We got to take a look at how everything else is shaping up for the rest of the lobby.
La tabla.
Already, look at the points. Aren't crazy, but want to highlight here for you second place Yapko and Panther showing up in this 2v2 NA versus you. I'm sorry, being unbiased. This was crazy, right? We even saw some shots out of Yapko and Panther taking down Ray and Cooper. Just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the 3 duos here, right? You had Cold and Rapid, obviously, you know, full chilling up on the higher gun. And then you had Yapko and Panzer, one of the only 3 duos left. And the other duo that was kind of alive in the mix once we got into the top 10 was Reed and Cooper. But as soon as Yapko and Panzer kind of had an opportunity to take it to Reed and Cooper on the low ground, I'm not gonna lie, it happened so fast. Panzer and Yapko just some clean shots. Watch this kind of phase in right here. Clean shots from both of them to go ahead and secure the second place. And in the mix, we also see Hero off in the distance. Hold up,
Hero. 8x FNCS champs as a duo. But yeah, Yapko Panzer, they were out of match. They made the aggressive play. and it worked. I was getting a little nervous for Cold there when the initial shot from Panzer came through, but in the end, Cold Rapid did take the win. But hey, second place, kicking things off as a reminder, it is top 25 to move on to Sunday. So all of these teams we just saw are looking incredibly strong.
Ya, empezar la siguiente partida.
Interaction is going to matter, right? We only have 6 games to end in the top 25, and as you kind of called out, we saw Hero from Middle East in that moment, top 3 as a solo, mind you, in the chaoticness that is this crazily stacked lobby. Hero shows up big and clutches.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be feeling good after a game
Antes
like
pensé que
that.
Sharky iba a cluchear. O sea, pensé que Sharky iba a cluchear, pero no clucheó.
Get some expectations for what 25, top 25 will actually look like. But yeah, game 1.
Lo hizo bien, chat. Está bien, está
The
bien.
only game some of these teams really need to actually pick up enough
Está
points.
bien.
Yeah, a lot of the pressure.
Yo sé que puede hacer mejor que eso. Yo confío en Shark.
Only top 3, even top 5. I know SKS Hero, they're happy they switched to South Latte Landing for this day. The question is, I mean, SKS
Tengo
Hero,
una selva en los sobacos.
for example, Cold Rapid are. So now they have kind of that freedom, that lifted pressure to play a bit more aggressive now.
I will say, though, Cold Rapid were kind of expected, like you said, to be contested. I don't think they were that game. They did actually take advantage of some of the contestation that's kind of going on towards
¿Cuánto
Sandy.
tiempo
That's where
llevo
they
ya
picked up
aquí?
some of their early elims, picked up some of that
No,
early
ahora
surge, and they could
57
kind of,
minutos.
snowball into the end game. So keep an eye on the early game towards that way.
And I do just have to wonder, obviously, this being the first game in this environment, many of these teams, maybe it's their first time. There's a lot of jitters, right? When you kind of get put in this situation, you're not at home and in the comfort of your home, the comfort of your setup, you know, you don't have your shoes kicked off, you don't have your desk a certain way, right? Your monitors, this is a completely different environment. So, you know, this being game
Chavales,
number
mientras
one,
que hablan, voy a
I'm just going to chalk this up to like, hey, just let's get game number 1 out of the way. Now we can kick things off crazily, right?
Look, a big team that I'm looking at in terms of
Vamos a
the
recargar
pressure,
esto.
the nerves, perhaps, is Shark and
kind of talking about, hey, we're not even going to be landing walk. Yeah. And then boom, surprise, they're here. And now Shark and TD might be kind of caught off guard because we could see in that early game how much respect they actually gave towards the way of Clicks and Higgs. Like at one point, we were kind of looking around and was like, wait, whoa. Are Shark and TD even land in Wonky? They did eventually land, but they took like such little loot that Clicks and Higgs were kind of given almost the entire POI for free. It's crazy.
Por lo menos se ve mejor ahora, ¿no?
Went on, right? Like, you know, when we saw these practice games, don't want to like, you know, dig too much into those, but we saw this go a certain way, and to see like this super long, we're in the zone, and even in that situation where Shark was by himself, it's like, oh man, you know, like this, you know, let's close it up. Shark's like, oh hey Higgs, go down to 3 HP. Hold on a minute. I was like, wait, hold on, is he about to come back? Is he about to clap back?
It's funny, when we were watching that, I remember Zeke was telling me, he's like, so God, I think they're taking a little too long. Like this fight has staggered out too long. I'm like, it's staggered out too long 10 minutes ago, right? Like they've been here way too long. This is not finishing. So the pressure, you know, it might be on both ends, but Clicks Higgs are definitely looking more confident for now.
I would say one of the big talking points coming into this weekend was the NA on NA action. One of those instances, of course, was Cooper and Reet versus Aiders and Ritual. They did not play in the early game, but we actually see both of those teams find themselves in the top 10, right? Cooper and Reet in 4th place right there. Aiders and Ritual in 7th place. So honestly, I feel like both teams potentially kind of feeling comfortable splitting that split chop up towards the north side of the map. I know Reet and Cooper were kind of talking about it. Hey, you know, if the day is going bad for either one of us, I'm expecting the fight to be taken by maybe somebody, but I don't really expect it to happen, right?
I mean, I don't know. Time will tell. What I'm seeing is a lot of NA teams on that top 10, top 5 on the leaderboard. So I'm curious to see if that trend's going to continue. We might see things mix up a little bit as the day goes on.
Absolutely. And I wanted
Aunque Fortnite está colaborando con...
saw them for a little bit.
Me acabo de dar cuenta, chat, perdón.
You were saying, wait a minute, is this a blast of the past or what?
Look, if I was a couple years ago and I'm, you know, sitting down and I hear you come and tell me, hey, you know, 2026
Vaya pelao.
international event, it's Cami Hari. They win the first game on high ground. I mean, there's a duo. You know, Cami has already been ahead of the meta, but it was more a low ground team you would expect.
Ahí donde se farmearon a Kicks.
Especially going to duos. We have
Contra Zack te pone chulo, ¿no? Pero contra gente de tu nivel Pero Shark le ganó en los 1v1s, bro. Shark le ganó en los 1v1 a Clix, o sea...
And you're talking about kind of controlling the high ground, but any
Ahí
single
sí
time
que lo
we
farmearon.
see one of our duos kind of take high ground around 8th zone, anytime we
Segunda
kind of enter
partida.
they immediately turn your eyes to their material account, which is exactly what I did right here when it was the case of Cammy and Hara, because yeah, they had high ground, they had 30 builds to work with. Like, you're in 8th zone, you guys so much more Fortnite to play after that. There's no way you can kind of continue throughout the rest of the end game with that material count. You're going to have to make something happen, which is why I'm a fan of judging where the early high ground takes kind of happen.
Yeah, I mean, when you take height with that low math, it's kind of an all or nothing. You got to get a refresh then and there, because you're not going to be able to keep building out. You're not going to get forward height. Like, you are all or nothing in those moments. And the amount of teams that tried taking height after that, not only Clicks Higgs, it was just back to back until eventually Cold and Rapid at the perfect moment took it, and they had a good amount of materials. So it was a pretty, by the book cleanup.
Yeah, what's interesting too is, remember, like, obviously when we launch these things, there is an overarching meta, right? But then the moment we not even just summit, right? It doesn't matter what stage of the competition is, there's always a meta within that meta that develops. And so it's interesting that, like, even in this game one, that high ground, really, no one was willing to just let it go. How many times have we seen just like, oh, hey, a team just showed up and on high ground, and they've just been up there. We keep saying the same thing. Hey guys, let's look up, but hit the summit. Everyone's like, whoa. I'm just gonna peek up.
Bro, hablé mucho,
Yeah, I mean, the end games obviously are going to play out extremely differently from game to game. I do want to kind of turn our conversation over to
el campeón del año pasado, chavales.
Obviously, we did talk a little bit about Wonky Lane, right? We got Clicks and Higgs versus Sharkatini. Obviously, because Clicks and Higgs are landed over there at Wonky Lane, guess who's going to be uncontested? Peter Bottom Playo over at Swiftly.
Todos fueron niños ratas,
They
¿no?
want to be uncontested. They don't want to take that early fight off spawn, that is. Early fights are kind of their bread and butter. You can see they're kind of pushing around the map, but I feel like they kind of got humbled a little bit that game.
Look, I'm going to shout out my man, Levin2K here, because we were talking to Pete yesterday, and there's this thing that, happens every now and then. Pete gets really confident. He goes in quickly to try and get a quick finish, but either he takes a big loss of shield and HP, and then he has to heal up. Pollo makes it there. They take the fight again.
Regalarme un PC de esos, bro.
They get a bunch of eliminations.
Así me lo pongo yo aquí. A ver si los directos me van mejor.
I mean, if you go down, you can see it kind of just sets you up for a staggered situation. Zone pulled, east from them after that. I think you got to kind of just, focus up, take the competition a bit more seriously.
Interesting stuff. I'm actually curious. You guys kind of talked about this early game and, Clicks and Higgs versus Sharkatini. We actually have elicited from the beginning of the game. Let's take a look.
Segunda partida.
It's a keyboard player.
Joder.
Double scroll wheel. Yeah. They have to sidekick us so they guarantee lose. Yeah. I'm trying to think, bro. Why are they doing this?
Bro, because they want to have a good game one.
I don't think they landed here, bro.
I didn't see them, bro. God, I didn't.
I saw one short, but it could have been for jungle.
I'm gonna throw a fake shock.
Okay.
Aquí donde matan a Shark. Le hace sneaky y lo mata. No, a Teni.
40 cracked. No, not cracked.
Sneaky, le editan, lo mata.
Nice, coming. Tini, come King Shark.
Just so crazy. I love, again, this is like what's the best part of the lane, is immediately getting to hear directly from the players, even in that moment, right? Like, what a crazy play. Hey, I'm setting up a fake shot. And you even saw there, Shark's like, oh, I heard it.
En esta, chavales, en la segunda, Shark va a matar a Peter, a Clips. Me apuesto lo que queráis.
Like, wait a minute, I don't know if they're actually...
Top 16, eso se remonta por Peter. Peter, por favor, clasifica a las finales.
Did they land here? Like, where?
Ahora quedaba top 1.
One was like over there, so they
Locura.
actually didn't even kind of know what was going on. I mentioned that. I was like, wait a minute, are they even going to land there on them? So Clicks and Higgs are kind of feeling the same sentiment.
I was just as confused because Sharktini had a very similar drop to Demish and Darm, who are, I mean, they're close to Wonky Land, but it's a completely different drop, and they were like on the same height, and I'm like, what's going on here? Like, where are they? It was the same confusion that Clicks and Higgs were having, but then the fight ended up staggering a lot. But as we saw, that overdrive play, I mean, that worked incredibly well. It got them a pick. They were put in a 2v1, and Higgs did get dropped to maybe like 5-10 HP, but in the end, they won the fight, and that's really what matters.
Absolutely. So, guys, what do you think? Again, we're just trying to be the top 25. We're trying to be the upper half of the lobby after these 6 games, 5 more. What do we need to change for game number 2?
I mean, for a lot of these teams, it's got to be the early game. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the teams who kind of found success during that game. But I feel like when we jumped into the game and watched for like a minute, there was like 90 players alive super, super fast, which means that basically 5 teams instantly went down, which is kind of to be expected because we know that there is a lot of teams that are kind of contesting each other around.
En el tiempo que hablan tanto, los jugadores estarán calentando o qué estarán haciendo.
It's time to see if they can make those adaptations. Again, this is game number 2. Nobody freak out. I'll do it
Por
for you.
fin.
Casters, over to you.
Por fin.
Game 1 did not disappoint, that is for sure.
Esta vaya,
I
tío.
mean, I know that we were definitely expecting to see a little bit of those drawn out fights, the original starting points getting a little shaky, but it's going to be an uphill battle.
Chavala, que no me importa tu
Look at the
vida.
Clicks and Shark fight over at Wonky Land. Even though Clicks didn't have
Me queda poca agua, Por fin empiezo la partida segunda. A ver quién hace milagro. Que Clicks muera nada más empezar, por favor.
As each game passes, you kind of have to look at your spot on that leaderboard. We know it's top 25 that get that qualification to Championship Sunday, and the bottom 25 have to do it again tomorrow. So you don't need to win every single game. You just need to do good enough.
For Muzz Sphinx, all they really want to win right
Ese a la
now
delta,
is the
¿cuál es?
on contention. Nebs,
Está guapo, el de la
but
serpiente.
not going to be able to connect the shots. No lineup. Muzz starting off into the building. We'll be able to gather some resources. So these two are going to have to meet head on at a later point.
Yep. For now, it's just kind of load up, give ourselves a little bit of a fair fight. Chap, Flixie, Romero and his duo. This is something that we caught very, very early on. I believe it was Chap that was able to get both of those eliminations, and then we saw him down later because of the third parties. And now it goes, they both grab their respective floor loadout, and Flixie that gets the best of Romero first.
Se mata.
Tough breaking point right now for the Argentinians. Lewa going to be left to try and pick up the pieces here, but for Chap, it's now going to look to just prioritize keeping a little bit of a lockdown position here. They don't want to let Lewa escape. They would obviously love to have some more elimination points if possible. And not only that, but you got to keep your head on a swivel in these lobbies. You can never stop anticipating a third party intervening.
Yeah, just all these contested fights all over the map. I saw some action going down in the feed as well for Latte. That's not too far away from here. The Yapko, Panzer, Jonas, Fellows, they're the ones across from each other. And another one of those contested fights where, yes, they can go ahead and play aggressive towards one another, but in the early portions of this, they will at least want to give themselves a loadout so they're not playing mostly on luck.
But I'd argue that this is a much worse position currently for Jonas and Falos, because you have to remember, Yapko Panzer, they've already had one solid lobby, and in a 6-game format for top 25, most of the heavy lifting has been completed. So now Falos and Jonas, they're going to be stuck having to try and escape, stay out of Panzer and Yapko's line of sight. But Shartini, they're looking to get more aggressive.
¿Qué hace bailando, Tenny?
They have gotten their revenge here in this second lobby.
Tenny, ¿qué haces bailando, bro? Vale, por fin Clicks no le cayó. Ojalá que le haya caído a Peter Bot, así lo matan ya automático.
To the closest drop marker down below, and that made it late to take over Wonky Land. This time around, it looks like they got aggressive. They went ahead and pushed the fight over to Clicks and Higgs. The first down,
Matan a Higgs.
Clicks in a 2v1. You can see
Úrame eso. Úrame eso.
Too late. Shark and Teeny,
Una
their get back.
Look, I understand that Teeny
Pero eso ha pasado de verdad.
very strong when it comes to those lurk play opportunities, but sometimes you just
Clicks está
gotta let
fuera.
natural instincts take over. That upfront and aggressive close combat sort of style is definitely going to work out in their
Chavales,
favor, because Clicks
Clicks está fuera.
in their call out briefly before this matchup started. They were expecting
No sé, bro. No sé qué
more
decir.
passive. They know that all you need is 1-2 good lobbies and you're through the top 25, and you don't want to be watching if you're Clicks and Higgs currently, because Sharktini, how many times have you seen them contested at Wonky Land? It's been happening all season long, Jacob. And sure, that was just in the EU department, but even at a global level, preventing Sharkantini from converting an off spawn into a top 5 finish, I would be a little worried about that.
Yeah, and you can kind of see right here, Vico, Malbuka, Frigid, Fortress. Wondering maybe, where did Vico get that elimination while uncontested. But Taka, let me tell you, he actually took down Agers from
Vale, ok. Glitch está muerto, chavales, confirmado. Glitch está muerto. Shark lo acaba de eliminar.
1v2 situation. Well, let's see how good his practice map actually is.
Esa venganza.
To try and get away, but Veloz looking to chase this one out. They need some kind of recovery point, but Reason, he might be running straight into the heart of where Yapko is currently based up, but Veloz might be forced to give up the chase. Don't want to expend too many resources to it, especially when you know that Painted Bombs currently belongs to Panzer and Yapko. The juice just isn't worth the squeeze, so Reason will manage to escape, but it might only be a temporary relief because Yapko and Panzer, they might have a good idea of where exactly the zone is at.
Yeah, and you just got to be very cognizant of where the zone is actually pulling, because right now, you can kind of see the edge of it, so it seems like it might be pulling away from the northeastern part of the map. Only time will tell.
Chavales, vean el spot en el que están. Abajo, donde está el cofre legendario. Si os metéis ahí en partida Battle Royale, en Ranked también creo que se puede. Si os metéis, os dan en la mochila del tío este, de Typical Gamer, gratis.
Unfortunately, a victim of Thomas HD and Focus. At one elimination, we're going to try and propel them forward as they're looking to get the secondary component. LB Works just barely managing to get away, but it's only going to be a short-lived instance. Focus and Thomas get a little bit of a run back here to see how exactly that all broke down for BLT. And unfortunately, yeah, Thomas just too quick with it, waiting on that opposite angle.
Yeah, almost makes you wonder, is that a part of their strategy after kind of realizing in game one, we might need to get a little bit more aggressive for third, so there's a close for long range.
Me quedan 2 galletas. Tanto que han tardado en empezar, pero que me quedan 2. Estoy enfadado con Fortnite. Qué calor hace, tío.
And now Sky and Stroll, instead of overstaying their welcome at Battlewood Boulevard, they instantly rotate the Dark Dominion.
I've already recognized the fact that this lobby is moving at a different pace entirely, and they don't want to be left behind. Staying one step ahead of the pack is always going to
Hace un calor, chavales, que no lo imagináis.
Other teams are playing Hobby and Aminish. After that first game performance, they found themselves just inside of the top 10, and they're looking to hold on to that position.
Fights don't stop. Chap and Flixie from one to the next. They win their off-spawn fight, and sure, essentially, that new Sanctuary would be uncontested to themselves, but after that, you see them rotating out through the tunnel. They put themselves in a 2v1 situation. Nutty's going to be the only one down below, and there's really no options. They closed off each end, and they're really trying to make their numbers advantage work, pressuring in zone after zone. Nutty's trying to go ahead and run away now, and this might be his only chance at survival.
Flixie sent a little bit further back than what had originally been intended there, but Chap still going to get chase cut off yet again by the top of that tunnel, and that might have been just enough delay for Nutty to slip away. But even still, Jacob, relatively low on materials, doesn't have any metal, needs to get a reboot off for Gabzetta, and there are other teams still looking to try and enter New Sanctuary, and whether or not they're also a team that's hurting for some hard material, looking to try and refarm some of those elements, it's not going to be very easy for Nutty to find this reboot anytime soon.
Yeah, for Chap and Flixie, though, I like that lack of desperation for that elimination. They say, hey, he's going in New Sanctuary, he's going to have to come out eventually, and they're just going to wait instead of waiting and moving in and possibly getting lurked, just like you see Janice and Cheat and doing here to Controller. Come on, I'm not sure if he's there anywhere nearby, but he desperately needs to get some sort of a signal. They are gearing up right now to break through.
Hace tanto calor, bro, que ya no me queda ni agua, bro. Me la bebí toda antes que empezara esto. Se ha emocionado, el otro con los guantes.
So for Cheat and Janice, that was a free elimination.
Definitely need to start establishing some territory pretty soon here. Amando stuck inside of their surge base, but if he's that high up, Jacob, you have to wonder how exactly were Cheatin and Giannis able to slip by the watchtower, and now Haman forced.
Esta noche, chavales, le voy a dar al Fortnite.
Do I stick around? Am I going to be able to disengage? Or will I just be lit up the moment that I try to escape my position?
I will say the saving grace, though, for him is the zone is pulling away
Peter sigue
from
vivo.
that spot. So eventually, Everybody will have to go, and he'll get at least a chance
El
at that
petero,
saber
el
card.
petero
But
sigue
what you
vivo.
kind of see in Cheaton's inventory, literally seconds before, he had bandages in there. So you can see they're lacking a ton
Aquí están los campeones de... Por el momento son campeones, sí.
jump on our winners of game one.
Cold Rapid.
101 points, Cold and Rapid. They said, hey, this one for them was a little
Van top 1 ahora mismo en la tabla.
anybody had a chance to look up.
En 101 puntos.
If it was an open, Jacob, it did not seem like it was a Summit Major Land appearance because they just had so much control and they never once hesitated with any of their decisions. So the composure very clearly matches their mentality right now. But Yuma, Toyota, scenes over by the Fortress could be heating up pretty soon here. Toyota doing what he can to try and stay out of the line of sight there from Vico and Malibuca. You know, they're likely to be lurking. Rapid Coldo, they might have just caught maybe a Pupu completely off guard, completely sandwiching this duo. They're both so low on HP, and Rapid, he knows there's only one good bump shot left to make this elimination happen.
Yeah, Cold, Rapid. It almost feels like they chased these guys down in game one. That's how they're able to get their early surge and eliminations, and they're trying to stick to the game plan. Zone is moving over towards the northwestern part of the map, so as soon as they can find this elimination here and clear a path, they won't have much to worry about outside Reed and Cooper. We're at Latte Landing. They know they have their long launch pad then, so they're not in a rush either. And this has kind of been the meta this season with the Shockwave, with the
Son 6 partidas cada día, chavales. Hoy 6, mañana 6 y viernes y domingo 6.
more and more teams staying inside of the zone early on.
But the bigger issue that was building there was where
Bro, Peter sigue vivo. Por favor, dime que no se ha muerto, tío. Que el Mundial del año pasado también hizo lo mismo, bro. Siempre que decía Peter está vivo, tío. Y estaba muerto, bro. Va. Por favor. Siguen vivo. Y mira, se han armado una torre, ya está. Ya está. Peter fue como los... Nada, mentira, chat. Con calma, pollo. Ustedes pueden, bro. El pollo mexicano. Typical gamer. Typical gamer. Joder, hace tanto calor, bro, que me he quitado hasta la chancla. Fuera. Yo creo que me va a quedar en calzoncillo, porque madre mía, el calor que hace. Puedo encender el aire, pero no puedo. Porque el largador está ocupado. Todos los cables están enchufados en el alargador. El aire está desconectado. ¿Este va solo? Ah, no. No va solo. Copper. Ah, es el dúo de Copper. Red. En verdad las FNCS me ayuda para conocer a más jugadores y tal. Porque Rebete creo que lo conocía, pero no me suena.
This isn't the first time that we've seen Pete and Pollo essentially getting cut off by Benno and Curve. I don't know what Benno's been getting up to, but it really feels
Veo aquí dentro. El Peterbot fuera en la puerta. Si sale Benno se la va a llevar. Bueno, mejor que vayan por ahí porque, madre, tienen a la cabra de frente. Vale, Peter y Pollo rushean. Ya está. Esta pelea Peter la tiene que ganar, por favor. Peter está jugando mucho con los picks. El Storm Surge. Joder, le salta el Storm Surge dentro de Tormenta. Uy. Uy, Peter. Ahí está, le pegan y devuelve. Peter, bro, por favor, tío, te están quitando mucho daño. Coño, antes tú no eras así, no te quitaban nada, bro. Oye, como que nos están quitando mucho daño a los dos, ¿no? Juntaros. Que ellos están jugando juntos. Intentan arrotar, ya está. Ya está muerto uno. Toma por culo. Intentan arrotar y ya está. Vale, pollo tira. Es que, bro, la de correr, bro, mientras que tenga pite al lado, bro, eso... A mí no se me ocurriría, te lo juro. Yo en Ranked digo eso. Digo, bro, si aquí salgo corriendo con impulso y me van a petar en el aire, bro. Lo que hago es tirar la impulso y no saltar. Así me impulso para adelante. Y luego no sé cómo coño lo hago, pero siempre acabo escapando. Bro, este chaval está muerto, O sea, tú estás más que muerto. Si estás... Ya está, bro, está muerto. El Storm Sur le salta, bro. Peter. Buena esa. Vale, y le cura con la kill. Oh my gosh, menos mal, Vale, ahora se pone full vida y ya está. Como si no pasó nada. Guau, curas. Aquí le faltan curas. Hay que hacer kills, bro. Vale, ahora están jugando más tranquilos. Ahora hay que llegar al endgame, bro. Tío, la última galleta, tío. Me dan ganas de comérmela ya, tío. Uf. Con la galleta esto. Pero te imaginas que el Pablo Bingo... O sea, tipo que Pablo Bingo y Peter Wolf... O sea, que Peter Wolf se acerca al otro, al dúo de Pablo Bingo. Y el dúo de Pablo Bingo piense que es Pablo Bingo, porque tienen la misma skin. Y lo cachaban y lo mataban. Chaval, ten cuidado como subes, Lo que le falta a Peter y Pollo son las curas, bro. Le faltan curas. Pero bueno, ahí le están dando. Bro, pero ¿por qué ahora que queda Peter Wolf ahí y Pollo, bro? Madre mía, hay 80.000 personas, tío. Antes no había ni esto, bro. Antes no superaban ni los 40 personas ahí. Bueno, lo importante es que a ver cómo lo juegan. Shark está muerto y Tenny. Uf, no, Pollo eliminado. Peter se lo clutcha como en 2024. Chavales, se viene segunda ronda del clutch de 2024, Se viene segunda ronda.
Sky is so trapped right now. Vico and Malabuka definitely sniffed out his position, but they also know why take the
Tiran
risk.
impulsos.
They have the options, the opportunity to try and make their way.
Este tío si no sale de... Hostia, gas. ¿Se lo elimina? Sí. Una polla, bro. Qué clutch. Se la pela, ¿Se mata a este? No. Ya te lo matan. Ha sido buena, ha sido. ¿Y Peter? ¿Peter está eliminado? No, ¿verdad? Peter va solo. No lo veo. Porque solo he visto Pollo morir. Peter no sé. Yo creo que sigue vivo. Pero Peter tiene que estar vivo 100%. No lo veo el nombre. Guau, está muerto Peter, bro. Joder. Qué mal, bro.
They haven't really had to move too far away from home and almost 1,300 damage above. They are completely smothering this lobby and not allowing anybody to even remotely consider trying to challenge them on height. All they've got to do is keep spraying out that secondary height layer, and even the duos that are trying to see if they can...
No veo Peter en ninguna parte, bro. No significa que te dé. ¿No será que tengo la vista mal?
going off the side of the mountain again, going
Que no lo veo.
down. Maybe a little bit of hills in the way for Pablo. Gino, you see they have very little materials, no extra heals. Even though Storm Surge is no longer a worry in this game, it's about where they're going
Lo
to
matan de sorpresa. Lo matan a los dos. Madre mía.
He gets back to back by himself to make miracles happen.
Pero Peter sigue vivo. Tantos nombres, no veo un cambio. Una mierda, bro.
Now looking to see if they can have possible challenge here on height. Malabuka still looking. They're going to drop, but it's momentary. They see Tyler, Matt and Cole, too many duos. A little bit too close for comfort here. Malabuka without any material. He's waiting to see if Vico can actually play catch-up, but Vico left behind. He's just got to find his own elimination here. A refresh is everything currently, and there's no one in front of him.
Oh, we found old build. This is absolutely perfect.
Vico va solo.
Left. Even with them both still alive, they reunite finally back into the same box. But this
Shark sigue vivo. Que Shark sigue vivo, chavales, lo acabo de ver. Al que no sé si sigue vivo es Peter, ¿no? Pero Shark sigue vivo. Hostia, Shark, tú puedes, ¿eh? A mí si no gana Peter y gana Shark, bro, yo me conformo con eso. Lo tomo por culo.
Next, they're going to look towards Victor B. They're seeing if they can chop out his floor, but they just barely managing to escape in the moment. Acorn and
Shark sigue vivo, pero Peter no. Vale, confirmado, chavales. Peter está muerto. Si no lo hubieran enseñado desde hace tiempo, pero está muerto.
Their mountain. Yes, I said it. Acorn and Bolts, they claim this mountain. It pulls up towards this drop spot, and they are not letting up off the
Vale,
gas. This
sí,
is their
Peter está
perfect
muerto.
opportunity. Not
Ahí
only
no
to
sale ni un Falcon
but
Peter, bueno.
potentially take first, but there's still
Oh,
so
Peter,
many
Peter, Shark y siguen vivos, bro. Ellos pueden, ¿eh? Si ganan la partida, bro, me saco la ametralladora.
Vico's right at home, finding that fragger opportunity, and now playing catch up to the rest of the lobby. But Shark, he's been taken out.
Shark sigue vivo. Ah, lo acaban de matar. Shark y Tenny acaban de morir. Ok, sus nombres salen en rojo. Vale, acaban de morir. Salen en azul, en negro, digo. Bueno, por lo menos no habrán hecho un montón. A ver quién gana esta partida.
Still trying to find more eliminations here. Top three, most of the placement points, but essentially two solos against the duo of Acorn and Bolts. And now the zone pulling down.
Bro, yo quiero ver Prime Peter Bot. Quiero ver Prime Peter Bot. Chavales, quiero ver Prime Peter Bot.
Now what do? You're going against Acorn and Bolts. They have 6 eliminations. They have tons of materials. They have 2 different win conditions.
Vale, 1 versus 2, bro, ya está. Ya está muerto, tú. Vico. Queda Vico versus Cole y... No, Cole no, Bolt y... Icon, creo que era. Vale, Vico. Cluchea. Se la cluchea, chavales. Si se la cluchea, bro. Si se la cluchea, le regalo a alguien una skin. Si se la cluchea, le regalo a alguien una skin.
Vico only has so many more options before he completely runs out of space to work with. As Acorn Bolts, they can
es
spray away
imposible.
at the builds. Vico doing everything
Bueno, sí es posible, pero... No, he retirado. No, no es posible, porque madre mía, mira la vida aquí. Bueno, quién sabe, en Fortnite las cosas suelen dar vueltas, pero bueno. Se ha equivocado, ¿eh? Le ha pegado un tiro al otro. Buena. Buena de mis panes. Una galleta.
On Bolts, the casters were saying you must be feeling out of this world with that victory royale.
Yeah, very ecstatic. We pulled every zone, you know, we're one of the best duos in the world, so nothing's gonna stop us.
You're looking like it. Acorn, sometimes the commentators say that you take a little bit of time to warm up on day one. You don't have day one here. You've only got 6 games to do it, but it looks like you're feeling yourself right now.
I mean, yeah. I seen Cold Rapid win a game. You know, we have to follow them. NA on top, baby. Let's go.
A ver la tabla cómo va, chaval.
People had a conversation in North America back in the player lounge to say, you know what, let's do this. Let's take this away from Europe.
Oh yeah, we're all doing it for NA, you know, and Twisted Minds, of course, one of the best orgs in the world.
Dijo top 4.
Definitely gave us all a show. We're going to head to a break when we come
Y
back. Game number
Akor y Balls van top 2. Acaban de ganar. Y este dúo, bro, se lo está... O sea, siguen así, a ver si se la sacan. Shark y Tenny top 10. Top 13, digo. Buah, estoy enfermo, tío. Shark y Tenny top 10 con 56 puntos. Peter. Clicks top 27. A ver. No veo Peter Bot. Vale, aquí. Top 37, bro. Bro. Voy a tener que apagar el stream, bro. No, estoy viendo el stream aquí y Peter no está haciendo nada, bro.
Palito, 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 palito. No te digo yo hasta dónde estoy de tanto palito. Tú que puedes, píllate la hipoteca joven de ING, que si tienes menos de 36 palos,
Peter no hace nada, bro. Top 16 puntos, bro. Top 37, bro. ¿Algún pro aquí que yo conozca que vaya peor que Peter? Ninguno. Ninguno que yo conozca que vaya peor que Peter. Peter, tío. Hermano. Peter, haz algo... Bueno, aún quedan 6. Aún quedan 4 partidas más. Puede que me aburro. A ver cómo reaccionan los demás. Uja. No, no. ¿Qué está haciendo Gori? Gai. Cuando me pongo de espaldas en la silla, bro, madre mía, tú, que el calor.
Se quejó, rezongó, dijo, ¿por qué?
How say do you like you happy, no? 2 wins of NA.
2 NA wins, man. We happy, bro. NA's killing it, man.
NA is it's dominated tournament, man.
Yeah, nah, this is fun though. It's sick.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Yeah, how's Brazil doing?
Brazil is one in the top 25, and the rest is below the.
I'm not gonna lie, we're struggling too. Peter, Polo.
Yeah.
Lex Higgs, like
need more.
It's hard. It's hard.
It's hard. Yeah. Man, thanks. You are the goal. Vamos a ver. Fatsuti WS en el chat, posta es un tipazo. Muchachos, nos están viendo muy raro algunos porque gritamos mucho. Panquen que viene acá mi compañero, pasó algo. ¿Qué?
Bueno, gente, esta partida es muy importante, chat. Partida muy importante. El Móvil EVA yo creo que tienen que centrarse en caer en el spot. O sea, tenemos que...
Chavales, no creo que Peter Bock clasifique a las finales. Bro, está haciendo una mierda, bro.
¿Tenéis la PAU? ¿Cuántos de vosotros tenéis la PAU? ¿Tenéis la PAU? ¿Cuántos de vosotros tenéis la PAU próximamente? La semana que viene. Mucha gente, bro.
Yo lo tengo la semana que viene, ¿eh?
Un montón de gente, bro.
Nation.
Dude, so sick to see this, right? Like, again, and what's tough, right, is there are so many incredible, like, any duo in this lobby could win, and I'd be just amped, right? Because this is kind of like a sneak peek at what like a global could look like. So to see them come out on top, massive stuff. Take a look at these beautiful standings. Yabko and Tans are currently sitting in that #1 spot. What's interesting as well, the teams just in front and just behind them fall early on, right? This is a huge window for them to make a move. And man, with duos like this, Mini, the moment you give them that opportunity, they will strike.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, they're making the most of those games, those early 2 games right there. 17 eliminations for them as well, Evan. This is a duo we've seen on EU performing very well here as well.
I think Zeke might have pulled the trigger on the whole NA on top thing a bit too soon.
Yeah,
that was an EU team on top, bro. Ski, what's going on?
No, my NA bias mask is currently off. Right.
4 minutos que empiece la partida, eh. Voy a flipar.
Hey, let me come back to
Escúchame, hackearon los Atlético de Madrid en todos lados, eh.
Yeah, anyway, seeing them all go crazy as well. And even in those last final moments, right? Seeing Vico super down low as a solo. Again, all of these singular interactions, these little decisions that every single makes will make a difference, right? Because remember, we're just trying to stay in that top half of the leaderboard right now. And things like this are what we need.
Well, it makes a difference. I mean, remember at the beginning of the day, we were saying, Vico, you posted on socials, you were nervous at the beginning of the day, right? We're not seeing too many of those nerves right here. And a really, really important game for these guys. You saw it on the leaderboard right there. They jumped up 10 places by getting the 2nd place right here. And it wasn't easy for them, Levin, on the side of this hill. I just mentioned it. All those teams down below, these guys are one of them. Low on the materials, had to rely on their aim, which Vico is very good at. And ultimately, a very, very good game.
Primeros, Akon y Boss segundos, Tandem tercero, Vico, Malibu cuarto, Gold
quinto. There are not many players on this stage.
Iñaki salta muy feliz, claro, tiene el seguro de compra online gratis de ING y si algo no llega o llega mal le devuelven el dinerito. Porque con la cuenta nómina te adelantas a las cosas del día a día y sin comisiones. Ah, y ahora llévate 400 eurazos. ING.es.
En Twitch solo hay una cosa mejor que ver las suscripciones subir.
Clutching up in these end games, in big moments, in uncomfortable situations, hitting shots like this. And again, we want to see more of it today.
And this is one of the things we were talking about all season long. Both of them are so good individually that no matter what one of them goes down, the other one still has all of the firepower necessary to clutch up. And that's what Sky just did right there. Yes, of course, it wasn't an amazing game for them. Yes, of course, they're not moving their way up in the leaderboard absolutely massively. But what is important for them is just keeping them in the tournament, keeping them inside, of course, that contention for the top 25. Because realistically, I mean, we expect these guys to qualify through. So when they make it to endgame as a duo, when the zone isn't a massive hill, expect to see these guys on top.
And earlier with Tokata and of course Vivid, we kind of talked about the meta within the meta. What are you guys seeing now with about a minute out? Obviously, kind of what you called out, Sky and Skrull, dude, we're seeing them win games, we're seeing them go crazy, but suddenly we're finding ourselves in a solo clutch situation. It's got to be the quality of this lobby, right?
It's difficult. It's also very difficult to sort of predict what's going to happen in these lobbies. You play EU, you play the scrims, you know the teams around, you know how your drop spot's going to work, how they play Surge, and that's a key element of their strategy. But when you come up in this lobby against all these other regions playing their own styles, their own strategies, ultimately it's tough for them to predict what's going on.
I think as far as meta within meta goes, right? One thing we saw in game 1 and here in game 2 is consider height teams being opportunistic, being aggressive towards when getting favorable zones, right? Cold and Rapid, again, it was a zone where they had a bit more to work with than the rest of the lobby. They thought, let's take height. Same thing with Akon and Bolts there. If you are a team who maybe you don't usually play height, if you have a favorable zone, maybe you do have to go for it.
Yeah, man, again, it's with the top 25, you know, we just need those few games. I'm almost wondering, like, is there still a bit of those nerves? I know we're only 2 games in, but we're almost halfway through, right? We need that pop-off game.
Well, that's the thing. You have to throw the nerves out the window now as we get onto the rest of this tournament. If you need a win, you need a big game. High ultimately still is a very, very good way of going about that. Even if a lot of the other teams aren't playing it, it almost gives you that green light. But of course, if you're one of those teams that are outside of that top 25, so many other teams will be thinking to do the same. And that's when it becomes really messy, especially with these overdrive grenades. Anything can happen. So it's a bit tame right now, but of course, we'll see how things develop.
I'll be honest. I'm looking at these guys on our screen here. Deemish Dom.
Yeah.
I think I saw, shout out to my guy Spudson, I think I saw him talking about them where he was talking about all the different EU teams that people have been bigging up going into the competition. Like people are looking at Vico Malabuka, Shark and Teeny, Sky and Scroll. Why are we not talking more about Dom and Deemish? I think they've had, I guess by their standards, maybe a slightly more quiet year compared to the quality you'd expect for them. But you can never count these guys out because every time people did over the course of last year, they overcame expectations. And I think there's a good chance we see them do that today.
Yeah, and I was speaking to their coach, Sven, and he was saying, of course, they've had a few issues. Of course, the drop spot situation this season's been really difficult. They've had to switch around. They haven't found that home. And even this weekend, they've had to switch drops as well. Of course, they're now going towards that west side of the map. And I think the key word that I use to describe these guys, particularly this season, is just adaptability. Every single time they try and change something up, they try something new. They're just such a great team together. Of course, Sven's going to be helping with that so much as well. It just seems to work for them. And that's such a valuable asset to have in this lobby in particular, because again, as I mentioned earlier, you don't know what things are going to happen. You don't know who's going to be rotating where. So if you can have that adaptability, it's going to pay dividends.
I have decided to be the designated vibe assessor and vibe monitor at the LAN. You know, watching every player's vibe, figuring
times, like, that is such an advantage, right? For some of these players seeing their first land, they're thinking, this crowd is really loud. This desk isn't my desk. I have this comfort level at home that isn't here.
Yeah, I think the beauty of us being, you know, another year into VF and CS is earlier on, right? We used to be at these events and we used to go, half the lobbies never played at a LAN, right? And it's like now you sort of look at people and you're like, no, these guys have been here, right? And you do feel that comfortability. You're right. I think it goes a long way. You don't have to think about, oh, am I going to be all right? Am I going to be nervous? Like, you just know what you need to do on the stage.
Place is in 9th place right now. It's crazy, you know, when you start to look at the disparity of the points, crazy. You're like, oh, yeah, competitors are 172. What the heck? 10th place, 76. Even Darkos and Minori there. You know, these games will go any which way. But to see Curve and Veno, dude, you know, we just love Veno. We're Veno stands here.
I don't love Veno anymore.
Oh, sorry about that.
He's coming for my job. All that analysis he was doing, bro.
I was shaking.
When I saw him reach for that telestria, I said, I am finished.
Yeah, he was like, can I draw? And I was like, oh, he wants to be out there. He's trying to be an analyst.
I might as well have said, oh, sorry, can I take your job? Instead of saying, can I draw? Because, I mean, that's what he is, though. He's a great mind in the game, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's absolutely crucial in terms of Curve's development as well. We've seen him just rising to the occasion time after time, and being with someone like Veno, it's going to pay dividends for him.
Fantastic stuff, guys. I'm getting word. The next game is ready to go. So, casters, take it away.
With EU on top of the leaderboard, NA winning back-to-back games, I had to invite a little friend on over to let us know what he's thinking about the action.
Listen, man, I was feeling too energized after watching those first two games that I had to go ahead. I had to jump on with my pals right here and get into the mix and see what's going to be happening live.
And this guy sees NAC succeeding. All of a sudden, he wants to keep the yap going. Vivid, how many teams are you going to big up here? But we're going to find out in Game 3. Ready to go.
Quedan 3 partidas, chicos.
I'm going to be hyping all of the teams while
Pasa algo, bro.
the opportunity to
call out
Me
all
aburro
of
viendo
the
el mundial
boys,
cuando Peter no hace
we
nada.
know kind of where the focus has been in the early game. I feel like Wonkyland, we got to go ahead and mention that. We got to go ahead and take a little peek that way, because if we take a look at the score overall, it's got to be 1-1. But a quick moment before we jump over there, Chap and Flixie on the other side of the map.
Blandean perfecto,
off spawn at the new sanctuary. There was a couple of scares in game one where after those eliminations, Chap did go down, but Flixie picked him right back on up. He said, no, I'm not ready to have you go down just yet. But they get beat. They get beat by a long shot by Romero and Lewa.
Lewa and Romero have been waiting for the opportunity to strike back. They've really got to get some points building on the board, and they need it to start now before we're done with the halfway point. But trouble is still striking everywhere else. Agers and Ritual, they are chasing down Cooper Reed. His legs being absolutely ran down by Teeny and Shark. There is no escape. Vivid, you might have picked the wrong opportunity to jump on here.
Trouble in paradise. If you take a look over how good Clicks and Higgs have been doing off spawn over the past couple of days, the confidence is probably what led them to actually make the final decision to land at Wonky Land. But I can't lie, when the stakes matter, when everything matters here on the upper bracket, man, falling short.
Yeah, let's see how this
Shark lo han matado.
actually went.
Dime que no.
See some third-party shots coming in.
Vale, Shark mata a uno.
Meet off spawn for the floor loot. Teeny takes him down. He's trying to run away, but eventually it gets all cut short. An interesting decision though. We did
Pensé que habían
matado
a Shark.
at this solo, so we can see the return of Higgs.
They know that there's just too many other opportunities here, but Agers first, he's going to look to bring down Reed. Cooper somewhere left stranded now. What was originally just, pleasant vibes between the two NA teams has immediately turned into a clash here as Ritual and Agers, I feel like they're on the hunt right now for Cooper.
I mean, they should be, right? Maybe they're a little bit jealous. Hey, listen, this duo has landed at our same drop spot. They're a little bit higher up on the leaderboard. Nah, we got to take the fight to them. So Latte landing up there. We can kind of see how that one is panning out. Cooper obviously going to be wanting to run away, but it looks like Jacob Ritual and Agers are kind of on the hunt. They might have a little bit of information as to where he is currently at.
Yeah, they just realized they just want to make sure he's pushed far enough away so we can't sneak in and loot the north side of Latte Landing. So they're going to go ahead and work their way from the north all the way down to the south. And because they already have the early sense of the zone pulling towards the north, they're not in a hurry either. And this is one of the biggest changes to Latte Landing with the golden fishing spots. It's almost a guaranteed chance that they're able to get some sort of gold loadout.
Other teams are still looking to try and seal their own fates with these early off-spawn battles. Golden Knight looking to disengage. Tinka resigns. They don't want to draw any third-party intervention here, and they're already looking to just try and create a little bit of space here. Going to start cranking up, but there's only so much material left for them to work with here at New Sanctuary. They're going to have to eventually look for either a fight and a refresh or just a full retreat here, but it's going to be tough because Chat Flixie, they look like they had primary control in New Sanctuary.
Kind of channeling that aggressiveness that we were talking about earlier on, right? Brazil, they love to play that aggressive game. We've heard it in interviews. It feels like the region itself just plays so fast, so aggressive. And then when you show up here on land, everything kind of slows down. So there's going to be a big adjustment here for duos like Gone and Night. As you can see, they did try to go ahead and push Rezons and Tinka, but quickly being held off. And once they kind of reassess, are like, wait a minute, we do not have those materials to continue to play the way that we want to. Full reset, and they do got to be careful because these type of fights, they make a lot of noise for all of the other surrounding duos.
Yeah, and this is just one of those sides of the map where it can get messy. From the New Sanctuary inside of that bowl, which is the surrounding land, it's almost hard to get out as you jump on board Peterbot and Poyo, making a quick rotation south towards Humble Hills. They're trying to go ahead and interact with some of these contested fights that we know Muzz and Sphinx, Nebs and Nathan are doing at Humble Hills. They've seen them go north, but they've been followed by Hari and Cammy. So it's interesting decisions how we're going to see them play this one out because 16 points. I don't think anybody would have guessed them this low on the leaderboard coming into game 3.
Now, things have definitely dissipated a little bit there too. 4P and Poyo, you can tell they weren't able to find anything in Humble. They're just going to default back on over to Squiggly Shores, but Pablo, Chino, here at Sandy Strip. They have plenty of company nearby, probably more neighbors than they're actually looking for, at least for the early starting measures. But Sandy Strip, we knew it was going to be triple contested since the start of this day, Jacob. And I really can't help but wonder whether or not some of these duos are going to choose to stick around.
Well, I do know for sure that Mini Pio and Fukun, they've already kind of left Sandy Strip. We do see them there now, rotating with the zone. But I was talking to Kanata in between one of those games. He said, yeah, we made them leave. We only have to deal with one team now. It's Chino and Pablo. So, I mean, I wouldn't be too excited because there are huge threats to this lobby, but at least one less team that they have to worry about.
Nico and Malabuka here towards Frigid Fortress. I feel like those first two zones were pretty favorable. Whenever we took a look at the leaderboard, pretty much every single team that landed on the northeast side of the map, I saw a little arrow upwards next to their name, obviously picking up big points, but you're going to have to go a little bit higher than that. Yapko and Panzer right now sitting pretty first place, 180 points, and I can't lie, the biggest difference, it's all in the eliminations.
And that's also a very worrying factor for so many of these other teams because we know top 25 can be forgiving, but at the same time, what if you're a duo that's trying to contest the team looking to claim their drop spot outright for finals? And that's where Cooper finds himself in a bit of a hole here currently, forced out of Latte landing by Agers and Ritual, putting him nowhere left to run to. Latte is just so far north of the map, the only places that he could look to retreat towards were straight into the hands of other duos.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate that the zone is still floating around the north side of the map, because if we had a far southern zone or even towards the northwest, but most of those teams would be out of here already. Maybe a few sprinkled around, but it'd be definitely easier than this, getting pushed by Jargu. Sliver of HP. Carillion from the other side, they pick up that elimination. And there's one thing about Carillion and Jargu. It's a team you can almost never count out. They got into that last opportunity, switching teammates. They get into the FNCS finals at the bottom of that bubble.
And you can see their kind of slow approach to that fight as we take a look towards another fight that has seemingly reached a bit of a stalemate. We're going to be looking at a Minish and Hobby. They hear that overdrive grenade go off. They're going to be taking a look. They're not going to fall short to a little bit of a fooled plan, similar to how Shark and Teeny did earlier on. They can actually see the players disappear off in the distance, so they know they actually did use that grenade to go ahead and rotate out.
Like the idea there, though, from Boxerson here. They don't need to stick around. They've actually had a lot of success already on the starting point today. I believe they were in that 8th place position on the leaderboard entering this halfway point of today's competition. So the only things really left to do is wait and see what are Chino and Pablo going to do with this legendary POI.
Oh my gosh, what are Pablo and Chino going to do with it? What is the rest of the lobby going to do with it as well? Take a look at the map. I can't even count that high, Jacob. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams. I think there's like a solo in there somewhere as well. The zone seemingly is going a little bit further south of Sandy Strip, but every single team is looking to claim some early real estate towards this POI.
I think they heard you, because as you said 7, another team floated. Wait for us. We want to join the party as well. And there's so many others in the outskirts. So for Chino and Pablo, they kind of have a little bit of advantage here. They were the first to set their flag at this POI. So every team that rotates in thereafter will not know exactly where they're at, what builds are theirs. Very cognizant of getting caught off guard.
Guys and Scary, they are one duo that is yet to throw their name into the hat for contention over by Sandy Strip. They're still hanging out near Builders Barracks, and Size, Scary, Spaniards hoping to try and represent, but at the same time, Jacob, coming from that EU nation, they've had a lot of experience with dealing with aggressive fighting styles, and yet still here today, sitting at only 20 points.
Yeah, and I'm not too worried just yet. This is game 3, so by the time this one's over, that's when you really look at the leaderboard and see how much the point thresholds control your destiny. But coming into this one, I was thinking, okay, you need 3 decent performances maybe to get top 25, 2 pop-off games, or in some cases, if you're Yapko, Panzer, Cold Rapid, or Acorn and Bolts, you might just need 1.
Peterbot and Pollo back and forth between POIs, right? They continue to try to find some sort of successful aggression. As you can see right there, 1 elimination on Peterbot right now. I did see off screen, that's actually going to come off of the back of a reboot, so they were fully aware of the opportunity with that. And I did have sort of like a drive-by conversation with Fax today. I was like, dude, we got to be feeling good, right? Back-to-back NA wins. He was like, dude, I want Peter Bonfoy to get mixed up.
Yeah, this is just so tough, though, because they are looking to get involved, but sadly, Minutes, Alco, the last thing that they ever wanted to see is Peterbot and Polio barreling down on their position. Cammy and Huddy still hanging out by the lighthouse, though, tells me that they're just going to be looking to trail P and Polio. They're not going to allow them to freely rotate, and that's going to potentially be a thorn in the side there for P and Polio later on.
Yeah, huge annoyance because they're a team that you kind of said it yourself. We were talking to Facts that they like to get aggressive. We want to see them get aggressive, but this isn't just an NAFNCS. This is the best of the entire world when it comes to Fortnite. You're not going to get the same opportunities. Those windows will be smaller, and I think they're learning that with each and every game goes by, and that's why you think you see a huge drastic change out of the game plan in Game 3 for Peterbot and Polio.
Yeah, and keep a close eye on all of these teams like Noah and Reason, who actually went ahead. They left Sandy a little bit earlier on, right? We did see them kind of base up on one of those tall buildings. As you can see on the north side of the zone as it currently stands, what do we have? 4 duos kind of posted up here, ready to catch all of those rotates from all of those Sandy teams that we just kind of talked about. Because the zone pulls a little bit further south, all of those teams are eventually going to have to leave Sandy, which provides a great opportunity for anybody that left early to kind of base up and get all of the damage that they might need.
Reason just being proactive, shooting out trees.
Chavales, recordad que mañana es el día de la comunidad. Van a haber recompensas gratis.
Entirely different strategy. Still hanging out in Battlewood Boulevard. They're hoping see if they can pick up some additional points here off the eliminations, and they might just find exactly what they're after. Hamed trying to escape. Victor nowhere left to run. His Benno just easily clears those 2 out with Curve.
Yeah, that's one thing I've learned on NA when Benno won his inter-regional championship from EU and NA is you don't mess with the guy in his drop spot. Multiple times in that major final, teams were trying to steal away his loot. He just chased them down and sent them packing back to the lobby, which kind of helped his game plan because of Surge. But not everybody has that luxury being uncontested. Muzz and Sphinx know that to be a fact. Nebs and Nathan are contesting them off drop. It does seem like in this game they're splitting it, but what does that do to their loadout and their confidence?
Little check-in here with Pablo and Chino. We know that they land Sandy Strip, 280 damage above right now. They're going for some control. They're going for a little bit of a sneaky play onto some players, but everybody in the surrounding area is taking full advantage. They've done big damage on the Pablo and Chino. They're going to be forced to refresh right now. When we tune into them, they were 260 above, but as soon as they went ahead and took that fight, seemingly took about 100 damage, and their net surge dropped by just that.
Major's Ritual, they might have been one of those duos involved, possibly even Pukun and Minifield. Shots were definitely exchanged. I don't even think it was Darman and Demish. They just immediately coned themselves off, prevented those tags coming through, but Pixie won't be able to weather the storm. Can Swizzy fare any better here? Still getting lit up by these surge tags. He has to find a full elimination, 192 below. He knows that there are players fighting nearby, but will he actually have a chance to strike?
Yeah, and he's officially on a clock. He has about 130 of HP to heal in this situation, which is not much. We're in the 5th zone. Now he's taking behind. It's going to go 2 to a 5 tick and active surge. All that damage is going to start to add up, and he is still below the damage threshold. 346. That's almost essentially 2 eliminations here that Swizzy needs to get by himself with his back pushed up against the wall. Even further now is Doxy, maybe X-Pawn as well, are trying to get elimination of their own.
Yes, Barry, no opportunity to go ahead and let Swizzy get any damage here as they're going to be using the overdrive grenades to go ahead and disengage. That is worst case scenario for Swizzy. For somebody that needs to do 300 damage, you want to be close, you want to be personal, because the shotgun is going to be your best friend. But as you can see right now, the chase is on. Not only does he need to go ahead and pick up both of these eliminations seemingly right now, but he needs to get in the zone. Finally, a tag comes in, 12 HP to work with, 2 ticks left. Swizzy's going to be going down.
There were only so many places left for Swizzy to actually venture through, and Doxy X-Pawn, they just played that one excellently. They knew that he was trapped. He had nowhere left to run to, and just like that, we're right back here at Sandy Strip, and the queue is going to be the worst worst nightmare right now for Mini Theo. It's sent everyone flying, but Chino, what kind of aim course is he running over here?
I need his routine right now. That was one of the most insane things I've seen in quite a while. Not only getting the knock mid-air, but cleaning up the eliminations, and that is exactly why they land at Sandy Strip. They know teams will float around and try to use that as a mode of rotation. We've seen multiple teams, not just them, get caught out because of it.
Super hard to make those rotations when there are just so many teams around. Speaking of hard rotations, Peterbot and Pollo landed all the way on the west side of the map, had to make their way all the way over here to Sanctuary. That being said, I feel like they found themselves in a very favorable position. 500 damage above, as I say that, drop that down to 300. But they have pretty much the higher ground secured as it currently stands. We know they love to play higher ground taco. Can they actually hold on to this throughout the rest of the game?
This is definitely the best sort of position that we have seen Peterbot and Pollo all 3 games so far today. Sky Scroll, on the other hand, though, way off in the distance, separated from the rest of the lobby, trying to see if they can just break in the edge of zone, hoping that they get a chance to try and take out any duos that might be looking to try and cut them off, but instead will find a secure position to start tarping out, securing space, and now they can take the chance to look back.
Yeah, this is the point in the game where you have to stay alive. You've been in it for 7 zones. There's 26 teams. 1 more balls, and you start to get those placement points, so you don't want to have to look back and say, we wasted a lot of opportunities here throughout the tournament. Placement points are now starting to come in. 25 teams still up. When you see 49 players, that means someone in this lobby is running around as a solo.
Malabuka and Vico, right? They almost found the opportunity right there on Yuma and Koyoto. As you can see right now, the zone is actually pulling north. And when a pull like this happens, any team that's already based up here is going to have the opportunity to pick up the higher ground. And that's going to be Yuma and Koyoto as it currently stands. Tuning in with Sky and Scroll. We just looked at these guys 45 seconds ago. They had 21 materials to their name. Elims are going to be helping out with that.
And that's exactly where Sky was able to get the party started here with Chance and Tyler. The moment that they claimed that front side low ground position, they are right back in the most comfortable driving seat. That's exactly where they had so much success in the EU Major 1 finals, and it looks like they finally managed to replicate it here in Game 3. But Deemish, darn, talk about a duo that has been on the upswing all 3 games so far today. They've just been establishing their own territory. But Vico Malabuka, big knock opportunity here, taking out Venno.
Yeah, they don't even necessarily need this fight. 3 players go down, no more Storm Surge. 1,100 for them. Some shots coming in, so they're going to fall down just a little bit, but they're holding their ground. They know they have extra materials, so they're not afraid to overbuild and spend those mats.
Taking a look bottom right, I see Sky and Scroll already kind of establishing that low ground that they are known for. Cold and rapid throughout the day. They've been known for coming out swinging, right? Winning game number 1. But I would imagine now that all the other teams are kind of feeling comfortable towards the higher ground, maybe they go ahead and go back to what they're used to.
But even with this elevation not really being a huge turning point, because we are in that south section of the map, Teeny Shark, they're still on the high ground. They're still looking to take players out along the way. Shark able to help bring down Yapko, and they are still looking for more, Jake, as they continue tarping overhead, but you are never safe. You are not high enough to avoid the rest of the lobby just yet.
Yeah, especially in a meta where you got Shockwave and you got that Fizz Grenade, so you gotta expect things to happen at a moment's notice. Even Hari came, he trying to go ahead and Shockwave forward, but they stayed on both separate ends for Sky and Scroll. They're making sure nobody can get a free flank. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo, they're in the thick of it down below. They're trying to get as much damage, maybe even elimination. As of now, they're good on their loadout. They're good on loot, but they know eventually they're going to need an elimination.
So easy for this duo to quickly kind of change targets. Why nobody is pretty much safe when you are anywhere near that duo. They're going to be needed an elimination. And just as I say that, Rezon finds himself on the opposite side of things. Peterbot's going to be dropping down. The mats come in, but now they go ahead and need to make the rotation necessary that they need. And I'm sure we're going to be finding another elim that they're going to need, of course.
Well, we saw a big solo clutch for placement points out of Vico in the last lobby. Can Malabuka do the same here in Game 3? Overdrive grenade with a little bit of a stimmy effect on the movement, but look at Cold and Rapid. isolated in the mid-ground, trying to take out players as they look back. Sky and Scroll, though, just left to their own devices here, completely trying to shut down what Cringe and Twy have going on, but instead, they'll find themselves looking to stay moving forward. They still want to control front side. They still want to make sure that nobody else is going to be able to take over.
Yeah, sometimes for Sky and Scroll, you need to stumble before you wake up and start to play to your full potential. And this game is a real example of that. Same thing for Rapid and Cold. They won game 1, and then they had a huge hurdle in their path for game 2, and this is a chance to make up for it. Meanwhile, Vico, Malabuka, one of the most consistent teams we have still alive in this lobby, even as a solo, as Peterbach tries to run down one, but he's the one that ends up falling. Poyo now alive, but shots coming in from all directions. You see him scrambling around, trying to build and protect himself until he officially runs out of mats.
Wow, to see what Player can do right here, trying to find some sort of calm in the chaos right now as he takes one quick breath right here. Malabuka, no opportunity for him to kind of slow down right now. He's kind of feeling the pressure from duos all around him. He's going to be taking the opportunity to go ahead and jump into the storm as Scroll and Sky. Look how comfortable these guys must feel. They have claimed the low ground.
Thomas and Focus had the right idea. They wanted that front side level. Poyo still doing it. Resigns, taken out. Malabuka now as a solo won't be able to keep the ball rolling here. Sky finds that elimination, but now back on height. It's Rapid and Cold already looking to try and drop a little bit further. He wants the refreshes, he wants the eliminations. He knows that he can trust Rapid to just hold things down on height, but Poyo trying to take out Teeny. It's an even exchange here, but Poyo coming out on top because Twy is no longer in existence.
Yeah, gets that elimination almost stolen by Cold and Rapid up above, but now they drop down. They said, hey, we're not going to steal that one, but they're going to take you out. Cold and Rapid on top, on high ground right now. Winners of game 1. Sky and Scroll are EU FNCS champions, and then you have Cringe. He can play the Thorn in this entire mix.
But take a look at Rapid. He's looking for opportunities to go ahead and help secure this 2v2. He's trying to pick up all the materials that he possibly can, trying to look for some angles. The overdrive grenade comes up. Sky and Scroll want to take the fight to Cold and Rapid. Scroll does that, finds the Elin, finds the knock on the Cold. They're going to be looking for the opposing player as well. Rapid, though, somehow, amongst all the chaos, ends up on height.
And Scroll, just like that, realizes his duo's in trouble, but Scroll, he's going to take over. Rapid has been eliminated. Now the 1 versus 1. This is everything right now for Sky and Scroll to finally get their chance to strike back. Cringe from overhead. He gets the leverage. Scroll with only 2 builds remaining. Can he find the closing shot? Just needs to get that max hit off the Chaos Reloader, but sure enough, Scroll can't do it. Cringe has won it out, and that's going to be game 3 for Cringe and Twy.
We had Cold and Rapid. We had Sky and Scroll. We had Cringe and the Shadows. And like thieves in the night, these guys have just stolen away game 3 at the Major 1 Summit Land. You got to imagine at this point in time, when you're playing that long as a solo, to come out on top and actually win the game, they have to be feeling great.
Cringe and Twy, can you believe you just took down Sky and Scroll?
Sky and Scroll, really?
It was Sky and Scroll. It was that 2v2 situation. Talk me through it.
I mean, like, shit was just easy, I'm not gonna lie.
Really? Was it really that easy? Because it looked quite tense for all of us watching.
I mean, bro, it wasn't that easy. He had to solo glitch it.
Well, you know what? British players, you know, we have to talk a big game. So talk to me about your game then. What is the plan here in Dusseldorf?
I mean, you just run around, eliminate everyone, and just win every endgame you meet.
And it's interesting because I feel like some of the European teams have actually struggled with the zones with Net Surge. How have you been finding it?
Net Surge? I mean, you just run deep and chill. That's about it.
So all you got to do is just W that key.
Yeah.
Yeah? King the W?
Yeah.
So, Dusseldorf, what do we think of Quiet and Cringe? Okay, then that's 3 games done. We're going to have a short break. When we come back, we'll be assessing all the action so far.
I'll go here. I'll copy your message. Wait,
you on mid, please. 100. 100. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Chavales, me he dormido. Pereche, hermano. No.
Doing it for the boys.
I forgot my hat. Where is it?
I got one.
You got another one.
I got one.
Oh man, you guys can't give it like this, all right? You gotta give me some time. Man, congrats to them seeing them get a victory out in that situation. I can't believe it as well against Sky and Stroll, man. For like just a moment, I really believe Sky and Stroll. This is they're gonna strike. And then Cringe said, I've made my way here based on my skill, my merit, my prowess. Scroll? You can never sit down.
What a performance from Cringe here at the end. I mean, to take down Sky like that, to 1v2, the best duo in EU coming into today. I mean, what a performance from him individually. This is a duo that we've seen rising up throughout the course of EU, a team that we have expectations of because of their talent level, a team that's developing and coming through. And yes, we're going to be biased because they're UK. Yes, I'm sure Resub at home is watching. I think he's actually in the arena, very, very happy. He'll be very happy, of course, because Cringe is Scottish. But this is a team that are actually genuinely improving. They're getting better. Biased hat off. They're looking good.
Yeah, great fundamentals, great mechanics. I think we know that. You saw that at the end, right? Cringe wins because he has the really nice right hand, and Scroll in a situation where you just couldn't even see it, right, to hit the shot back. I think the big thing with obviously Cringe as well is in solo situations like that, he sort of burst onto the scene last year as a solo player, right? And because of his results in solo. So you know he's comfortable in those moments where he is alone. And obviously that arrogance, that cockiness sort of helps him as well, right? I'm glad Twice sort of brought him back down to earth. Like, no.
they've got to be happy about that too, right? Like, hey, we're looking good. We're on top right now. Let's just make sure we bring that energy back for finals, right? Wanted to also highlight Peterbot and Pollo. Finally, we get a game out of them where they are together. We do see this often, right? It's either Pollo or Peterbot as a solo, but finally kind of recognizing, okay, look, this is a high caliber lobby. If we're going to find that success, we need to stick together.
Yeah, we haven't seen that scariness, I guess you could say, for these guys for a little while now. Of course, last Globals not performing to their level that you'd expect from them. Of course, Major One still, of course, qualified here, but still not quite performing as we would expect. And even here today, it's been a bit sort of reminiscent of that 11. They've had their moments, they've had their ability to fight. We've seen them getting a few eliminations, but it's that togetherness, it's that over-eagerness maybe to try and go for these plays.
Yeah, not to be a nostalgia merchant, right?
Okay.
But when you look at the last time we saw them as a duo on a stage like this, when they won Globals, they were playing a very different game to the rest of the lobby, right? That was always the big talking point. They had all these different advantages that meant that the game they were playing was different. Here in this lobby, they're having to figure out how everybody else is having to play the game, right? And that has been one of the themes of them this season is, you know, when they are in situations where they have some huge advantage, can they play really good, fundamental, solid Fortnite? And I think they're starting to get there. They're starting to figure things out. It's a rough start, like you said, Zeke, but still plenty more games. And I think for these two especially, it's just about making sure they're playing on Sunday. No hiccups that send them into the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a really good point, too, because you got to think back in NA, they kind of conditioned the lobby, right? Everyone's kind of like, Peterbot, Pollo, they're kind of close by, but, dude, you're looking at
Bueno. ¿Qué cojo?
Cold is one of the best players to ever touch this game. Not just in this lobby.
Ganó otra partida cool, una polla.
And so I think Cold
En serio, Peterbot queda top 14 justo cuando yo me pongo a dormir, o sea. Chat, me dormí porque estoy muy cansado el día de hoy y sí, tuvimos unos encuentros deportivos por eso.
Yeah, really impressed actually with their calmness in all of these endgamers. You had a really nice listen in earlier on, and we were expecting maybe a little bit of excitement. Of course, they're on high, they're winning the first game, they're looking really good, but just the way these games, it is almost just a walk in the park for them when they're in this position, and that just speaks volumes about their it's not necessarily about qualifying through. And if they can continue to play as they are today, taking those fights takes a really nice time, they should be just okay.
Okay, I like it. Well, hey, look, right now we're at the halfway point of the players. We've given them a bit of a break, a bit of a moment to kind of collect themselves. Right now with some information on the zone.
Aspects of Fortnite competitive. So one is the zones. If you look back at previously, it was the minimum damage threshold needed. Now it's net surge. So it's not only how much damage you do, it's also how much damage you receive. So if we look at today and see how it's specifically, one ended and if we look at the teams, the top 4 teams of that first match, we had Riku, FKS Hero, and Yapko Panzer. Now, I'm not sure if you're seeing the trend I'm seeing, but all of these duos are incredibly close to where this zone ended. Now, okay, maybe it was a fluke, have been important for competitive. This is the first event of this caliber where net surge has actually been in play. So if we take a look at number 2, the zone ended north, right up here. guess who won the match? It was Acorn and Bolts, and they land right inside of that zone. Not even have arrows, because you can see how close these duos actually are in that zone. Okay, I'm seeing the trend, but what about game 3? There. Look, I'm not going to break down all the teams. It ended right here. Winners, Prince, and Voldo. Everyone's getting hyped about that. Land right here east of Dark Dominion. And as you can see, there is not much distance that you have to travel.
Ah, vale, chavales, perdón. Son 8 partidas. El domingo son 8, no 6.
We have a lot more competition to think about it. You, as the fans watching, keep an eye out for where that zone falls in these next matches and which is the strongest, because I think we have a lot to learn. But let's head back to the desk.
I need to go meet that Sulcata. He's real good. Information there though. Like, again, it's so, I love this moment, right? Because you know, we come to a summer teams from different walks of life and placed on Earth into a single battle bus, and we kind of just get to break down that data. What do you think? Like, how do the zones impact? How do
No, absolutely. When getting into the nitty-gritty of what Sakar was talking about, I think the point with net damage, obviously it means you have to be more conscious of the damage you take. Earlier in the game, you're able to and you don't have to take damage. You don't have to put yourself out damage. You have everybody else rotating in towards you. You can sort of little TP peeks out the base, take a couple shots, take that down. You ain't even got to use any shields, right? And I think that is why we're seeing that trend here.
Tifu peaks 20%. I love it. But it's a lot easier to actually take a lot of that damage. So crazy.
Calling your game, how do you describe your game at the moment? Help that you're able to take on another Joe Osborne and often win?
Sometimes if we speak, make it work.
What do you prefer to do? Do you prefer to get that
I don't mind, I think counter. The search doesn't really matter because we just like kill them.
I feel like the team is going to play it safe. So how do you judge the risk in this situation, Panda? How do you make the judgment call as to whether to fight or leave it? And what's held you back in the end game so far?
It's probably the last movie. Like we just need one more refresh, maybe like one more zone pull. So a little bit more luck and we can probably win next game.
Well, you might as well give it a shot, guys, because you've already qualified for Championship Sunday. So congratulations. Let's head back.
It's interesting. I feel like there's oh yeah, no doubt. Yes. This is not the strats that they were preparing for Championship Sunday. To give your team the experience to qualify through. I think you have to keep some of those strats under wraps. You have to adapt to the lobby that you're in, of course, but there's going to be some things that we can
How can you condition the teams around you make them easy to play a certain way, make them expect things that are going to throw them off when you decide to change things. It's all about conditions.
I like that. We actually have a very special interview. Typical gamer. Where is it? You dressed up as an icon.
Typical gamer.
But I think for the special meet and greet I'm having tonight,
congratulations. I love that you can put out like wait, and then it's happening. You're celebrating. How did you feel though?
I finally have an icon outfit in Fortnite after years. I didn't expect to fly away from motion like that. It was all great seeing everybody come out and support. What an incredible moment.
May not know, but the fact that you kind of got a little like a nod to your wife, right? I remember commenting her all the way back in like fall skirmish, bro. Talk to me a little bit about it.
Yeah, well, she outplaced me in the first pro-am that happened for a very long time. And it was so great to get a nod to her. Which is, of course, her last name. And I have a wedding ring.
Dude, I love that. Of course, I don't know. You might have one of the coolest pickaxes we've ever seen.
It's actually great to see people rocking it during the tournament. I think stuff on Sunday. I just have
own thing happening right now.
Yeah. So it's a meet and greet in person. It's going to be a live stream as well in Seattle. So if anybody's in the area, come through.
So sick. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I want to give you the floor, though. But make sure to let fans know where they can find you and anything you want to say.
You guys can find me on @TypicalGamer on everything. My icon outfit's in the item shop right now. Pick it up. Go to Typical Gamer, and I'm excited to see you again. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, TG. Congrats again, man.
Thank you so much, Z. Have a great day.
You too, bro. Man, TG, dude. It's sick, bro.
I have a story about it. Don't know. And I remember there was a clip of TG when everybody wanted to see him get in the game. And he goes, now. And I was like, oh, I used to watch you. You're my guy. You know, yeah, no, I couldn't apologized to me and said he got in the game himself because he
oh my gosh.
He deserves it. He's been waiting a long time, and he's even a good competitive player as well. I remember playing with Noah W Plays. It was a few seasons ago. They made like Heat semi-finals, like that sort of stage of competition. Pretty good competitive Fortnite player as well. So definitely holding a few skills in that locker as well as his new icon out.
Yeah, man, so awesome. Congrats again, TG. Love that you have the icon. If you guys want that, go check it out. It's in the item shop. Once again, congratulations to him. Also, he called out if you're in Seattle. Hey, come hang out. You might be able to meet and greet, say what's up, TG, give a big high five, say I'm gonna use your pickaxe forever. All right, guys, let's get ready though and focus back in the onto the competition. What are we excited to see, right? We're now halfway with 3 games left to go. I feel like if I'm outside of that top 25 bubble, I'm starting to think, okay, I need to kind of put together something, right? Like we need to pull out some kind of strategy. And again, look at Sky and Scroll in 8th place, right? Up 30 placements off of that game.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know who's outside of that top 25. I'm really curious if there's any big surprises. I think initially the first name that's jumping out to me, Ages, Enrich, or We saw them have a good start, right? I was really surprised by how good they had done after game one, but they fell out. And that is not where you want to see them right now.
I'm looking at Pixie and Swizzy as well. Of course, a team that a lot of people were looking at going into this weekend. They're a team that have sort of been improving throughout the season. They had a bit of a rough start, came into the major finals absolutely, I suppose you could say, dudded day one. They was way down on the leaderboard. And then day two, they came out flying. So they're a team that knows how to perform in the latter half of competitions. Can they do it now?
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Clicks and Higgs, 35th. That is not where they want to be. The past two games, Shark and Teeny have given them that work of Spawn. And it's not necessarily what we were expecting, especially after how impressive they've done in some of the practice games yesterday. But Shark and Teeny reminding Clicks and Higgs, we are top dogs in the server, off Spawn, wherever you want to fight us.
And if you think about it, you could almost say going into this weekend, they had two plans. It was either land on Peterborough or it was to land on Shark and Teeny. If they now think, oh, let's go to plan B, it's now landing on Peterborough, right? That's not a very nice plan B to have. So do they have plan C? Do they have plan D? We'll have to wait and see about that. But I think this is the point of the tournament, Zeke, where you have to sort of categorize yourself as a team. It's like, right, are we a team that's trying to break into that top 25? If so, how do we go about doing that? If you're a team that's already in the top 25, how do we hold on to that position? Do we take as many risks? And if you're a team that's in that top 25 comfortably for Sunday, how do we then condition the rest of the lobby?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm looking at this 41st to 50th, and there's too many, you know, Brazil teams, Middle Eastern teams. I want to see some of these smaller regions really sort of push their way in. One of the most exciting parts of Summit for me was, you know, the 15 qualification spots. This was the best chance, or this still is the best chance we have had in a long time to see a lot more of the teams from those regions take up some of the global championship slots. And I think it'd be a shame to see them fall short here.
Yeah, man, it's got to be weighing on the back of your mind, right? There is so much pressure. And you could kind of say like, all right, maybe we take it to lower bracket. But again, if you make the same mistakes, you just have that one chance, right? And then that's it. You can't even look to compete for one of these top 15 spots. So, you know, but yeah, as we remember, we can't forget Yapko and Panzer rather at the top of the leaderboard, currently leading in eliminations as well. So it's very, very difficult. Take a look. Yapko at 12. Actually, just kidding. Tied with Vico. Woo, Vico.
Big Vico. Get it right. Mr. Big Vico. I think
my bad.
The thing we said about Vico earlier, right, is this guy is one of the best fraggers in the world. Showcasing it here on the stage. I think the great thing about all of these guys here is we know how great they are as fraggers. In the case of Dom and Sky, it's interesting you have two players who actually are the IGLs or the leaders of their team, and they're still leading the way when it comes to the fragging. Again, it just shows how talented some of these boys are. A lot of EU, I might add as well.
A lot of EU on there, yeah. What's that about, Zeke? Was your hat gone missing?
Was this an EU only list? Is there like another list of the top fraggers?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm completely unbiased, Zeke, right now, okay?
You have to
calm down. I'm sure you guys can kind of hear it as well. You can see it on camera. Players are starting to return back, start to take their places up on that battle bus to continue the competition. And, you know, as I'm looking at some of these faces, man, I'm seeing some of them excited, happy. Others, I can tell, they've taken this time. They've really utilized this time to try and say, hey, we have a plan. We need these 3 games now.
Yeah, we saw it in the background of those interviews. They were actually VODing. They were looking at some of their VODs. They can't do it up on the stage. I think some people maybe at home don't know that. You can't sit and watch the VODs after you go out of the game. So that's going to be some vital time to not only do that, maybe talk to some of their mental coaches, some of their in-game coaches as well, even some parents, just people to help you calm down a little bit, particularly if you are a team that's lower down on that leaderboard. This section of the tournament is really where the experienced players, the players that have played on this sort of stage before, will now come good because they're able to utilize that time really effectively.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these teams, you know, especially ones further down, a lot of it's going to come down to looking for opportunities within the lobby in their area, right? Is there any loot we can cut off? Is there any way we can just get an advantage on some of these teams that have been getting the upper hand on us around where we land? And yeah, you just have to pull out. All you need is one really good game for some of those teams who are just on the outside, right? And so you just got to make it happen now.
Yeah, and we can't forget as well, if you're a team like Yapko and Panzer, right, who are currently sitting in first place, you're thinking to yourself, all right, well, I'm good. I've qualified. Maybe I could even look to maybe test some of these other teams, push them down to the lower bracket. You know, that's where this situation starts to get really complex, right? That's where the mind games start to come into play. Well, I know Mini and Lev, they kind of go here, I'm doing okay. Maybe I go show up there, slow them down a little bit, right?
It can make a difference. I mean, that's something that you were talking about earlier, Levin, that conditioning. Easier said than done, though, of course. I think you have to identify whether you are a team that's actually guaranteed to be qualifying through before trying anything too crazy like that. But you're right, it's something that those sort of teams, Yakko, Panda, will have been looking at. How do we now condition the rest of the lobby so that we have a potentially easier run on Sunday?
We've seen a couple teams said it before the tournament even started. There were a couple players who said, I think I saw it in the case of like Shark and Teeny, right? Shark was saying to Clicks, if we are in a qual spot and you're not, we don't care about the rest of the games. We're just making sure you don't qualify. And that becomes a very scary prospect if you are a team in a similar situation, which there are a couple teams in that spot right now.
And use that example, though, right? Clicks and Higgs are thinking, okay, so game one, we got it. It took a long time, but we wiped them. And now game two, we come back, they clap back instantly. Like, what the heck? We have 3 games to try and put something together. And again, like, think about that day two. Think about that lower bracket. Even if we use the same example of Clicks and Higgs, they're currently in that upper bracket, right? They suddenly drop down in the lower bracket. Well, their plans have changed. Maybe someone else is looking to come to Wonky. Maybe someone in the lower bracket says, hey, wait a minute. If they come down into the lower bracket, maybe we would be willing to contest Wonky, right? And that's just one duo, Lev. How many other duos are kind of waiting for that opportunity in the lower bracket?
I think there are a few.
Yeah.
I think based on what we've seen, let's go back to our example of Shark and Teeny. I don't think anybody in the lower bracket is looking at these guys as we might want to land on them, right? Especially after what we've seen so far. And so I think it just goes to show what you do here, even if you are in a secure spot, still does matter. Like you said, for those teams of, you know, you ward them away and say, okay, if we do qualify out of lower bracket tomorrow, stay clear of Yapko and Panzer. They are not the ones you want to fight. They are going to hurt you. That's what you want to do in this lobby right now.
And remember, the players that do end up dropping down to lower bracket, it's extra scary for them. It's not just who they're contesting, who's going to be at their drop spot. It's also, you genuinely don't know what the rest of that lobby is looking like. Yeah, you know you have 25 teams that are already in that lobby, but there'll be some teams, of course, 25 of them that do end up dropping down to lower bracket, be in that lobby as well. So you just cannot plan for anything in advance for that lower bracket lobby is looking like. So you just want to make it through here already in that lobby. But there'll be some teams that do end up staying down to lower bracket, be in that lobby as well. So you just cannot plan for
yourself in that situation, right? Shark and Teeny, look, Shark's first time on a stage like this, I think everybody was curious as to whether or not he'd crumble, you know, with the pressure on him. I've tried my best to speak to him a bunch throughout, you know, the days we've been here, and he's just adamant. Every time I speak to him, he's adamant, Levin, I'm fine. Like, it's like, everyone keeps making this a big deal, like, oh, am I going to be nervous?
Ese pelo que me lleva Shark.
And we know Teeny has done this many times before. I'm happy that
Chavales, mi padre ya ha terminado el discurso. Ya podemos disfrutar de esto.
Yeah, that's kind of like the cool part about the upper bracket.
Van top 6, Shark y Teeny.
Or like, hey, well, day one, you're gonna have day one and day two, kind of 12 games, kind of collectively, you know, see how that goes. Like, well, day one, you've got 6 games to just be in the top 25.
Yeah. And to be honest, like, you don't even want to be thinking about day two. You just need to make it happen here. Because day 2-8, it's the lower bracket. It don't get much easier. You got top teams in that lobby. You got guys like Ionzo and Josh waiting for you, waiting for you. It's like Ionzo's like a hungry bear, right? If I told you, hey, there's a hungry bear in that forest, you want to go
Van top 2 o top 3. No, van top 3 creo.
It's the same thing in the lower bracket. You don't want to go there where these guys are waiting. They're hungry for an opportunity.
Vico y este.
Did well in the second chance. They took that chance incredibly well, and they will take it tomorrow if you aren't careful and if you slip up. And so you have to make it here in these next 3 games.
Yeah, you're right. All those teams have performed when their backs are against the walls, and that's exactly what's going to be happening now tomorrow. You just don't want to be going there. You can't see it as, oh, if we don't do well today, we've always got tomorrow.
Y de top 14, tío. Hazme un puto top 1, bro.
I genuinely don't know what the solution is for them, particularly now that Shark and Teeny have started to come into it. They're looking really good. How are they going to affect their gameplay? Do they switch up their entire drop spot? Do they end up landing on Pizza What? We haven't seen those guys having an amazing performance so far today. How are they going to do contested? Is it worth wasting a game to try and contest them? It's going to be tough to say, but it's been a fantastic day of competition so far. And this is when things really start to heat up.
And what's interesting too, and I love, like, this is so complex. The more you think about this whole situation, the crazier it gets, right? This is, upper bracket is a double-edged sword, right? You come in,
you kind of show off maybe some of your strategies, some of your plans. But you got to be thinking in your back of your mind, well, those 25 duos are watching me day one.
Yeah.
So I'm already burning myself mentally trying to play and show that I can be in the top 25 day one. Oh, I missed it. Now I'm going into day two and everyone's looking at you going, hey, I just watched your entire day yesterday.
Yeah.
Those things that you might have tried to do yesterday, I've already come up with an opportunity to strike back.
But then you can think of it in the other way. It's like, is it more valuable to get the experience on the stage, to play day one, to look back at where things are going wrong? Or is it more valuable to watch what happened in day one and look back at those VODs?
I'm very happy to see this duo looking strong, looking good. Again, close to that threshold, but no reason. If you've been watching them in EU of late over the past sort of couple months, even the past couple of years, it feels like they always just sort of teeter around that line, Mini, where they're almost there, and in the last couple of games they make a final big push and qualify. And I think there's a good chance we see that happen today.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, we're looking, you know, Reason as one of the really consistent LAN performers. He's been slowly but surely improving on each one of these LANs that he's qualified for.
Yeah.
So it's actually nice to see him in this position and hopefully doing the same on Sunday, because his trajectory has just only been going up.
It's just straight improvement. Yeah. He's been at every single FNCS LAN since Invitational, and at every single one, his placement has improved and improved and improved. Is that trend going to continue, or is the reason 1v1 money too much that now you don't even care about the competitive? I hope not. He seemed to suggest not. He seemed to suggest, you know, he's using the map to keep his skills sharp and performing at the best level.
He wants to win, doesn't he? He's one of these sort of characters. He wants to win. You know, I think that's going to only make him sort of take the chains off a little bit in terms of the 1v1 map. It'll hopefully, you know, help improve as well. But no, he's gonna be really confident this weekend, especially since he's just been performing so well on that.
Yeah, and you got to think too, in front of a crowd like this, home turf, like there's even that little bit of added extra pressure, right? Again, that's these situations are so complex. I know sometimes you can kind of look at a situation like this, well, yeah, top 25 easy or whatever, upper bracket, lower bracket finals, okay, cool. But the more you just start to dissect and really dive into these little tiny details, it just very quickly gets out of control. Now, of course, like we said, this is the halfway point. 3 games left to go. Boys, if you had to give advice to these duos outside of that bubble, what's the advice?
I think stick to what you know for this next game. You don't want to try anything too crazy. But if it does come down to those final 2 games, even the final game, go for hype. The meta allows for it. Although it is messy, you could be that team that takes height and wins the game. We saw it with Sky and Scroll, jumping up 30 places. For the teams that are just outside here, probably not worth it, but just try something different, try something new, because yes, you do have day 2, but you want to get it done now.
Mini says, stick to what you know.
Here we go.
I say, pick up your game plan, rip it out, and try something new. Let's go crazy. Let's get wild with it. You know, you only need the 2 good games.
Okay, well, Levin, it's time to find out which plan they're going with, because the next game is ready for us. So, casters, over to you.
Hey, I'm right there with you, Levin. I think you got to tear the original game plan to pieces at this stage, Vivid, because they don't have much time left to work with. It's only 3 lobbies, and the margins are very slim for error right now.
I'm sticking with Mini Miner. I've said it multiple times before. I like sticking to what you know.
What if it doesn't work, though? What if you're in that game 5, game 6 situation? I agree with Levin that you might have to just kind of throw it all to the wall, leave no stone unturned, and really leave no regrets behind, because at the end of the day, there's nothing. Second half of the day, and game 4 is ready, so let's jump right in.
Probably one of the names that sticks out most, though, from during that halftime segment, Clicks and Higgs, sitting in that 35th position currently, just outside of the top 25. Granted, Sky and Scroll have already proven one good match, one strong elimination counter can change course entirely and catapult you to that threshold you need to just go straight to finals.
Yep, now we got another team joining back into the mix. They may have left at least one game before, but Mini Pio and Fukun are back at Sandy Strip. So we're back on over to our triple contested fight. Interesting enough, it really hasn't affected Kanata and Victor B on that other side.
Yeah, taking their quadrants there. Quick little peek over here towards Wonky Land.
Clicks and Higgs, they got to be feeling the pressure. During the halftime, I got the opportunity to talk to Clicks, and he was like, yeah, we're fully aware of the situation. It feels like Shark and Teeny are already qualified. They can pretty much do whatever they want to us right now because they got to be feeling comfortable.
And that's exactly where Shark and Teeny are headed. It is setting up home base here in Wonkyland to try and prevent Higgs and Clicks from having those comeback measures. Still, job's not finished. You have to remember that because of the lower bracket's existence, nothing is necessarily solidified just yet. You still have tomorrow, worst case scenario.
Yeah, and while you have nothing to lose, don't want to give up on those opportunities. Both go in Fringe, just outside of the bubble as well. Contested fight against Visual and Braids. Both the teams performed phenomenally on their respective regions. But when you're in a contested fight like this, that honestly made some changes before the Summit land, and they weren't necessarily the best for a contested fight, so you really got to go ahead and get all of the loot to yourselves.
I'm going to be a hawk when we're taking a look at all these POVs. As we do take a look towards the elimination feed, Code does go down, but on the screen, we've got Vocal, we've got Fringe, both picking up their respective eliminations, and that's going to be a clean wipe for them. An 8-point swing is going to put them on 50 points. And when we were taking a look at the leaderboard, right, that 25th place threshold was right around there. So that's going to be helping them out tremendously.
Well, it looks like a decent amount of teams that weren't necessarily faring the best here have already decided to try and switch things up. But Clicks, Higgs still entangled here with Shark and Teeny, who have decided to just take the fight.
A ver quién gana,
They want to be direct.
Ojalá gane Shark. Guay. Shark de cura va muy bien.
He has the ball back. He's waiting for Teeny to take the reins here, but Teeny, patent alert strategy, trying to see if he can find a separate angle, trying to see if he can get that closing shot onto Clicks or Higgs. But for right now, the leverage sits entirely with Higgs and Clicks.
Yep, even though Shark and Teeny almost all but qualified here to Sunday, you can kind of see why. They're just trying to shut down Clicks and Higgs, not let them feel comfortable, get them out of the game early, so that way they have a much harder chance making it through the lower bracket, and eventually...
La de Tenny es buena, la de Iris Nikki. Si uno de ellos sale, madre.
Continue to put this pressure down. On the flip side, though, for Clicks and Higgs, you know, I was talking to a couple of the co-streamers myself, you know, from Boop to Faxity and Ozzy, to where it's like, what does Clicks and Higgs need to do? And right now, we kind of all were agreeing. You either need to fight Shark and Teeny, or you just need to run away. And right now, it looks like they're going to fight Shark and Teeny.
Casi se la lleva.
They do have the position as they currently kind of get out from the boxes that they have been sitting in for so long. They now officially have the higher ground, but Teeny's looking to take the fight to Click. He gets one shot in, gets a shot into Higgs as well. He's done so much damage, and they've got the advantage, but Click does get a little bit of a return shot. That's going to be 58 damage towards his way. Shark's going to have the
Click ya está muerto, bro. Imposible que gane eso.
He has no materials to work with. He's going to be playing zero build.
Clicks de... Ya está, bro. Otra vez le limpian a Clicks.
But Shark and Teeny, they got him straight in the middle, and Higgs, only so many options remain here currently because Shark, he's immediately trying to get on
Ya está dead, bro. Ya
to
está, bro. ¡Apico! ¡Apico! Lo mata a Pico y lo baila. Oh my god, bro.
On the wounds, the pickaxe into the
no, Clicks, bro, Clicks. 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 Yo creo que hasta yo le gano, A Pico lo ha matado. Clicks, bro. A Pico acaban de matar a tu dúo. Os han humillado, hermano. Milo, matan a Pico, bro. Ahora sí que se pone guapo la cosa. Limpiadita, spot rápido, Clicks fuera, a la mierda. Yo creo que Clicks, bueno, creo que queda una partida más. Bueno, no sé cuánto queda. 4 de 6, quedan 2 partidas.
Brilliant also definitely very content to get this first knock onto Ritual, but he's not finished. He's still looking to keep everything pushing forward. And Brilliant,
Clicks tiene para clasificar para el domingo. Me quedan 2 partidas para clasificar para el domingo, porque madre mía, va muy mal en el torneo.
literally almost not making it here. A few roster changes at the last moment, and it works out. They catch fire when they need it most. Thomas and Focus kind of
Clicks, ahora no va a ser Peterbot tu enemigo, va a ser Shark.
they usually make their way down towards the south.
Madre
This
mía,
time
bro.
around, they went up north just a little bit towards Squiggly Shores, and they're still finding the picks that they need.
Vico and Malabuca, yeah, they're getting all of Frigid Fortress to themselves, but they
Bro,
know
y se la pelan, van con esa skin y se la pelan, bro.
to the south. FKS and Hero are going to be finding their early demise to a team that's not too happy. They're taking some loot in the surrounding areas. FKS just gets beamed in the open. Shields are all gone, and Vico knows exactly how to play aggressive. He knows the mechanics of Fortnite so well. He instantly gets in and finishes that one off.
And part of that was just a little bit of a hiccup at the starting point there for Hero and Bacchus. They were doing what they could to try and salvage their starting point. We know that Bacchus was left in that really awkward position to begin with, but they're not the only duo. It's kind of just looking up and seeing what's going to happen to this leaderboard development after Game 4. iDrop and Medius, they're dealing with Twy and Cringe currently, who are riding off the momentum of that third place victory royale.
Yeah, and right now, with our top two players in damage, Hold and Panzer, our top teams out of this lobby, this is going to allow for the players at the bottom of the leaderboard, right up to the middle, to get more points. Because those guys were winning games. They were siphoning them out with eliminations. But now Cringe and Twy, 119. It's not necessarily a battle for first. You only want top 25, but you also want to push your competition out. You want to beat them both in-game and mentally as well.
And establishing the idea
Necesito ese
that
pico, bro.
around 50 points was that 25th place, and that's at the halfway point. So we just kind of double that over the course of the next 3 games. You can kind of expect that threshold to be around 100 points. And look at this, just a patented strat from Venno and Curve. Anybody that finds themselves anywhere north, near the southwest side of the map, just gets lurked on. His focus is going to be on the receiving end of that one.
And the big thing here, the one word that's sticking out to me right now is what Levin highlighted on the desk: conditioning. Curve and Venno, they haven't necessarily ran the same thing back twice, but they are trying to condition this lobby to not be able to anticipate where it is they're looking to set up base. They're pushing out into Riptides, they're pushing the south sections of South Boulevard, and it's just very difficult for these teams to find their footing and focus. Thomas, the strong competitors, but Venno is just going to immediately send the lights out there for Thomas. They're now waiting to see whether or not they even are aware of the fact that Darman Deemish are nearby.
Yeah, Darman Deemish probably watching the feed. Thomas, Focus, they go down. Well, that's Riptides. They immediately made their way on over, and they're pulling a play out of the Venno playbook. They're working on Curve and Venno. They're just trying to make sure that
Si asoman esos, le van a meter una hostia que van a flipar.
and you can see when it comes to material,
Yo digo que alguien se va a llevar una hostia,
that worry me out of Darman. You can see why he's even kind of rotating on over to Riptides. They wanted the mending machine, but they get damaged. That's the cherry on top.
And that's all they were really looking for. You could see how long they waited for Curve and Venno to kind of retreat, for them to actually go ahead and open up the shots right there. They didn't really want them to be closed. They were just interested in getting some of that damage. So the eliminations were not really on their mind, just kind of playing it safe and making sure they can kind of find themselves in the end game. Venno and Curve got to be feeling pretty good about how
Dime que sigue vivo, por favor.
game. And Sky and Skro, as pointed out by the man himself earlier on, continuously find themselves in bases around Battlewood that are just up on these little hills over here, right? All they're interested in doing is just getting as many tags as they possibly can without taking any damage.
Still going to take some time here, because the real winning moment for Sky and Skrull was just finding themselves jumping up so many placements on the leaderboard. And Vico, Malabuca, they're not content with what they've been able to accomplish so far here today. They're looking to be very safe in terms of top 25, but still, they want more. They want to take out as much opposition as possible, because they don't want to allow anyone that they might view as being interested in what they have up for grabs at their starting point on the map. You must put a little bit of a question mark surrounding this duo, because we know that they've been kind of trying to infiltrate Dark Dominion, but it's difficult to control this POI.
Yeah, especially when you got Vico and Malibu, a team that's on fire, hunting you down. They got that first elimination, and they made sure to keep pressure onto Yuma by himself. And just really keep note, because Swizzy and Pixie are also in Dark Dominion, and they made sure to keep the fight contained underneath, where they knew no third party had a chance.
But as soon as the elimination comes in, Malabuka seemingly just stalls out, holds that right-hand peak. He knows that somebody's around him. I have no idea how he has that information, but Vico and Malabuka
¿Alguien me
look
puede
scary.
decir si
It looks
Peter
like they
sigue
have one
vivo?
thing in mind, just to play aggressive. And somebody that's kind of came out this weekend on Friday that is looking pretty comfortable with 116 points. It's Kanata and Victor V.
They've definitely got to be feeling really good about their current state. They know that they're not necessarily at a huge risk of falling outside of that top 25, but you still want to keep things pretty tidy. You still want to ensure that you see the whole mission through and are on that battle bus for finals come Sunday.
Yeah, and you got to think about a team like this for Victor V and Kanata. Victor V, kind of the young superstar, especially on NA West. He really got his first shot playing with these kind of known players with Paper. The next year, he played with Paper and Epicwell, qualifying for the Global Championship in both of those respective tournaments through NA West. And now he was playing with another player in Kanata.
¿El dúo Falcon sigue vivo o no ahora? El Peter y Pollo.
The potential to be one of the superstars in NA. He just needs to be playing with the upper echelon players.
Joder, bro. ¿Siguen vivo Fortnite o qué?
And I do think Kanata is that player that's been doing such a good job. I'm going to NA West. I'm not only going to win, it's going to be a cakewalk, and that's exactly what we saw.
A couple of our teams still stranded out in the storm, right? We saw Kami and Hari. They're kind of making their way over here. They tune in to iDrop and Marius. They are also still in the storm. And again, I'm always looking towards those points. 40 for the duo right now, which puts them surely outside of contention. As you can see, top right, 33rd, it surely does. So there is actually a lot of pressure on them right now. And look, no surprise, Benno and Curve.
Ah, vale, siguen vivo, siguen vivo. Perfecto, perfecto.
Curve trying to see if they can creep up on anybody unexpectedly over by Battlewood Boulevard, but there's no room for stopping iDrop and Medius. Seems like they were able to pick up what they were after. They were trying to camp out that tunnel, hoping that
El Sharky y Tenny siguen vivo también.
to try and see if they can actually pass through it, and the patience has paid off dividends here because they're looking at the cutoff, but it's going to be teeny that iDrop actually finds overhead.
Yeah, and that's got to be a big boost of confidence taking down.
Shark se queda solo, bro.
Over EU for the most part, saying it loosely because Sky
Tiene que intentar hacer clutch.
about the new gen teaming up with Shark, 46 above the damage threshold, and Shark is in a position here so we can't necessarily play for the reboot, even though we are rotating on over towards Battlewood Boulevard. Vivid, Taco, you guys know as well as I do, once you hear it where he's starting the reboot and eventually it pops off, everybody looks your direction.
We're in fifth zone and seeming like Sky and Scroll just moved for the first time throughout the entire game. They were still in that box. I'm sure they're going to be max materials because just that little bit of a tower that they had, it was like too high. They used nothing on it. They were able to sit there for the entirety of the early game. They got to be feeling pretty good, especially with the fact that the zone is landing in their home.
See, that might be a new view for you two, but I know over at EU Major 1 Finals, that was one of the most familiar scenes to anticipate from Sky and Squirrel, but Jonas, Veloz, they're going to get that ball rolling here. X1, unfortunately, not going to be able to push back, and Jonas will find an elimination, but you need more than
Vale, Peter y Pollo
converting those into strong.
entran las horas full.
Really play leapfrog with the
Vale, full de vida.
Relying on Elin means you're just kind of relying on the steamroll of the lobby. And I think in game one, we saw that early Peterbot really kind of thinking it was going to be an easy fight and kind of going down early. Chap and Flixie rotating on over. A rather safe rotation for the most part. They're 500 above the damage threshold, but they're using these dips inside of Battlewood Boulevard. They get natural terrain so that teams can't secretly or get shots, but they make it to inside of the zone. There's already 1, 2, 3, 4 teams waiting for them on the other side.
And that's what makes it so tough sometimes when these zones do pull so far away from you. You have to rotate into anybody that's already kind of set up. Vico and Malabuka, once again.
Vico y Malabuka se la pelan,
They see Muzz. They know
Mata
exactly what's kind of going on over here. They go ahead and pick up an easy elimination in regards to how they can go ahead and establish that.
Shark hace una eliminación, está haciendo clutch. Uy, le dan ahí duro. Mira cómo se ríe, juega con calma, el chaval.
with these last couple of big pots, but more importantly still, the solo points.
Shark, va, tú puedes, bro.
Normally you wouldn't want to bank it all off of E-lanes, but when you've got 5 to your name, it does make a difference after they've already had
Ahí le dan mucho.
strong performance from these last couple of lobbies.
Hostia, bro, toda la lobby le está dando, bro.
Gets the memo there in that moment.
Sí, salió con la suya.
They see him out as a solo and they got
Elimina a uno.
Mini Pio was the first one to fall. Basin's there. He peeks through the
Pilla una sorpresa y lo elimina. Mata al dúo. Está haciendo clutch literal. ¿Te imaginas que hace el clutch como el que hizo Peter Bot y gana la partida esta, bro? Sería una locura, ¿eh?
Seat to the ride that we have here in the late game, but he's looking to still get active. And when you think about it, he really does need to. 35 builds left to his name, but I'm mainly looking at that HP that he has left. He has nothing in his inventory that can go ahead and help support him over there. Take a look at the other side of your screen. iDrop and Marius, they are
Este tío está a punto de morir. Ya está muerto.
44 points to his name.
A manos de Malibuca. Shark lo aguanta, ¿eh? Tú puedes, bro. Vale, intenta comprar curas. Perfecto. Esa es. Shark la está jugando muy bien. Le rushan. Bueno. Cuidado, Shark. Que tenés gente encima. Tenés compañía encima, bro. Bueno, ya está, ya no.
They were spotted, lit up a bit, but still 712 above. They don't care about the surge.
Yeah, even if they go down here, almost all but 100% got their spot secured. 200 points, almost leading the pack. If they win this game, that would definitely be.
Peter y Pollo van full de vida, eh. Menos Pollo, que creo que va a 50. Pero Peter va a full, eh. ¿Qué estará haciendo? Shark va muy bien, eh. Para ser solo va muy bien. Uy, pilla ese mat, bro, y ya está perfecto, bro.
In front of him, he's going to be able to use that. And on the other side, Pablo is also a solo, but in a completely different scenario. 133 below, he's got to make something happen soon.
Just waiting for the zone to keep closing in. From the backside of the zone, he might be able to find some other players that are struggling just as much as
Sale tormenta ahora.
He's hoping that he'll be able
Listo.
to eliminate them first.
Metiendo mucho.
And Cooper,
Vale, Peter Bot, aquí le tenemos por fin.
big time performance here. They want to see just how far in the leaderboard they can jump. And Pete, Oyo,
Peter, por favor, no haga. Vamos, una kill. Lo remata. Va un poco de tormenta, pero no pasa nada. Tema Shark ahí con 5 eliminaciones. Luchándole a su dúo.
Rotating side of zone, they want to start to ramp up the eliminations.
Yeah, they're probably realizing at this stage in the game, the early game eliminations might not mean as much as just having consistent
Oye, le pasa mal.
throughout the end game, but
O sea, metal.
they get contested on the high ground. Sayas and Scary
Peter rushea como loco. Bueno, rushea, digo. Esto, ¿cómo se llama?
The last thing you want to see if you are in Reem Cooper's position.
Elimina a otro. Uy, Peter, cuidado.
Realizes that he's still getting aggressed by the rest of the lobby. That immediate focus proving to work against them. But Biko, Malabuka now frontside low. They're waiting to see just who they can actually snag up here. But first, Biko breaking down bushes. Peter Bot still.
Biko y Malibuca. Pollo está muerto. Peter Bot cluchea. A ver si va a hacer clutch otra vez. Uy, ahí había uno abierto, eh. Le estarán campeando ahí. Pico y Malibuca muertos. Vale, el de adelante, el que abrió Peter Bot, creo que le dio,
no builds, forced to lurk down below,
No,
getting as much
Peter,
as
bro.
he can out of the fizz, but it's only so much before Sky and Scroll
No está mal.
run
Mientras que
him
vaya mejor que
down.
Clix, a mí me sobra.
Eliminations here. Just like I was speaking on Cold and Rap in a few games in Scroll, Sky and Scroll could be one of those first teams for multiple wins here. Bahari, Cammy, they have 4 eliminations as well. They're starting to catch fire in this perfect moment. Top 7 situation. There's only 2 solos running
Y Shark sigue vivo, ¿no?
Kanada's one of them.
Kanada, he'll be forced to fall back in his last life.
Shark cluchea esto, Chavales. Os estoy diciendo mucho que Shark cluchea esto,
entirely, and Hadi now left as a solo. 4 eliminations already, just trying to look down onto the teams that are underneath where he's currently situated, doing his best to crouch around, but Science and
Ah, no, Shark está muerto, creo.
holding down height.
Sí, Shark está muerto, chat.
Yeah, they started to feel the pressure. They felt like they were too high. They wanted to get into the mix. They dropped all the way down. They
Hostia,
looked
que
for
no
the
se tiene la
shot.
meti.
Sky and Stroll going to be amongst the duo that's going to be getting tagged right there. They have the advantageous crowd. This is exactly where they want to be. But the solo was in the mix. He's trying to cause chaos. It's going to be damaged, but he cannot.
Lo matan y se muere. Y lo matan, bro. El español ganó. Un español ganando. Por fin, bro.
Using that to turn it into a victory royale on one of the biggest stages of them all, has to have them feeling on top of the world. That is without
Por favor, que hablen en español.
Congratulations.
Por favor.
Come please stand up, Sires, Scary Sean. Here is the camera. Dusseldorf, please give it up for Sires and Scary Sean. And you can see there are Spanish flags waving in the audience. What's it like to take a victory royale on your first ever land?
Yeah, it feels like really nice to win a victory royale. We knew we were gonna win. Like, it was so easy. It's easier than a big one in Europe.
Easier than you thought it was going to be. Again, we're seeing this with the high ground. Duos seem to be getting it for free. How did you know, though, that you could take it from Reet and Cooper? Because that was an incredible challenge.
I mean, we just saw they were like kind of lost there, so we just used a soul wave and we killed them easily. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you did eliminate Reet in order to take the high ground from them. What is next for you guys now? Because with a performance like that, you have to be qualified for Sunday. Do you think it's going to be so easy to
Vamos a ver
take
la
the
tabla,
trophy?
chat.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. To be honest.
To be honest.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah.
Well, listen, we've got so many Spanish fans, as we've already heard in this.
Habla en
audience, so
español, por
please,
favor.
One more time. Give it up for Sides and Scary Sean. We're going to head to a break.
Ahí está la bandera de España. Vamos. Arriba España. A ver la tabla, chicos, ¿cómo va la tabla? Peterbot tiene que estar entre los 10 primeros. Entre los 10 primeros top. Shark top 8. Bueno, va bien. Vale, Peterbot, bueno. Está en el top 12. No está mal. Top 12 no está mal. ¿Qué canción es esa, tío? Bueno, a ver, vamos a reírnos de clics. Bueno, top 38 clics. Clics, ¿esto qué es? Top 38 clics. Clics. ¿Qué pasa, clics? ¿Qué pasa? Hasta Rey hizo una asegura más que tú, bro. Y hasta Shark asegura más que tú. Vale, quedan 2 partidas. En estas 2 partidas Peterbot va a entrar hasta, yo digo, va a entrar hasta top 3 o 4, chat. Me lo invento. Vamos a entrar al Fortnite. A ver qué hay. Vamos, de mientras vamos a intentar conseguir la mochila de Typical Gamer. En el chat. Intentemos conseguir la mochila de Typical Gamer. Y a ver. Voy a poner aquí. Voy a poner arriba España. Voy a poner algunos emojis. Y bajo en este. 2 de cada.
Fortnite fans, welcome back to the
Lo mandamos.
Summit. Man, we just had a crazy game. Tokata, they did it. Scary and Sayaz got a victory royale on land.
You do not understand the excitement I had. Look, my knee still hurts. I was watching shout out Zuha coming from Spain, doing a viewing party in Spanish. Sayad Scary, the only team, both players representing Spain, win the match. I mean, we're back in EU Major 1, where they were primed up. They were teed up from height, finishing off the game. I don't even know what else happened in that match, because the only thing on my mind, I'm sounding a bit biased, but was Sayad and Scary winning, okay?
Can you tell he's excited?
No, I couldn't tell.
Oh, yeah, not really. Really nice game from these guys, though, of course. Another great height hold from one of our teams. This is a team
Peter, si no fuera a hacer sneaky para conseguir lo de la niebla, bro, no lo hubieran matado. Pero como hizo sneaky para intentar curarse, pues ahí lo vieron y lo dijeron: hola, ¿qué haces? Y lo hicieron a tomar por culo. Ese baile, lo que ha hecho el chaval español es con las manos, salió un baile y eso era gratis, bro.
Back in Major 1, you said they were third place. It's not just because they were getting good placements, they were getting a ridiculous amount of eliminations alongside that. And today,
¿Cuándo era el evento este del pito? El día 5 de junio. Aquí me acaban de dar el graffiti chat. ¿Qué pasa con él? Bueno. Vale, todo el día acabamos de entrar a Fortnite. En todo el día. Mira, esto jugando en vez de mirar la FNCS. Qué chotas anda con la gente, bro. Bueno, chat, yo me metí solo para conseguir la mochila de Typical Gamer, no para otra cosa. Primero vamos a reaccionar a su skin, chat. Primero vamos a ver la skin de Typical Gamer. Locura, ¿no? Buah, está guapa, Sí, parece a él, bro, pero a la de The Gref, ¿para cuándo le vais a hacer lo mismo? Tenemos este otro. Que este estilo a mí no me gusta mucho. Tenemos la máscara del perro. Este también está God. Este está God. También. Luego tenemos su estilo azul. Está God, está God. Me gusta, me gusta, me gusta, me gusta. Con cascas. Me gusta, me gusta, me gusta. Vale, me gusta, me gusta. El pico, el pico. Vale, a ver, aquí no hay otro pico que me interese que no sea este. 500 paveles encima. Oh my god. Este pico me lo tengo que comprar. ¿Cuándo se va? Día 7 de junio. Anda. Esta más que he comprado. Quédate aquí, ¿vale? Quédate aquí. Esta más que he comprado, tú. Mira, lo que más se ha comprado en toda la tienda ha sido el pico. Han comprado más el pico que el pack. Una polla. Y luego tenemos esta skin que... Bueno, chat. Que no se os olvide venir en la tienda y colocar el código TEAMKCP. Así me estaréis apoyando. Otra vez volvió la core campeona. A ver qué hay de esta tienda. ¿Qué hay de bueno? Vale, hay... Bueno. Fortnite mañana, tío, me tenéis que regalar a todos una skin gratis. Así veréis cómo la gente vuelve al juego. Os lo juro, Fortnite. Hacer eso y veréis. ¿Ya ha empezado esto?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the last duo competition of this caliber was the 2024 Global Championships. And guess who won? It was Peterbot and Pollo. Not only that, they got second, first in the majors. Now, we see them here in top 12. You look at the number, it's not a bad placement. Now inside qualifying range looks good, but then you look at the names, Peterbot and Pollo, you're like, hold on. They need to be in that #1 spot.
El click está jodido.
However, look, this is the upper bracket. No, we can just feel things out. I think where this duo will truly shine is if they trophy for that #1 grand.
Mientras lo dejamos así, yo solo voy a conseguir lo de la mochila y me salgo de aquí. ¿Por qué todo el mapa está lleno de tormenta? Bueno, chicos, para conseguir la skin de Typical la mochila gratis de Typical Gamer, tenéis que caer aquí en este spot, ¿vale? Caí ahí y ahora os enseño dónde hay que acceder. Para que os den. Ayer tuve que cambiar los ajustes, chat. Porque este juego ya no. Vale, chavales, justo donde os he señalado, ¿vale? Conseguimos esto rápido y a tomar por culo. Mirad, chat. Miren cómo conseguir la skin de la mochila típica del gamer. Hacerlo ya porque yo no sé cuándo lo van a quitar. Vale, chavales, veis, caéis en este spot de aquí. Bajáis, venís aquí abajo. Para que nadie me interrumpa, tío. Va a venir algún desgraciado, seguro pagarme. Venid, veis, chat, venía aquí y creo que tenía que bailar y ya está. Y con eso ya está. Y ya os entregan la mochila, ¿lo estáis viendo? Ya me han entregado la mochila. Ya, chat, ya me salgo. Porque como había un punto ahí que me quiere arruinar, parece que me están haciendo el stream sniping. Vale, ahora nos tienen que dar la mochila, chat. Vale, aquí tenéis la mochila, ¿veis, chat? Con solo hacer eso ya os dan la mochila de Typical Gamer. O sea, con eso solo eso tenéis que hacer para que os den la mochila. Y ya está. Caéis en ese spot y hacéis eso y os dan la mochila. ¿Veis? No es complicado, es muy fácil. Literalmente ya la tengo. Y pues nada, chat. Con solo eso ya os dan la mochila. Y ya está. Y aquí en la tienda tenéis que salir que ya la tengo, ¿no? Ah, vale, la mochila no está en el esto. En la tienda no está la mochila. Pero este pico yo me lo puedo comprar. Yo me lo puedo comprar. A ver con qué skin puede pegar este pico. Guay, combazo, chat. Tiene que ser algo con negro. No, con esto. Ha empezado ya, bro. Tengo que... Chat, combazo, ¿no? No. Hostia, tu combazo. Bueno, devolvemos el pico y... Ya cuando sea día tal, me lo compro. Porque quiero farmearme el pase también. Bueno, ya he empezado esto. Me falta un 9% de batería. ¿Puedo hacer esto?
That's exactly what they needed too, because 68 points, they are right there towards the cutoff range of the top 25. They cannot afford to take another stumble, because with only one more lobby remaining, Jacob, every single point of placement matters, including elimination points, especially for a duo like Clix and Higgs.
These guys have not had quite the day. But it was always going to be a tough one.
Os juro, la calor que me está dando esto. No queréis ni imaginar la calor.
And so whatever that bait and switch idea was, regardless, it was always going to be a tough idea.
Yeah, and for Clix and Higgs, it was looking so good in game one. You know, he even kind of had them questioning themselves if Sharkatini was even going to land here. And I think that was a wake-up call for Sharkatini, because ever since then, they've looked completely different.
One of the only reasons, though, why it looked so good in game one, though, is because Sharkatini, they forfeited the immediate pressure initially, but now...
Chavales, lo peor cuando yo le diga ahora a mi padre que se me han perdido las llaves en los encuentros deportivos. Me va a matar. Vale, desde aquí sí se puede leer el chat, así que mejor ahí lo dejo. ¿A quién acaban de matar? A Gerse. A Gerse.
And Rhea and Cooper came into today with all the confidence. And regardless of what now happens for Ages and Ritual, whether they drop back into the lower bracket, then come back up, Rhea and Cooper
Bro, esa skin está guapísima.
Fighting against these guys again. The pressure, relentless. Richie couldn't withstand, and Ages, like you said, Taco, not feeling his best, and that won't make him feel any better.
Yeah, even when Cooper went down,
Clix ha cambiado.
a massive shot, but
Bueno.
Clix and Higgs have just been
Ya no peleas con Shark. Van a campear.
And quite frankly, this might really be their best option as far as not even trying to engage with Sharkantini. You said it, Tackle.
Campeón, chat.
Definitely did not want to take a fight that allowed Teeny and Shark to control the pace. Whenever they've allowed them to, they have been rolled. And so for Clix and Higgs now, let's just not even fight them at all.
I mean, even from the beginning, Clix Higgs, they immediately forfeited Wonky Land rights. They went straight for the castle. They were not looking to try and actually get caught out against Shark and Teeny, but that might not even matter because they're still at the contend with Acorn and Bolts, who have just cut off Cole and Madden, and now you have to wonder, will they spot where Clix and Higgs have
Va a hacer así para que se vea bien esto, porque veo que en el directo se ve fatal. Acaban de matar a Clix. Y Clix, estás muy jodido, Para Clix ya se le acabó, Ah, no, no, aún no. Aún no la ha matado, aún no.
I thought Clix and Higgs might have rotated out, but wait,
Están campeando.
they're ready for the lurk play. And this is something that they know Acorn and Bolts do time and time again. I talked about Latte Landing had one of those special launch pads. Well, this launch pad here is a special launch pad as well. It boosts you up farther and further. You mix it with the Flowberry. That's been the primary rotation for Acorn and Bolts all season long. And I think Clicks and Hicks know that to be a possibility, but the zone after the first two is showing that it's pulling towards the north. And this is one of the few times when their game plan, they don't go off that back launch pad. So Clicks and Hicks gearing up for a lurk, and right now I don't think the game is going to let them.
I'm not going to lie. I was licking my lips there a bit. I'm an EU fan. I wanted to see the two NA teams, you know, take each other out. Either way, over at Sandy Strip, we know the mess that has been this POI all day long. And right now, Group on the Mini PO, they are doing their utmost best to try and withstand the pressure of Rapid and Cold.
It's never going to be an easy starting point for MIDIPO and Brooklyn. They knew exactly what they were getting into. It's part of the reason they tried to leave originally, but they just couldn't find anywhere to establish themselves on the map that forces them right back to Sandy Strip. And even with it being technically a triple contested area, you have to remember, Rapid Cold, Gino Pablo, both of those duos have had so much success. There's nothing preventing them from just keying Fuku and MIDIPO outright.
Yeah, and obviously you see Cold and Rapid rotate on out, so that's going to give them a breath of fresh air. A lot of time to spend on that side of the map as Peterbot and Pollo continue to try to get aggressive in this early game. It was in that last game, the fourth one of the day, where you saw things work out for them and it kind of worked out. They got a good portion of their points, but now they're trying to flip that switch, turn it right back on. They're already on the top of the leaderboard for the most part.
Chaval, estás muerto, No sé de qué corres, pero estás... Madre mía. Qué hostia le ha pegado Pollo.
One of the great things about watching Pete and Pollo over the years is these guys always get better as the tournament goes on. Whenever they have a slow start, you can always count on them heating up and having a big game later down the line.
It almost feels like it's luckier for the rest of the lobby that it is only 6 games that they have to deal with Pete and Pollo for, because it's also just not as much information even for the duos that do find the success in the top 25 and they head into finals. Whether or not they're going to get rematches depends entirely on the lower bracket, but it's still, knowledge is power when it comes to this game.
My Werix just gets caught off guard. Kiduo as well. Curve is beginning to feel himself as well. Him and Benno.
¿Qué hago viéndolo así? Se me ha olvidado ponerle en pantalla completa.
Not necessarily expected going into this year, but has worked out perfectly.
Look, they're in 10th place. What happened last time they were in 10th place on a day one?
Ooh.
Keep that in mind.
Clean slate, though, when it comes to finals. That could play a little bit of an impact. But for Benno and Curve, one thing has been made clear. Their strategies that they chose to reveal in today's competition definitely been effective enough. And for Pete, Pollo, they're just trying to do it the old-fashioned way. Sheer power. They are taking as many fights as they can try to find initially. Didn't necessarily work out in their favor, so now a little bit of a pullback. Play with the rest of the lobby, but they do it best when it comes to the end game.
This is going to be interesting here. This almost look like Nathan and Nev are going to try to backtrack. Sky and Scroll going for a third play, but they actually shockwave off that mountain. They know they need to go north. Why make any risk? But Sky taking the whole other approach towards the right side. Eventually, these guys will kind of rotate parallel as they make their way towards the zone and eventually run into the rest of the pack that's already up north.
Sky Scroll, though, even if it didn't work out at the beginning points, with
Penúltima partida, y Clicks, madre mía.
Back to some old habits, they've been able to have the same success that we saw in that Major 1 finals over in EU. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They don't have a reason just yet to try and switch things up because it's been working out great.
These boys got something to fix though. Pixie, Swizzy, everybody wanted to see them get a chance to play here on this stage together. It's not been the most impressive of years by their standards, but even in those situations, they've managed to pull through just enough to be able to represent themselves here on this stage. And now it's about delivering in front of their fans after what's been quite a disappointing day, but they are just on the outside, Jacob.
Yeah, they're one of those teams where you give them an inch, they're going to take
Shark
a
sigue
mile.
vivo.
So you almost want to get him out of the lobby quick. Asayas, Scary, kind of winning that last game and slowing things down just a little bit. They probably already have that early game surge, so they don't need to make any rash decisions, especially with Marius right across as a solo. It's cold and rapid. They go from playing towards Sandy, getting aggressive, back on over to Fort Phil, Chino and Pablo. I'm not sure they wanted this fight because it looks like both of them are weak, and Cold and Rapid are looking to finish it.
You say they might not have wanted it, but it looks like they came looking for it. We're in Fort Fields. That's Cold and Rapid's territory. And Pablo, Gino, they try to snatch their chain and are quickly finding out.
Yeah, and you see exactly in this situation where Pablo's clutching prowess comes into play. We don't call him one of the best clutches for no reason. He understands in this situation it's about making and creating as much space as possible, and you see exactly what he does with it. Creates these angles for him to isolate shots, fights, to potentially give himself a chance of staying alive. As Chino, I don't even think Chino's coming in to help. I think it's just leaving Pablo to fend for himself right now, but we know he can do it.
Yeah, it's probably one of those situations where they feel like they might need a miracle. So let me get ready to possibly get gold, get the reboot, go further and further. But he's dipping back in. He's probably staying alive much longer than Pablo at home. So Chino probably coming to the rescue for Rapid and Cold. This was their window. This was their opportunity to take a 2v1 situation. And that opportunity looking like it's flying by.
This is exactly what he aimed to do. Gives himself enough time to get his teammate back into the fight. And now they're on even footing. It's not even no Chino into the box. Chino low HP.
Madre.
He needs to take a second to chill. Wrap it down. Pablo will keep fighting. And now it's just about taking Cold out.
But Cold's not going to be able to make it for much longer. He doesn't have a whole lot of HP to work with, but still.
Matan a Rapid.
He might just come through. Chino forced to actually play out his
Y el Colt se la pela,
Now Cold has completely switched things around because
Revívelo.
Rapid is still left on waiting for the revive. I just cannot believe
Sube pa'
Chino
morir.
and Pablo, they nearly got the better end of this, but now Chino forced to try and close the deal. But
Lo he dicho, chat, sube pa' morir.
he's still waiting to prove that he is number one in these
3
situations
versus
for a
1.
reason.
And that really puts the pressure now.
Digo, 1 versus 3.
Who sat in 20 seconds. They will have to make game 6 count. Came up against one of
No,
the best duos in this
me he
lobby, the
confundido.
worst duo they possibly could have been fighting.
1 versus 2.
And that just complicates things all the
1v2
more.
mejor
Yeah,
dicho.
this is one for Chino and Pablo. There's a lot of time here left on the table for them to kind of look back and see what went wrong and try to fix it. Giannis cheating over here. They're just trying to heal up. They took a little bit of a fight. You see they have that one elimination, but they're just not trying to get too greedy. Let's just take it one at a time, but we had to cut this one back. Cold, 9 HP, and it's counting down even further.
Bro, Cold está loco.
There, Pablo, what are you doing?
Va a matar a este también. Si lo mata me desnudo. Una polla.
Over and over again. And at the end of the day,
¿Intergol muerto? No, 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 Pollo, por favor, no. No, mataron a Pollo y a
It
Vite.
looked like it was going to be NA on top, but instead the script has been flipped for Sky, Scroll, and Pete Pollo's conversation. Sky and
No pasa
Scroll,
nada, le queda otra
one elimination
partida.
apiece,
En la siguiente
it
lo harán
still
mejor.
looks as if some of these other duos are
En
recognizing
la
the
siguiente lo
fact
harán
that
mejor mientras
these
Eclipse
teams
no
are
deje de
leading.
campear.
They're not in the same sort of pressure.
Tirando
They've already
factos,
got their spots
factos.
secured on the finals battle bus.
Well, as I'm watching Sky and Scroll, I see the top left, the feed, Cold and Rapid go down to the zone. Too many fights
Vale, que...
early, and we see
no, que lo han matado o han revivido. Cuando ha revivido a Peter lo mataron en el aire. Claro, ya decía yo cómo muere Peter así. Si Peter, a no ser que, madre mía.
This is a tough spot right now, though. I'm
Mira el
surprised
campero
that
este
we're
con 30 puntos y todo el mundo va por
and Higgs above on the
180 ya.
surge threshold, just barely sitting at 115, but more importantly, you just have to think back to when they initially tried to ambush Acorn and Bolt. It was unsuccessful. At least
Lix, no sé qué piensas. Quedan solo 2 partidas.
It's incredible that they were still able to salvage something from it.
Yeah, this looks like the makings of a successful games for Clix and Hig. And actually it's a bad thing for them now. Because going into the next game, Shark and Teeny will do everything in their power to make sure they can't just run away and get away with it. So they're going to have to make this game count and get as many points out of it as they possibly can.
Unless they have some sort of plan B up their sleeve. Sky and Scroll realizing, hey, there might be somebody down in that box. You see it goes from a 2-tick zone to a 5-tick. He immediately looks on over, gets the siphon, and look, he's going to replenish all those materials, get some extra HP to make this journey outside of the zone that much easier.
They're just clearly so relaxed now. They know that they don't have the same sort of struggles that so many of the other duos are still trying to take over with. So Sky, Scroll, they'll look to continue strolling on by. Some flat shots towards screens and Twi aren't going to net just yet.
I mean, if I took down Peterborough and Poya, I'd be feeling pretty confident too. That is exactly what these guys do, and it's what they'll continue to do for the rest of this game. We've seen games like this from them in EU as well, where they're sitting in a comfortable position. They know they're qualified. They know they've had success on the day overall, and so they just let loose, kick back a bit, and have fun.
We've seen this zone before over towards the north side of the map. And the last time we've seen it was Acorn and Bolts able to utilize their drop spot and turn it into a victory royale. You can kind of hear the crowd going wild. Noah Riley, Rizon, 233 above the damage threshold. And they're relatively positioned well when it comes to the actual zone.
Big game for them. A lot of the players beneath them in that leaderboard dudding, which sets them up now with a good game here to secure themselves a spot in the final.
Anything to get some sort of a buffer zone, and Clicks Higgs, though, they have to really turn on the jets here. They need eliminations, and they need a strong
Shark, sigue vivo. Si estás vivo, vea por clics. Y sácalo de afuera aquí, bro, hermano. Estamos jugando la polla ya.
To imagine that there is a world that exists where that wouldn't take place.
Yeah, I'm expecting a high take from them, an aggressive one at some point. They're going to do everything in their power to just win this game out, whatever that means. They're staying up on that hill, and especially with this type of a zone, they will want to keep themselves as elevated as possible to give themselves that option.
Yeah, at least be one of the last teams to rotate off the mountain into that low ground to where they can just kind of build on top, keep themselves elevated. You want to stay away from the mess that is down below. Ari's feeling that as well. He just got taken out, separated too far from Cammy, and that's exactly when they're going to strike as Muzz and Speaks lurking around. You see they're very, very low on materials. They know Ahmed and his duo are on the other side. This is their only opportunity to strike, but Higgs has just been separated from Clicks. This is a big moment for the duo, but unfortunately, it's an even bigger moment now for Higgs.
It's an even bigger statement from the rest of the lobby, though. Everyone is trying to claw their way through into this next zone, but the north side of the map is just so unforgiving. The constant shifts in elevation, the moment that you think that you've escaped the majority of the congestion, and then you find yourself just caught in the middle of it. That was what just took place, but for Sky and Scroll, completely different scenes here. They are just letting shots fly alongside Malaguta.
El dúo de Jujutsu Kaisen, ¿no?
Positioned so well underneath all of this pressure.
Muzz bouncing around below the damage threshold. He lost Sphinx, and even with that elimination there, he's still 200 below the damage threshold. Essentially a full elimination worth of damage, possibly more the way this thing is shaken out. But only 4 players need to go down. 4 individuals need to fall, and that's when Storm Surge will turn off and ease off the lobby.
Reason, right hand peaks. That's where all that practice goes. And we've seen him in that situation many a time, and he doesn't miss often, and he won't miss now. This is really setting up now to be the tournament-defining game for this duo.
One of the only issues they had entering that last zone was just the threat of having not enough surge, but that's going to alleviate all of it. But Muzz, on the other hand, still sitting just at 86 points, but this is his best shot currently to overcome other duos in front of him with so much of the middle ground having been eliminated super early on. Muzz trying to do everything he can, just getting these last 6 HP, but Matty is going to shut him down immediately.
Yeah, he knew he was coming from the backside of the zone, but he popped out through the bush. Marius really makes that moment count there.
Bro, alguien me quiere puto sacar a Clicks aquí. Ah, vale, Clicks está muerto. Pero sacarme a su dúo, hermano. Que se queden con esos puntos y ya toman por culo. No clasifican, capaz. Que vuelvan a su casa.
He has the resources to do it, but it's about the execution now. Aminished and Harvey, they're trying to fight their way back into this tournament and make something of it. Pressure will be applied, but pressure will be returned. They will lose their height if they are not careful.
Hoy quiero ver vídeo de Smith 15, bro. Videazo de Smith 15 quiero ver.
behind you. You never know who might just be creeping up and for Sky. Medius, solos in this lobby, just looking to try and strike wherever they feel they're going to find their first elimination. But Javi and Minish, somehow, some way, even with material counts running out, have managed to hold on. Look at Higgs, though, sending himself all the way. Ultimate front side low, but can he actually lock down his position?
Sacrificing the HP, even though he only had one splash, it was a necessary.
Tío, matarme a este tío ya, tío, que está farmeando puntos. No quiero que pase ahí, bro. Quiero que no clasifique. Dejarlo fuera.
My God, Reason, what are you going to do next? But he can't hold strong. No, Riley, though, still managing to steal, but no, it gets cut out. Still, 120.
¿Alguien quiere puto sacarme a Higgs de ahí, bro? Caerle y matarlo, hermano.
Depends on what Damage and Darn decide to do next. Just how quickly are they going to take care of this lobby?
And in a lobby of chaos right now, they look cool, calm, and collected. Acorn and Bolts are trying to find their own lane, and they'll drop.
Pero desde que me volví tryhard en Fortnite, ya no uso mochilas. Me acabo de dar cuenta, desde que me volví tryhard ya no uso mochila, bro.
Once you get in, that's the meat that you're after, and you need to get as much as possible. But Veno, Kurt, they battle for the high ground, big shots onto their opposition.
Llevo literalmente casi un año sin usar una mochila en Fortnite.
Veno's always one for that drive-by damage, relatively successful too, because Curve and Veno have managed to stay based on top of height. Damage, Darm, on the other hand, trying to make their way forward. They know that there's a couple of teams right above them. It's Bolt, but the moment he peeks out, it's Veno and Curve, it's Bolt and Acorn, and now Darm left to fend for himself, trying to see if he could take out either Bolt or Acorn, but they're just not.
Veno está muerto. Ha hecho que matarme a Higgs, bro.
Has managed to find his refresh.
The plow will continue. He doesn't mind that Damage has gone down.
Matar a Higgs, por tío. Va, muerto. Por fin estoy feliz. Mientras que Higgs esté fuera, yo estoy feliz. Ya que Clix pienso que iba a matar a Peter, iba a ganarle a Peter Bot. Ahora toca llorar. ¿Quién gana esto? ¿Quién gana esto? El dúo de Veno acaba de ganar. Cluchazo. Bro, no me importa estos clutches. Yo quiero que Peterbot cluche esto, tío. O Pollo, que sea. Pero que cluche. Y que Shark y Telly también ganen una partida. Pero bueno. Ya. Vamos a ver la tabla.
Feels great. I mean, I just eliminated.
Oh, ¿cómo que R?
What was that like for you, Veno? We're seeing you having so much fun. What's interesting to me though is it's a little bit like Major One, where
el torneo típico gamer no lo pude jugar, chat. No lo pude jugar. A ver la tabla, ¿cómo vamos? A ver, top 1, Vico y Malibuca. ¡Ay! ¿Qué me cuentas? Y Falcon Peterbot top 11. Con Pollo, top 11 chat, con 142 puntos. Van, top 11. Y Shark y Tenny. No, bro, ¿qué haces? ¿Qué está cargando ahí? Ah, vale, pensé que me iba a sacar de. Y Shark y Tenny. Aquí, top 8. ¿A un top 8? Si antes estaban top 8. Otra vez top 8. Bueno, lo importante es que Peter y Pollo estén clasificados, chat. A mí con que esto, Peter y Pollo clasifiquen, yo estoy feliz. A los demás que le ayude, señor. Mientras que Shark y Peter y Pollo, mientras que Shark y Tenny clasifiquen y Peter y Pollo clasifiquen, yo estoy feliz. Jurado que yo estoy feliz. ¿Qué mierda acaba de pasar? ¿Qué mierda? Ya eso no entiendo. A ver, clics. Vamos a reírnos un poco. Madre mía, top 41. Top 41. ¿Con cuántos puntos, clics? Con 30 puntos. Ah, la. No, Tenían más. Tenían como 50 y algo. A ver, voy a recargar esto porque no sé si está actualizado. A veces parece que está bugueado. Día 1, sí, día 1. ¿Qué? Que empieza esto a las... Que empieza a las 6 y termina a las 12. Vale, ahora el directo vamos a empezarlo a las 5:30 entonces. Porque madre mía. Ah, no, Shark y Tenny están en el top 11 con 170 puntos. Y Pite de Pollo top 13. ¿What? Pero yo no entiendo nada de esta tabla, Me está... A ver en qué top está Clicks y FX. Top 30. Bro, yo no entiendo de esta tabla, bro, hermano. Me dice esto y luego me dice lo otro, hermano. Coño. Tercera vez ya que la recargo. A ver. Ahora me pone que Vico y Maribuca están en el top 2. Holy shit. Shark y Tenny. Ajá. Y Peter Body Pollo top 3. Vale, confirmado. Están en ese top. Ponme Twitch, bro. Que no sé por qué coño se ha quitado. Te juro, no sé ni cómo se ha quitado el Twitch, bro. Como me vuelvan a recomendar el tío este, lo dejo de seguir. No sé si ni siquiera lo sigo, bro. Porque todo el rato me lo recomienda. Como salga aquí su cara. Ya está, bro. Ya te la busca. Pero si es una grabación. Yo lo de Clicksta. Lo de Twitch. Toca ahí la vergota, bro. El día que yo consiga 31 espectadores, hijos, en un directo, chat, me la jalo. Ya está confirmado, Click y está jodido para clasificar.
Yo, that's our kid. That's so crazy. You got to be so happy for Curb in this situation to pick up a solo clutch BR on land.
I mean, what a way to announce yourself to the last stage, right? You know, this is how it's done. I think a lot of people would have had questions. that trusts their duo. Cover on myself. That trusts their duo. When you see them smiling after they get eliminated in top 5, you shouldn't be smiling when you get eliminated in top 5. But Venno knew that Herb had what it takes. This is just the start for a player like Herb. I mean, proving yourself already at an international competition of this caliber. We're just day 1. We have 3 days of competition. Sunday's coming soon. They're in 4th place right now. Sunday, and I'm excited to see how they perform.
He's a statement, right? Going to the final, we're thinking, well, I might have been kind of looking at Curve and Venno, and I was thinking, oh man, it's how do we do that? Now everyone's thinking, okay, it is actually Venno and Curve. We have to take that fight too. I want to take a look at the standings. Let's go over this, right? We've got a single game left to go before we wrap up the upper bracket. Darm, Emush, they take over first place. Look at this. I am so happy to see them, you know, really thriving in this environment, man. Again, you mentioned statement, Mini Miner. That's what they're sending, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I mentioned it earlier on. Coming into this as well, even not showing all of them as well, of course, in this upper bracket right here. But this is a team that we all are excited about, particularly from the EU. They were always sort of the new Polish race that a lot of people were talking about. You know, you talk about Kaminseti, the new wave, the new blood in Poland, and they have so many fans. You can see why. The way that they play, they were that sort of mid to low ground team when they were playing in trios, and even in this end game, they're playing it as a duo as well, playing that lower ground, which is great to see, and a team that we can definitely look out for on Sunday as a potential.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about new Polish duo. Don't quote me on this, but I think in 2024 they had like 40K earned as a duo. Then 25, they had over 200K earned as a duo. I mean, this team rose to fame so quickly, and now once again proving themselves on an international stage. It shows that they can do it online, they can do it in person, and they're here to fight for that trophy.
Oh man, Zakata, but you remind me, right? Of course, this trophy's awesome. There's a lot of players doing well, but there's still players that need to make it on that bubble. And immediately my mind goes to Muzz and Sphinx. 26th place. We actually saw a really awesome Muzz solo clutch in that last game. That's why they put up those 2 places. But boys, this is it. We've got 1 game left to go. We must find ourselves in the top 25, or we have to go back down the lower bracket, fight through 6 more games with 25 new duos.
It's going to be crazy. I mean, I'm looking at clicks there as well. Higgs, shout out to him. Solo clutch. That could be the clutch that keeps them in contention here. They still have 1 more game to go. If they drop down to the lower bracket, that wonky land looking like it's going to be contested as well by Kane, so things might be interesting there, but they want to make it happen here and now.
Some competitors that in predictions they were saying they were going to get top 3, they could even win the competition, and now they're outside of qualifying range on uppers day 1. I mean, as a reminder, all the players here that get bottom 25 are going to play again tomorrow alongside the other 25 duos that are just licking their lips waiting to see which drop spots are going to get claimed after today, so they can start preparing, they can start putting in the work. But for all the players that are here right now, they have 1 more match, 1 more opportunity to solidify a place in the finals on Sunday. And you know, this is where the pressure starts getting felt.
Dude, I feel it, right? I'm starting to stress for some of these players. You know, we've got 1 game, but look, it's okay. We've seen 1 game be the difference maker, right? Everything's okay. We've got this moment right now.
Yeah, and that can sort of create some pressure, of course, so much pressure for a lot of our teams. It all depends on, do you crumble under that pressure? Do you thrive under that pressure? You'd like to believe in yourself, if you're a player up there, that you do thrive under that pressure and that you fancy yourself in this final game. But this is really where legends are sort of beginning to be formed, because if you don't make it through today, it's going to be really difficult to make it through tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already feeling it. You can hear the silence. The silence is loud for these players behind me right now. They're loading in, they're locking in, and they're getting ready for these final moments, whether it's a contested team that's going to contested throughout the day, but they just haven't found that success yet. It all comes down to it.
Man, stress levels are through the roof right now. It always happens like this, doesn't it? It always comes down to that final game in Fortnite. Fortnite does what Fortnite does, but again, this is it. This is that moment for these players. They have a single game to put all the pieces on the table and shift everything in their favor right.
No! Guys, I have word of an announcement. We have to go to game number 6. I'm sorry to leave you hanging, but we need to see how this ends. I'll tell you about this after. Caster's take it away.
What do you guys know that we don't? Levin, what are they hiding? I know it's you.
I don't know anything, guys. Can we get the game done so we can get to the announcement? I mean, I want to know what he has to say.
All right, look, we know.
Si quieres enfrentarte a tus cacaos,
Si te adelantan,
¿a mí? Si te dicen que eres el hermano pequeño, si quieres cumplir tus sueños,
no te rayes.
y dale gas.
Nesquik, cacao disuelto, cacao resuelto.
Esto está...
¿Qué dices?
Sí, sí. O sea, se escucha el game suyo, pero no se escuchan los comentaristas.
¿Pero nunca se han escuchado? Bro, nunca se han escuchado. Llevas 6 partidas viendo esto.
and Romero have finally found so much success at the starting point of New Sanctuary.
Blixie and Chap have struggled to find solid ground in competitive this year, and these young guns won't make it any easier for them. Back to the drawing board it is.
Yeah, with the standings this close when it comes to trying to get in on top 25, every little mistake goes under a microscope, and you really got to review it before tomorrow. Going into the action, Gino, Pablo, not really making a move. Kanata, Victor, Feet, standing their ground. Mini Pio and Fukun, they're there as well. Triple contested Sandy. And none of these guys want to back off of that POI, but this time around, we got something interesting right out of the gates. Instead of landing over towards Wonky Land, where Sharkantini would certainly run them down, they take a different approach to their final moment.
And this is Clicks and Higgs prioritizing success over pride. They've lost the off spawn, but that doesn't matter. Poyo and Peterbot, they're trying to regain their pride after the misfortunes of last game, doing what they do best, rolling the team over without any consideration whatsoever. For these NA Central teams, it's just about making things stick and giving themselves the momentum going into Championship Sunday.
Well, one problem has definitely been building all day today for Pixie and Swizzy, and it's largely just the fact that they haven't yet had that standout game. Everything has just been somewhere in the middle, and sure, it's built them up 82 points, but when you are this close in the leaderboard for that top 25 placement, they can't afford any other slip-ups. This has to be a flawless matchup.
You see Aegis and Ritual in the feed. They actually got the eliminations onto Reet and Cooper. But just like games prior, we were wondering, why are so many people at Sandy Strip? I'm wondering, why are so many people at Latte Landing? I was thinking for a moment, Aegis and Rituals, they finally got a chance to play off spawn. But Yakko, Panzer, they're here as well. Jonas, the Falas, they're here as well. They're not making this easy on anyone.
I have seen way too many times, Jacob, Latte Landing devolve into madness just like this on EU and on NA. When you have two teams fighting off spawn all day long, teams start to get opportunistic, especially in this final game where every point matters.
And even worse still, if you are in Aegis and Ritual position, because compared to Belos and Jonas, as well as Yepko and Panzer, those are teams that are already relatively established for that top 25 metric. It's really just about Richie and Aegis trying to find some solid footing, because they cannot afford another early departure, or else they will be playing in tomorrow's games.
Just one of those moments where as time keeps dwindling down, honestly, we're probably going to feel it in the pace of this game with each and every passing zone. Those opportunities go out the window. Even though you still got tomorrow, that doesn't make it any easier. You almost take a hit on your confidence, so you want to qualify here, even if it means having a pop-up performance in the last game of the day. We've seen it before, and I'm sure we'll see it again.
The fighting continues. No team wants to walk away from this one. So much invested already. If you can't find the opening, eventually you will be forced to walk away just to keep yourself in the game. But both of these teams playing for keeps. Hands up, Yapko, it's been a great day for them. They're just shutting their stuff now, trying to exert themselves in the lobby. But will they get the response they're looking for?
If anything, Jonas, Veloz throwing out a couple of Hail Mary efforts there to see if they could just isolate, take out Panzer. If they get one, it's not super likely that Yapko is going to immediately send himself forward. He might actually opt to back out.
And this is the part on these fights where things get really awkward. The Storm starts to apply a bit of extra pressure. Lurk plays come through, and all of a sudden you're jumping up on height, trying to find the shot, trying to find the angle, and they will! Jonas goes down, and Panzer not working with much by way of HP. Yapko neither. They do have the upper hand for just a moment.
They just have to be very, very careful, because remember, this was 3 teams here at one point or another, Agers and Ritual. They used these 2 guys as fighting as a way for them to disengage towards the outside. The higher you build up, the more opportunity you're giving them. But you can see Panzer, Yapko, they can no longer keep the pressure in this 2v1 situation. You said it yourself, there's a huge lack of that HP. He passes on over the goal. They're hoping there is going to be enough, but instead of buying a medkit, he just quickly buys the patch up. They want to get right back to putting down pressure because they know Jonas is down. The siphon was imminent, and it finally comes into play.
For Veloz, this is a almost worst case scenario even, because 102 points, you're not exactly safe. You're just on the threshold, and you can't afford to teeter-totter any further in the negative direction. He will be forced to retreat. Vico Malabuca, though, they have had quite the day for themselves, and they are not looking to bring it back anytime soon because Shark...
A las 5 de la tarde, una hora antes. Dúo.
Still plays a little bit of spoiler on their day.
But for now, the stakes not as high. Both teams still looking comfortable as far as the format goes. These guys aren't as comfortable though. They're the main characters we're looking at as far as making this final game count. And even though they are deep here in the Storm, they are not alone.
Yeah, not alone at all. Acorn and Bolts at the top of that mountain. It looked like for a moment they were looking in that direction, so I don't think Clicks and Higgs went under the radar in the same fashion that they did, but did you see their loadout? I think the decision to leave Wonky Land in Game 6 works out. They were able to fish a Midas Flopper, which grants you instant a gold loadout, and they were able to find 2 different gold shotguns. So already being able to pack a punch in this game, if they could just make it towards the south, because you see Sandy Strip just outside of the zone, they could give themselves a real fighting chance to get into that top 25.
They're not the only ones on the hunt for it. When you talk about big performances that need to take place in this final matchup, Alex and Reckless certainly fit the bill here. Only 20 points have been gathered in these first 5 lobbies. So waiting to see whether or not they're actually going to be able to find that monumental come-up.
In a small competition. People who have been doing it at the highest level on this type of stage for years, ready to give you a challenge. It changes the dynamic completely. And so that is a lesson that they'll have to take into day 2 if they are in that lower bracket.
One thing I do think about, though, some of these teams haunted by just not really having a drop spot to call home from the starting day. And Pollo, Peterbot, everyone was wondering, they're going to be at Swiftly, but who else is going to be joining them? And yet, No one else has really seemed interested. Darn Deemish, they're willing to take a fight though.
We've seen these two teams face off against each other in many of these games, and in quite a few of them, it's resulted in both teams backing off. Will this be the game where they actually go blow for blow and look to close things out? Too much respect on both sides, it felt like. But in game 6, there's no respect. Peterbot, we know he likes to exert dominance on any players that land near him. But Dom and Deemish, they are no pushovers. They are two of the best fighters when they want to be. And they are the leaders of the day. And you have to treat them with such respect.
Hey, we could be foreshadowing something here because we know what Peterbot and Pollo love to do if they have a chance at first and they're just outside of scope. Darm, Deemish, even though it's probably them approaching closer and closer to Peterbot and Pollo, this is something we could definitely see as the tournament continues on as Vico takes out 51 Cole. Big shot from above, drops into the box, cleans that one up easy. Madden's able to put down a little bit of damage, but now Labuka is interrupting this fight, not letting him feel free or loose, pushing him back, and is really trying to not let him heal up. That pressure means so much.
But Malibuca can only do so much. He doesn't have any builds to work with. Everything belongs to Vico. Can he make it to his duo to split the difference? That is still left to be given, but Madden is actually just trying to work with a full-on disengage. He was hoping that he could work for a runaway, but he's just not going to get that. Clicks and Higgs, they might find themselves in a very similar outcome if they're not careful.
Yep, but they're finally starting side of.
Yo quiero que Clix pierda, hermano, que no clasifique para el domingo. Por campero. Que a mí los camperos me dan mucha rabia.
Great.
Remember earlier when I said at a certain point you just got to rip up the game plan? It feels like Clix and Higgs are doing just that. They're just anywhere right now, and we're seeing them make the plays needed to deliver on the points. They are so close to being able to push themselves into that top 25.
Gino and Pablo are also looking for that last-ditch effort, though, to try and avoid that lower bracket 6 series games, because you think this is volatile. Just imagine what takes place, what ensues when teams understand that their opportunity to participate in the Summit Finals might be lost outright. That's where we really start to see a lot of chaos unfold.
Yeah, you can see there for a moment when that leaderboard popped up.
Que alguien lo mate, hermano.
Different teams as this game is going on at 82 points apiece. You're seeing a couple eliminations go down, but I dropped Mares on 78 points. Again, just outside of the bubble. This point, one mistake can cost you a trip to Championship Sunday and send you straight to the lower bracket instead. And I think iDrop and Marius kind of know it. That's where you're seeing them and a few other teams staying inside of the zone towards those vending machines so they don't have to go through all the chaos.
Cold and rapid. This is quite the sight.
Va con la skin de Tuntursaur en la puta FNCS. No se la pela,
I'm going to hold my tongue on their decision making here, I think.
No game, mini minor.
I like it. I like it. Cold is just having fun, man. He's just doing his thing, just show up, show out. And Cold probably tried to talk into it, talk rapid into it. He was like, yo, come on, let's have some fun.
Matar a esos dos,
That's
tío.
all you.
A Clix y a Higgs, matarlos. Este Clix ya está muerto. Está muerto. Ah, ese sí lo ven, ya está muerto. Ya está. Ya está. Por favor, que el otro se gire. Clix, ya está, tomado por culo. Tío, no para de morir, es malísimo.
Clicks and Higgs, they're in 29th spot right now on that leaderboard, and Higgs is not going to have
Top
the chance
28
to
van.
go back and try to pick up Clicks along the way. He has to just keep going.
Clix es malísimo, bro, hermano. No para de morir todo el rato, tío.
To make it happen for his team as a solo, and this is the one that he's going to have to do. You saw there, Muzz and Spink, some of their biggest competition for top 25 right now have fallen. And so again, the people in front of them fall by the wayside. It has to be a big game from Higgs here.
You saw 4 different teams at one point on 86 points.
Pero que te maten en la FNCS con la skin de Tuntursaur, yo ya me jodería.
There's a real beast in the ocean this weekend, and Cold is
Falcon,
looking to see
CLIPEO,
that
Dibuy
guy.
siguen vivos.
Yeah, he's nice with it.
No veo a Shark.
Probably the best thing I can say.
If I told you that's like the best fragger of all time, you'd look at me and say, nah, surely not, man. This guy ain't taking it seriously. But that is what Gold does. Sky and Scroll, they're still taking things seriously, it feels like. And we know what that means for the rest of the lobby. Their consistency. This season has been relentless. And in a game where many teams are struggling to find footing, they are not going to give any room, any space for anyone to have a big game if they can have a say about it. Way above on Sturge. The material's looking fresh. This is looking like a classic Sky and Straw game right now.
And that pan over couldn't help but notice where some of these teams that are looking to try and cement themselves for Sunday's finals are actually situated compared to the rest of the lobby. Reason and Noah Riley trying to see if they can take advantage of some of these teams rotating a little bit after the fact.
Really gonna have to dig deep. So, really trying to clutch up. We saw how many players and teams were tied in that position, and he gets taken down by controller. Clicks and Hayes will officially play in
No,
the
¿verdad?
lower bracket tomorrow.
Top 26. Ah, no, que top va Clicks. Top 27. Hostia. Dime que no han clasificado. Porque eran top 25, ¿no? A clasificar. Por favor, dime que no han clasificado para el domingo. Por favor.
Doesn't have the best history when it comes to lower brackets. And so we'll see if he's learned from the 23 rules. The best day from EU second place team. And we might just have to see them perform again on this stage tomorrow to make up.
This is the game, 7th zone. Whether you're barely inside of that bubble, inside altogether, you're really going to be tested. Everything you know about Fortnite, both the gameplay, the mental capacity, is really going to be pushed to the limit. And as we see iDrop, Marius, 86 points just outside of that bubble, trying to find a sweet spot inside the zone. 128 damage threshold. The silver lining is only 2 players need to go down before it deactivates, and there's one.
All the teams above them on the bubble, all the teams below them.
Sí, póngame un wax.
Ah, putih mulu. Buku mundial tuh. Mundial.
Mundial lah.
You can see the frustration in Pixie's player cam. The expectation.
Ngayak sa portable. Yan yung kayo.
He's not worried about what everyone else is going through right now.
Tak baik kan? Direct lah.
First one has already been
This is a man who has no intention whatsoever of playing in the lower bracket. He wants to get the job done tonight.
Peter Bot and Koyo finally on the high ground. They've been through so many trials and tribulations throughout day number 1, but have yet to pick up that victory royale. Elimination. This is the big stage. Can they do it? iDrop and Marius are surely trying to put themselves in that bubble. Another elimination. 96 points, but they're taking shots from the ground, drop down to 26 HP. They're separated in the last couple of seconds.
But in the final hour, it's still iDrop left standing. You have to remember, he's been doubted all year long so far. Can he finally pull things through? iDrop, Cold, so often the baggage next to Medius, and now he has a shot to redemption here. Looking to find an elimination. He can get the refresh. It will certainly continue this journey forward, but he's forced to drop all the way to Logra, and he can't make it back up. iDrop and Medius are out.
That's a big moment right there for everybody else at the bottom side of the leaderboard. Voco being one of them. It seems like everybody that needs an opportunity here find themselves as a solo. And for Voco, 112 points. He's inside of where he needs to be, but with no builds left, he has to wait for somebody to make a mistake, maybe jump on top. For Kidu and Werix, this is a big moment. They need a couple more points to find themselves safe. They find at least one elimination there, but they need the placement. That's worth just so much more.
Just knowing that so many top dogs, though, are the main ones left standing. You've got both ends of the spectrum currently competing against each other. Peterbot's going to take out Kanata, though. That's just one less opponent that a duo like Werix and Kiduo have to worry about. Cammy, Hadi now losing all of their shields. Peterbot's tracking as strong as ever, but now circling back down. Kiduo and Werix, they've drawn so much attention to themselves with the Flowberry Mist Grenade.
Time is running out for this duo. They need to make a play and fast. You cannot just sit in your box when you have no materials. There are opportunities for them to find the refresh they need, but they have to get creative now.
Yeah, Lewa, Romero trying to do just that. Use the overdrive shockwave simply for the effect. They drop down towards the front side of zone, but they're a layer above a whole nother duo that they have to watch out for. As Werix here's elimination, scrambles for the loot, but he gets taken down going for it. Cammy gets another elimination. Inside of the top 6 we go.
Scroll, Sky, waiting to see who's going to step up to the plate next. Sky, very rare miss there, but it might actually be exactly what he needed. Just trying to see if he can continue carrying things through. He needs to see if they can survive.
One of the few healthy duos left in this one. Romero now will try his best to continue this elimination spree going. Cammy and Hari, they have something to say about Sky and Stroll's low ground dominance. And you have to remember, with all this happening, Pete and Poyo still waiting in the wings above to try and squeeze this lobby dry. And now it's Cammy and Hari shutting them out. But how will they get back up the hill? Cammy with 6 limbs, out of character for him, not out of character for Stroll to get bigger limbs though. Takes Peterbot down. Cammy gets knocked, he can't get back up. And so it's up to Stroll to do what Sky did earlier.
I was going to say it's our top 3 teams remaining, but everybody's stuck as solos, and it comes down to a 1v1. Hari here in this situation against Poyo. Remember, neither one of these teams have gotten the big win that they're known for, and Poyo with no builds, forced to drop down below, trying to fire back on to Hari, who has the high ground. Good damage being landed, but Hari's just landing so much more pressure, trying to force Poyo outside of the zone, but there's a couple of seconds left before that play comes to fruition. Chug going to be used for Poyo, giving himself just a little bit more time, but the zone is pulling up and over the hill. For Hari, he has a huge advantage in terms of positioning. The zone is just eating Poyo alive, one tick after the next. He finally makes his way in, but it doesn't last long. Hari and Cammy clutch out game 6.
There are only so many options left there for Poyo. Even with that 20 left in the Chug, it simply wasn't going to be enough. The repositioning from Hardy to remain on high ground was ultimately what sealed the deal for their fates here today. So, Frankie, let's hear it from them.
Thank you so much. Stand up, please, boys. You just got a victory royale. Harry, talk to me about that end game. Playing it as a solo, you played it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I just solo clutched well.
Cammy, I feel like we saw you clutching it out during the major finals, but now you're seeing your teammate Hari do it on LAN. What were you thinking when you were watching him clutch?
I was sure that he was going to win because he was on the hard and they got mats and the guy didn't have anything, so he thought that we win.
And when Hari is doing his thing on his own, are you talking him through it?
Yeah, I'm always trying to help him, and yeah, it was easy.
Well, you guys are definitely qualified for Championship Sunday. It's a position you know very well, Cammy. Congratulations to the two of you. Dusseldorf, please give it up for Cammy and Hari! We can head to the desk.
Takata, we seen it all from Cammy and Hari, right? We talked earlier. Wait a minute there, we're seeing them on height. That's crazy. Wait a minute, we got a VR in game number 6 out of them now.
I'm seeing them extremely confident. Remember, they were going against Peterbot and Poyo in those final moments. That's also where they landed at the start of the match. Both duos around Squiggly
and they ended as well in that clash, but Cammy Hari were the ones that came out on top. Now, both teams there, I believe they did have enough points to make it into that.
Me voy, ¿quién ha ganado? ¿Quién ha ganado, bro? ¿Quién ha ganado? ¿Quién ha ganado? ¿Quién ha ganado, bro?
This guy's the land go. You can see just from his gameplay, you just know
Ganó la partida.
For the grand finals. Nice to see these guys picking up a win as well. They're a team that you don't necessarily face huge, massive elimination wins. But this one, what's that? 8, 9 eliminations. Really, really nice from them. And ultimately, it was
Falcon Pollo.
taking down Pollo at the end. But they did enough. And for them,
No, muere Pollo, top 2.
what I love about this is look at the players they took out. They took out Pollo. They took out some of the top of the top. But quick look at the leader.
Vamos, top 8, man. No puede ser.
Still gonna be Themish and Darm. Zeke, what are you seeing?
Top 8, Peter y Pollo.
This top 5 looks a little
Qué bien lo han hecho. Y top, a ver dónde está Shark. Top 13. Ya se acabó. Hasta mañana y domingo.
I dropped just pushed out 106 points, and it was a tie as well of all things. But it looks like Darkos Minori will make it through. But so many other duos are now thinking.
Decirme que Pollo ha hecho clutch, bro. Que alguien me diga.
To take it to lower bracket, I will have 6 games.
Clicks y hit no clasifican. No clasifican, ¿verdad? Voy a mirar el directo de Gorilo. Clicks y hits no clasifican, ¿eh? No clasifican para el domingo, creo.
Mañana Clicks puede realmente recibir una de sus humillaciones más grandes. Mañana Clicks puede realmente recibir una de sus humillaciones más grandes de la carrera. Y te voy a decir algo, yo estoy muy tranquilo porque al IGL posta no le tiembla nada y a quién a Frink. Dale, gordo, ¿quién está jugando en el patio de su casa, hermano?
Acabo de leer en el chat que me puso un poco mal, gordo.
2.27 de Felos y John, amigo, a uno de pasar. A uno de pasar.
Y eso también. Xavi también.
Xavi, top 28.
Con los mismos puntos.
Top 27 y top 28.
Con los mismos puntos también.
Che, gordo, el anuncio.
Es verdad.
El anuncio.
Ahí está atento al anuncio.
Pollo y Peter Boden en el high.
El anuncio.
Sí, bueno, acá podemos ver. Acá metemos una
gordo, yo me tengo que ir. Vaya. No, me tengo que ir a Coso. Voy a hacerlo yo. Después vuelo.
¿What?
Me llamaron, gordo. Si vos sabés que mi inglés es perfecto, yo necesito un inglés 10 puntos.
¿What?
Gordo, necesita un inglés 10 puntos.
Pero, gordo, creo que están ellos 3.
Pero Tocata habla español y a mí no me van a dejar estar ahí.
Claro, creo que...
¿Es gordofobia?
No, gordo. O sea,
gordofobia.
Son los 3 casters principales de Fortnite, amigo.
¿Pero por qué puede anunciar él y yo no?
Porque nosotros hacemos co-stream, amigo. No hacemos en stream oficial.
Pero bueno, nada, muchachos. Vamos a ver ahora si están por anunciar. Creo que no. Están realmente viendo todavía las replays. ¿Ya quieren que les diga un poquito más sobre el anuncio? No es el 30 de pin que dijeron.
¿Trío?
¿Te la digo, gordo?
No, déjame entrarme con la gente. Quiero entrarme con la gente.
Quinto squad. No, modalidad.
¿What?
Sí, gordo. En vez de jugar de a 4 van a jugar de a 5. Quinto squad le van a decir. Gordo, te estoy diciendo la puta, hermano. FNCS 0 Will. Posta, gordo, escuchá, si anuncian una FNCS 0 Will, ya hubiese apagado el stream. Sí. O sea, te lo juro, hermano, que ya hubiese apagado el stream.
¡Gordo!
2026 for a quick moment. We actually put together a little graphic here to kind of help explain it, but
a ver qué anuncia.
Stick with me, okay? There's many things to discuss. First, let's start with September 26th and 27th. Is the new date of the Global Championship. That's right.
Ya dieron la fecha del Mundial.
Honestly, very happy and honored to announce.
No dijeron
we're
dónde.
going to Antwerp, Belgium.
Las globas del 26 al 27 de octubre de septiembre.
Las global del año 26.
¡FNCS solo, gordo! ¡FNCS solo, gordo! ¡En octubre!
Literal.
¡FNCS solo en octubre!
Vuelve solitario como modalidad competitiva.
¡Oh, my God!
Vuelve solitario como modalidad competitiva oficial en Fortnite.
FNCS solo.
Amigo,
¡Oh,
esto
my
va a ser una
God!
locura.
We're gonna do something
¿Vuelve
Amigo,
King?
vuelve FNCS solo.
¿Vuelve King?
Vuelve King.
¿El último ganador del FNCS solo volverá a hacerlo?
Amigo, ¿hace cuánto fue la última?
2020.
2020. 6
años.
pues, amigo. 6 años. 6 años.
Power rankings and some ranked updates, but if you want to know more, that is where you want to go. And of course, tickets, pre-registration, live right now. Antwerp, Belgium. Fortnite man, get ready. We about to have some chocolate and waffles.
¿Bélgica va a ser la sede de la LAN? ¿O entendí mal?
How do you feel about that information?
¿Entendí mal o Bélgica va a ser la sede de la LAN de septiembre?
Really, you know, the
No
global
entendí una mierda.
championships, Antwerp, Belgium. I've never been.
Si vos no entendiste, yo tampoco entendí.
See what that's going to be like. You know,
Sí.
FNCS solo.
Bélgica, gente. Bélgica. Oh my God, gordo. La nueva historia en Bélgica, Antwerp.
Where you guys would go.
Yeah.
No.
Global en Bélgica,
No.
Wow.
Format. There's no team
Wow.
to rely on. There's no teammates to carry you. It's just you. So solos. Wow. I mean, some of the most
Sí, está
iconic
leyendo al lado que dice
Fortnite
cosas.
competitive.
Sí, están en la página de podríamos entrar a ver eso, gordo, ¿eh?
¿Me pueden pasar la página oficial de la FNCS, chat? ¿Me pueden pasar la es una locura.
Uno pone
Y anunciaron para-
filmes, amigo.
Really excited about
Creo
that
que hay que verlo de la página.
That's okay. Again, go check out the blog. It's gonna have a
Hay que ver
ton
el
of
blog,
information.
hermanos, Hay que ver el blog donde está mostrando todo. Creo que el anuncio
Eso.
ya terminó.
Perfecto.
Ok. ¿Dónde está el anuncio? ¿Alguien me pasa la página directa del anuncio?
FNCS, tiene que ser fnc.com/news. Así tiene que ser. O Fortnite.com/news, algo así era.
Acá está.
Wow, ahí está.
Pero no te deja entrar. Ah, oficial rules.
Ahí está, ¿no?
No. La página que estaba viendo, amigo, qué mierda era la página esa.
Fortnite.com/news, algo así era. O FNCS, no me acuerdo.
Fortnite competitiva, acá en Twitter.
Hay que poner ahí, a ver, también. Power Rankings, Ranked Updates.
Acá.
Ahí está.
Ok, yo voy a sentar para... Yo me siento, vos quedate parado.
Dale, hermano.
Así lo miramos y vamos diciendo. A ver esto, gente.
Che, qué anuncios picantes, boludo.
¿Qué mierda anunciar?
¿No querés bajar la cámara ahora, gordo?
No se puede bajar tan rápido, sí.
Para mí sí. Ahí, gordito. Nos vemos.
La bajé rápido. Bien.
Qué bien, boludo.
A ver esto, muchachos, vamos a ver qué anunciaron. 26 y 27 de septiembre es el Global de fin de año.
Che, ¿lo traducimos en español? No, alta página.
Yo entiendo inglés, gordo, si vos sabés que mi inglés es muy bueno. FNCS solitario en octubre, post todo. Y esto,
Power Ranking.
Power Ranking. Gordo, ¿podés hablar un poco de esto? Igual quiero...
¿Qué tocaste, gordo?
Ah, no. ¿Cómo se traduce al...?
Tiene que decir acá, ¿no?
Dame, yo ya lo vi.
¡Ah, qué inteligente que sos, gordo!
Paren, chat, que lo voy a poner acá a la derecha. Una en puerta de hierro.
¿Qué es esto, gordo?
Ahí está. El 5 de junio lanzaremos la clasificación de poder, un marcador global único que se actualizará semanalmente. La clasificación de poder se basará en todos los mejores 20 torneos de todos los jugadores, en Battle Royale y recarga, además de vuestro rango en el modo de clasificatoria de la temporada. Básicamente lo que está diciendo esto, que va a haber una tabla
de Power
todo
Ranking
el mundo
global.
Esa tabla de Power Ranking global hay que ver qué termina, para qué termina sirviendo. Creo que todavía acá en el anuncio no se
lo
dice,
dijeron.
pero yo les digo básicamente que le tienen que dar una función porque si no, no tiene ningún tipo de sentido. anunciaron también nuevo rango leyenda de Unreal.
Wow. Wow.
Nuevo rango leyenda de Unreal. Amigo, se repicó.
Esta es la nueva copa. Este es el nuevo pico del FNCS, ¿no?
No, es el hacha por llegar a Unreal. O sea, si llegas a Unreal, te dan esta hacha para que lográs llegar a Unreal en la temporada. Está bastante fachera, te digo.
Está buena, ¿eh?
Está muy fachera.
Está buena, ¿eh?
Básicamente también, leyenda de Unreal es los 500 mejores de Unreal.
Ok.
Eso existe en otros juegos, ¿o no? Los 500 mejores. Entonces, básicamente, se va moviendo todos los días.
Exactamente.
Creo que es así en el LoL, ¿no, chat?
Ah, es como el Challenger.
Es como el Challenger.
O sea, vos para ser Challenger tenés que tener tenés que estar adentro del top tanto.
Acá es lo mismo, va a ser lo mismo,
PL.
leyenda de Unreal. Próximos torneos, vuelven las Victory Cup. Torneo de cero construcción. FNCS, obviamente. Y bueno, obviamente Reload. Muchachos, ha terminado. Creo que el anuncio más picante que la gente todavía no toma conciencia y no toma noción en la FNCS de solo. Y te voy a decir algo. El Power Ranking Mundial. Porque yo te voy a decir algo. Si con ese Power Ranking Mundial después dan clasificación a X cosa o lo que sea.
Ok, banqué.
Imagínate que es así. Los pibes probablemente van a tener que matarse cada torneo.
Che, banqué esa, ¿eh?
Y no va a pasar más eso de que tipo jueguen los torneos a trolear, porque son los últimos 20
Literal.
torneos. O sea, vos tenés que ganar la Open, porque si no, no sumás puntos para ese Power Ranking, amigo. Ahora, si ese Power Ranking es solamente tipo
Chiche,
es una porquería.
basura, sí.
Pero yo supongo que no va a ser chiche.
O sea,
Chat, ¿qué
tu
supone que va
idea
a hacer?
es que, o sea, tu predicción es que ese Power Ranking global
algo va a tener que hacer.
Te va a dar acceso a algo.
Sí, amigo, si no, no tiene sentido. ¿Para qué
Entonces,
hacen eso?
tu idea es que sea parecido a Counter-Strike, a HLTV.
Claro, exactamente. Entonces, vos obligás a que todo el mundo tenga que jugar tryhard todos los torneos, porque si cuentan los últimos 20 torneos, dentro de los últimos 20 torneos, ¿qué tenés? Open, tenés
Claro.
todo. Entonces nadie más puede trolear una Open. Tipo, a partir de ahora, se van a matar todos por el top 1 en todas las regiones. Va a estar increíble,
Exactamente.
amigo. Es
Está muy bueno.
buenísima la
Si
idea.
es así como decís vos, está muy bueno, gente. Para los que no saben, en Counter existe un ranking que los equipos, tiro un ejemplo, el equipo de adentro del
Vamos,
ranking global.
chavales. Esto se ha acabado. Hasta mañana. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí en el directo y nada más. Esto se ha acabado y nos vemos mañana para los de la Second Chance. Y nada más y nada menos, chat. Nos vemos hasta el día de mañana. Mañana a la misma hora. Y nada más. Me despido. Adiós.